Hey everyone, welcome to FanFic Canon. Thanks for hitting play. I'm thrilled to bring this fan-made story to life for you. If you enjoy the ride and want more narrated fanfics, smash, subscribe, and tap the bell so you never miss an episode. And if you want audiobook of a novel of your choice, join my Patreon. Request any title that's freely available online, and I'll produce a full narration just for you. Now, let's dive into today's adventure.
Jiraiya frowned and stepped forward. Wait, Sasuke. Do you really have to do this now? I'm not defending anyone, but exposing this to the villagers will ruin the Hokage image. Think about the future. If the people lose faith, how will Konoha recover? Sasuke's face stayed unreadable. I don't care about image. The Uchiha were wiped out in a sham. It became a joke across the ninja world. If no one knows what Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shimura Danzo did, nothing changes. I need them to know. Kakashi cut in quietly. If we're revealing things, at least make Naruto's background known. Many merchants in the village treated him like scum. He is the fourth Hokage son. People should know that. Naruto lowered his head and said nothing. The idea that his life might finally be understood left him oddly numb. He wanted acceptance, but not like this. Jiraiya sighed. Fine. Announce it. These are the deeds of two old men. If they did this, they deserve to be exposed. We'll deal with the consequences later. Under Sasuke's order, Anbu posted notices across the village. Down below the Hokage offices, a huge crowd gathered, curious and wary after the earlier attack. Several tall bulletin boards were arranged in order. Each board listed accusations, dated and blunt. They read, Shimura Danzo deliberately withheld rescue information before the Second Ninja War, allowing Uzumaki forces to be betrayed and whole regions destroyed, while Sarutobi Hiruzen knew and did nothing. During the Second Ninja War, Danzo assigned dangerously one-sided missions to Senju descendants to sap their strength, again with Hiruzen's acquiescence. In Konoha's 41st year, the two manufactured a fake mission to ruin the reputation of the village's White Fang, driving him to suicide. In a later post-war negotiation, Hiruzen gave up claims for war reparations. In year 51, a cloud plot against the Hyuga was covered up with Hiruzen's silent consent. In year 54, Danzo attacked Uchiha Shisui, forcing him to take his own life. In year 55, the pair conspired to destroy the Uchiha clan, and Sarutobi Hiruzen concealed the fourth Hokage son and spread rumors about a demon fox, turning the village against Naruto. Finally, the boards accused both of embezzling legacies and war funds to enrich themselves and their factions. One board after another, the facts hammered at the crowd until no one could read them all before their heads spun. Is this real? Someone muttered. The image of the kindly third Hokage did not match the crimes listed. A few voices suggested someone was framing him. Doubt rippled through the pack. Sasuke had expected that reaction. He had Anbu ready to answer. Slowly, officers and witnesses confirmed the allegations. They said each charge came from Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shimura Danzo themselves, or from records and testimony the village had never seen. The evidence landed like stones. Belief spread. So the third Hokage did these things. People whispered, anger and betrayal building into outrage. When villagers noticed the line about Naruto's parentage and the fabricated demon fox rumor, shock turned to rage. Anoki said, this ruins Hiruzen, everything's exposed. The news will spread through the ninja world. The fourth Hokage added, this is Sasuke's revenge. He did not merely kill, he stripped him of everything. The plan moved quickly. Chūnin voted to strip Hiruzen of his Hokage qualifications. Sasuke's goal was clear. Eliminate the Sarutobi clan's ill-gotten gains, revoke Hiruzen's honors, and make sure the crimes were known so the man perished with disgrace, not in secrecy. Atop the Hokage building, the old rock faces of past Hokage watched as a small group stood gathered. Sasuke, Naruto, Kakashi, Jiraiya, and a contingent of shinobi. Sarutobi Hiruzen had been bound and dragged there. The announcement was blunt. Hiruzen would be publicly executed. Below, the plaza filled. People craned their necks to see the once revered figure now humiliated and beaten. Anger grew into shouts. Kill Naruto by Hiruzen. Some cried, traitor. Others shouted. Hiruzen's eyes were hollow. Not long ago he had presided over the Chūnin Exams with dignity. Now he was a prisoner on the roof, surrounded by the men who had once been his students. He could not find a way to fight back. Everything he had built, power, reputation, family, had collapsed. He clutched at anything left, life itself. "Time's up," Sasuke said. There was a cold finality to his voice. Kakashi stepped forward as agreed with Sasuke. Hiruzen had been handed to him to carry out the sentence. Kakashi drew the broken blade that once belonged to the White Fang. It was heavy with history. He said nothing of mercy. Kakashi's memory flashed. The day he was 7, finding his father's body with that knife lodged in him. He had carried the broken blade ever since. Today he would use it for retribution, to make Hiruzen feel the same wound Kakashi's father had. Kakashi's sharing and clouded. He moved like a man with a wound as deep as his purpose. The blade found its mark and plunged into Hiruzen's abdomen. Blood spattered across the roof and the stone faces. Hiruzen screamed, the sound of a man finally tasting the pain he had inflicted on others. "Say you're wrong," Kakashi demanded, voice raw. The 3-tomo in his left eye spun and his breathing grew ragged. He drove the knife deeper. Hiruzen gasped, I was wrong. But it was barely more than a whisper. Then suddenly space tore. The head of Naruto by Hiruzen vanished. One moment it was there, the next it was gone, and a geyser of blood shot into the sky. A headless body slumped on the rooftop. Kakashi stood stunned, face splattered and eyes wide. Sasuke's voice floated back from where he watched. "Kakashi, you must have triggered your pupil technique." Kakashi realized belatedly that his Kamui had activated in the stress of the moment. In the chaos, a portion of the body, Hiruzen's head, was drawn into that other dimensional space. Down below, the crowd's reaction was immediate and fractured. Some cheered. They had watched the man they believed to be a corrupt symbol fall. Others watched in stunned silence, not sure what to make of the sudden violence and the vanished head. Might Guy went to steady Kakashi. Naruto and Jiraiya drifted away. Naruto felt hollow despite the shift in how people might now regard him. Approval could be bought with shame and blood, but that was not the acceptance he had wanted. On the rooftop, Sasuke felt only a small, cold emptiness. 2 of those responsible for his clan's slaughter had been dealt with, but Itachi remained, and the masked figure still haunted the edges of his plan. The revenge was far from finished. Round the world, the broadcast feed dimmed. For now, the story of this world had reached a pause. Voices in distant rooms debated what they had witnessed. Uchiha Obito whispered about Kamui and a human head appearing in a strange space. Onoki and the Raikage congratulated the thoroughness of Sasuke's plan. Orochimaru, ever detached, commented on execution and spectacle. Even some of the Uzumaki murmured approval. A final announcement came through the broadcast. For the next hour, the restraints on the viewing crowd would be lifted. People could act freely during that time. Then the program would continue, and Sasuke's life story of 2 intertwined worlds would proceed. Sasuke watched the plaza below and felt the chill of a plan that worked. The surface had changed. The real work, the hunt for the truth and for the remaining architects of the massacre, continued. A system prompt lit the screen. The restraints would be lifted in 1 minute. Viewers could move freely in the live broadcast and speak in the chat. In the chat room, reactions exploded. "Isn't this killing him?" Someone shouted. The broadcast was fine, why change it now? Uzumaki Kushina typed, urgent. "When they are unbound in an hour, Orochimaru do impure world reincarnation." Uzumaki Maido echoed, "Me too." Senju Tabarama added, "Include me and my brother." Nemikaze Minato asked awkwardly, "Can I be summoned from the afterlife?" Orochimaru dismissed the hope with a practiced shrug. "Tried before. It failed." Tsunade complained from afar, "1 hour isn't enough to get back to Konoha." Kushina promised, "I'll cover for you." Naruto, stunned and bright-eyed, demanded, "Can I see my mother?" Kushina answered, breathless, "Soon." Sasuke's request cut through the chatter. "Orochimaru, can you bring my parents?" Orochimaru answered bluntly, "I don't have their tissues. I couldn't reanimate them." Sasuke's shoulders dropped for a second. Uchiha Mikoto tried to comfort him. "We'll at least be with you in spirit." The countdown finished. The restraints are released. Everyone may move freely. The live feed clicked silent for a beat, then the arena roared to life. On the stands, Sarutobi Hiruzen lunged at Orochimaru and barked orders. Anbu, seize him. The Anbu around them didn't move. Their faces held only contempt. Hiruzen's chest tightened. The broadcasts and the bulletin boards had already shattered his image in the other world, and here, too. His authority had evaporated. Orochimaru smiled coldly. "Teacher Sarutobi, you're finished." He snatched 4 sand shinobi and with a small flourish spat a snake that disgorged 4 glass vials, human tissues and blood, the exact components for reanimation jutsu. Hiruzen tried to strike, but Orochimaru was already chanting. 2 coffins erupted with a thunderous crash. They opened. Wood-style energy spiked. 2 armored figures stepped out, first and second Hokage, reborn in the arena. Hiruzen's scalp went numb. He scrambled to the edge of the stands and dove for freedom. Wood-style, birth of the tree realm. Hashirama slammed his hands together. Towering trunks sprouted across the testing field and shredded any path Hiruzen might have used to flee. Shuriken with the Senju crest sliced the air. Tobirama materialized at Hiruzen's side and kicked him hard, sending him sprawling. Tobirama's voice was flat. "You despicable Sarutobi, today you pay." Hiruzen fumbled for a summoning, his last hope. "Summoning technique," he cried. An ape demon answered, but when Hiruzen begged it to whisk him away, the creature recoiled. "I saw what you did on the broadcast. I won't help you." It vanished in a slam of contempt. He had no allies left. Golden chains erupted from the stands, adamantine ceiling chains, forming an inverted bowl that locked the arena in place. Uzumaki Maido stepped forward, eyes cold. "This is where the Uzumaki end the deception. You ruined our country and framed others. Finish here." Hashirama paused at his wife's arrival and bowed in surprise. Maido's voice was ice as she explained she'd insisted on being summoned. Tobirama, muttering about luck and strategy, checked his senses and found Danzo's chakra fleeing Konoha. "He's trying to run," Tobirama said. "Flying Thunder God." He flickered from the stand and vanished after the trace. From the chat, the world watched and applauded the spectacle. Leaders traded barbed praise and tactical notes, and Orochimaru, cautious, slid out of sight, sensing how quickly alliances could flip. In the stands and near the arena, the reanimated arrivals dispersed to enforce the verdict. Kushina, summoned solid and furious, tore through the crowd and collapsed into Naruto's arms. He wept in her embrace, 12 years of being shunned, and called a demon fox unspooling into sobs. Kushina's apology was a broken thing of its own. "My child, I'm sorry. We were wrong." Jiraiya pushed in, grin bright but eyes wet. Kakashi came up quiet. The reunion was messy and human. Kushina teased Naruto about teachers and marriage, and Jiraiya tried to steer the conversation back to training and Uzumaki revival with a laugh. The moment was living proof of what the broadcast had changed. Not only punishment, but chance. Sasuke returned then, carrying a limp figure across his shoulders, Sarutobi Asuma. He'd gone for Hiruzen's son first. Using Mangekyo Sharingan and a cursed steel trick from Orochimaru, Sasuke had subdued Asuma. Success bolstered his resolve. His eyes were sharper, his power amplified. "This is for treating Naruto like dirt," Kushina said, voice low. Naruto, Kushina, Sasuke, and Kakashi jumped into the field together. Sasuke's Susanoo flared to life in its early form, a spectral arm gripping Asuma while Sasuke advanced. Kakashi's Mangekyo rotated idly in his left eye, ready. Naruto moved with the slow, steady presence of what he had learned from Mount Myaboku. Hiruzen was trapped at the center. Adamantine ceiling chains above and Hashirama's wood below, Tobirama's blades near, and the reanimated first and second Hokage looming. The old man's face had lost color. There was nowhere left to run and no one left to answer his pleas. Around the world, the live feed pulsed. For some, it was righteous retribution. For others, messy justice made visible. But for Hiruzen, in that sealed circle of roots and golden links, the consequences of the broadcast had closed in. Snapped, snapped. The golden chain is drawn on Sarutobi Hiruzen's body, blocks Sarutobi Hiruzen's path. Later, Naruto in Sage mode and Sasuke with Susanoo turned on hit Saruto by Hiruzen at the same time. Apologize. Sorry for what you did to me. Naruto punches Saruto by Hiruzen and vomits blood. After entering this Sage mode state, his power increases terrifying. Even Saruto by Hiruzen can't stand it at all. Repent. I will use the power of Uchiha to kill you, the murderer who destroyed Uchiha. Sasuke controlled the purple Susan's arm and punched Saruto by Hiruzen flying. Boom! Saruto by Hiruzen's body crashed into the surrounding wood-style trees. The whole person is in a mess. It's too awful. Each of these people has special abilities. Uzumaki Maido and Uzumaki Kushina's adamantine sealing chains. Naruto's Sage mode, Sasuke Susanoo. If there is only one person, he should be able to handle it easily. If there are 2 words, it will be a little troublesome for him. If the 3 hit him together, even he would be at a disadvantage. But now 4 people beat him together. Moreover, he also lost the help of the ape demon, and his combat power was greatly reduced. Saruto by Hiruzen can only dodge as much as possible at this moment. Wait, there's another. Saruto by Hiruzen suddenly thought of Kakashi. Looking up, I saw Kakashi in the distance, and the Mangekyo Sharingan in the left eye was aimed at him. A terrifying sense of threat came to his heart. Saruto by Hiruzen forced himself to get up and escape. Kamui. The boomerang Mangekyo in Kakashi's left eye suddenly freezes. A space-tearing force aimed at Saruto by Hiruzen. Even though Saruto by Hiruzen evaded earlier, it was still a bit late. Kamui was staring at his left arm, and a terrifying tearing force crushed his arm abruptly. Ah! Saruto by Hiruzen couldn't help but let out a painful roar. His left arm from the forearm down was ripped off abruptly and disappeared. Damn it! Is this Kakashi's pupil technique called Kamui? Losing his left arm, his strength has been greatly reduced, and now it is very difficult to even release ninjutsu. 27 Damn it! Do these bastards want to torture him to death? Saruto by Hiruzen looked at the 5 people who attacked him. His eyes were gloomy. Today he is probably going to be in trouble. After first Hokage first cast a Birth of the Tree boundary, he didn't do anything again. Misses, second Hokage. Now it's time to catch Danzo. The 5 remaining, 2 adamantine sealing chains, 2 Mangekyo, and 1 immortal bed. It has already tortured him into a mess. Moreover, the sight of this examination room was also blocked by the enchantment of adamantine sealing chains, so he couldn't escape. Even if he can escape, so what? Now, I am afraid that a large number of Konoha Shinobi fans have completely disapproved of him as 3rd Hokage, and they all want him to die. No, it can't go on like this. Saruto by Hiruzen is heartbroken. These bastards. Obviously, he could kill him immediately, but why torment him so slowly? Obviously wanting to slowly torture him to death. Can't make them happy. Saruto by Hiruzen took out a handful of kunai with his right hand. For him now, suicide is probably the best ending. It's better than being tortured to death by this group of people. Holding kunai in his hand, he suddenly stabbed towards his neck. Snapped. The golden chain is drawn. Sarutobi, are you trying to commit suicide? I think you are thinking too much. Uzumaki Maido knocked kunai away with the golden chain and said with a sneer. Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shimura Danzo, these 2 bastards, caused Uzumaki to destroy the country, intentionally entrapped the Senju clan, and even killed her grandson Nawaki. How could he die so easily? If they don't vent their anger, they don't want to die easily. Whizzing, massive golden chains issued from the 2 hands of Uzumaki Maido and Uzumaki Kushina completely entangle Sarutobi Hiruzen. Sarutobi Hiruzen felt extremely desperate at this moment. In the chat room, a group of people are watching the picture here. Anoki, it's too miserable. I can't even commit suicide. It's hard to die quickly. Tsunade, this old thing is completely self-inflicted. It's self-inflicted. Even Nawaki is not spared. Killing him once is considered light. Jiraiya, the old man has completely betrayed his relatives. No one will try to save him. So much black material has been exposed. The village ninjas, villagers, and even Sarutobi Hiruzen's summoning beast have all betrayed him. Shiranui Chuanjian, I really want to go up and fight a few times. Unfortunately, my status is too low, I guess I can't get in. They are exactly the same. Just look at it like this. There are too many people who want to beat them up, and one person can probably kill those two bastards at once. Somewhere in Ninja World, Uchiha Obito holds an old arm in his hand with black lines on his face. Kakashi, that guy. After awakening Kamui, it's really troublesome. I don't know when I might send something to his Kamui space. In the parallel world, Sarutobi Hiruzen's head was accidentally screwed off and sucked into the Kamui space. In this world, the small left arm of Sarutobi Hiruzen was unscrewed. Neuropathy. Why do you keep throwing parts from that old Sarutobi Hiruzen in the Kamui space? In the examination room of the Chūnin exam, Sarutobi Hiruzen has completely lost the ability to resist. Now there is only one-sided beating left. Was hung up with adamantine sealing chains. Then Uzumaki Maido and Uzumaki Kushina took turns hanging and pumping. After the two of them smoked for a while, it was Naruto and Sasuke who came forward and beat them violently. Puff, cough, cough. Sarutobi Hiruzen kept coughing up blood from his mouth. He just wants to die right now. It's too awful. Before, he only saw his misery in the parallel world on the gold-framed screen. But now he finally realized it. You can't live, you can't die. Swish. A figure suddenly appeared. Second Hokage Senju Tabarama, holding a person in his hand, threw it on the ground. Shimura Danzo. At this moment, Danzo is similar to his experience in the parallel world, with his right arm gone and a blood hole left in his right eye. Originally, Danzo immediately understood the situation after he untied the shackles in the live broadcast room and planned to escape on the spot. However, how could he outrun Flying Thunder God? After being sensed by Senju Tabarama, he easily caught up. The strength of this filthy body is so poor that it takes me a lot of time to even deal with a single Danzo. Senju Tabarama folded his arms over his chest in displeasure. Danzo is finally here too. Don't worry, your old partner is already waiting for you. Uzumaki Maido also hoisted Shimura Danzo, side by side with Sarutobi Hiruzen. Danzo looked at Sarutobi Hiruzen, who was more miserable than himself, and his heart trembled. Then, the rounds of beatings begin. Shimura Danzo and Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at each other and could feel the despair in each other's hearts. Can we just let them die quickly? These devils. Uzumaki Maido and Uzumaki Kushina were even worried that they would be beaten to death, so they stopped to treat them every time they were beaten. It's been a long time. Sarutobi Hiruzen and the two have not been killed yet. The beater couldn't hold on anymore. Hiss, Sasuke covered his eyes, only feeling sour and unbearable. The Manjikayo Sharingan he just opened has been used for so long, and now it can no longer hold up. That boy, Manjikayo Sharingan, is not what you use. Ordinary Manjikayo Sharingan, pupil power cannot be fully restored, and you will lose your sight after using it for a long time. Senju Hashirama on the side kindly reminded. Damn, why can I use it for so long on the other side? Sasuke is full of disbelief. Kakashi let out a long sigh and said, Sasuke, you over there already have a strong foundation, and you have the strength of elite Jonin level when you just graduated. Not to mention that when he uses Manjikayo, it is usually accompanied by Zainjutsu. Less consumption. And Sasuke here, the curse seal left by Orochimaru before, has been sealed by him long ago. Forget it, let's just leave it at that. These two old fellows almost don't even have the strength to hum now. It's meaningless to fight anymore. Uzumaki Kushina withdrew the golden chain with a bored expression. The two old things in a state of embarrassment fell to the ground, but they didn't move or struggle at all. They have no strength at all. How do we deal with them next? Kill them directly. It's too cheap for them. Asked Uzumaki Maido. How about I go home and get my father's broken knife? Kakashi suggested. He felt that the execution method of Sarutobi Hiruzen by Kim Sasuke World was not bad. Let Sarutobi Hiruzen feel the pain his father once suffered. I've already seen that one, it's boring, get a new one. Uzumaki Kushina vetoed. Next, a group of people started a dispute over how to execute these two old things. Uzumaki Maido was planning to use adamantine sealing chains to kill him. Senju Tabarama's plan is to blast these two bastards alive with tandem paper bombs. Uzumaki Kushina is going to use adamantine sealing chains to pull their limbs and force them in different directions. Already, Sasuke's idea is to use his newly awakened left pupil technique, Amaterasu. Amaterasu's fire can burn everything and can completely destroy the form of these two old guys, making them disappear completely. Kakashi came up with a new idea: use Kamui to rip off their limbs. The content of the discussion of several people is very bloody. The other side. After Naruto beat Sarutobi Hiruzen violently and vented his anger, he stopped and didn't intend to kill anyone. Senju Hashirama has been watching from the sidelines with a frustrated face and no intention of actively participating. However, while talking, Senju Tabarama and the others found that they had too many ideas, but there are only two people here, not enough to kill. Several people present wanted to kill their enemy with their own hands, but in the end only two people could actually do it. Aside, on the ground, Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shimura Danzo felt a chill in their hearts. This group of people, it's not enough to torture them like this, they are still arguing about how to deal with them. It's so devilish, why not just kill them all? Where are the people of the Sarutobi clan? Sarutobi Hiruzen destroyed us Uchiha, I want him to taste the taste of extermination. Sasuke said with hatred on his face. HMPH, don't worry. Senju Tabarama glanced at Sasuke and said, I have already assigned 4 shadow clones before, and a barrier has been raised outside the Sarutobi tribe and none of them can escape. However, the live broadcast room only released 1 hour of restraint time. If you want to use it to deal with the Sarutobi family, you don't have enough time. And, for Senju Tabarama, it is a pity to directly exterminate the entire Sarutobi clan. So many people. It's good to use it for human experiments. What a waste to kill it directly. Several people argued for a while. In the end, based on the execution idea, Senju Tabarama and Sasuke won. Senju Tabarama executes Danzo with tandem paper bombs. Sasuke executed Sarutobi Hiruzen with Amaterasu, the pupil art of his left eye. I suddenly had an idea. After Sarutobi Hiruzen died, I could use his son as a sacrifice, summon him back using impure world reincarnation, and then control him to deal with Sarutobi the first doctor. Sasuke said suddenly. He remembered himself in another world, and he had this idea once. However, in the parallel world, Shukaku had already wiped out the Sarutobi clan at that time, and this idea could not be put into practice. Sarutobi Hiruzen tried to lift his head up and stared at Sasuke in amazement. Damn it, is this an idea anyone could come up with? After killing him, use a sumo as a sacrifice to summon him. Heh, it really is an inherently evil kid. Senju Tabarama said with a sneer, but the idea is good, I approve it. After speaking, Senju Tabarama took out kunai and cut off a part of Sarutobi Hiruzen's human tissue. This is the material we will be using next for the impure world reincarnation. 607 in the chat room. Orochimaru. Sasuke's thoughts are evil just now and the next moment he plans to do the same. It's really second Hokage. Uchiha Madara. Bah, disgusting. This guy Senju Tabarama keeps calling others evil, but he's actually more evil than anyone else. Terumi Mei. Konoha's second Hokage is actually this kind of person. Eye-opening. Anoki. He. If you think about it, you will know that someone who can develop a forbidden technique like impure world reincarnation, would he be a serious person? Fourth Raikage. Use Sarutobi Hiruzen's son as a sacrifice to summon him, and then control the dirty soil Sarutobi Hiruzen to deal with the Sarutobi clan. I have to say this idea is really evil enough. Uchiha Fugaku. Good job, Sasuke's idea. That B***** D Sarutobi Hiruzen instigated his son Uchiha Itachi to destroy the Uchiha clan. Now it's Sarutobi Hiruzen's turn to feel the same way. In the examination room of the Chūnin exam, the execution begins. Senju Tabarama mentions the half-dead Danzo and walks into the corner. Danzo. You are so bold. Deliberately delaying the destruction of the Vortex Kingdom is not enough. You can actually frame Senju's descendants yourself. Even Nawaki got killed. Senju Tabarama gets angrier the more he thinks about it. Sure enough, the ninjutsu of tandem paper bombs is better. Blow this B*******D to pieces. With one hand in mudra, the other has a firm grip on Danzo. Crash. A large number of detonators came one after another. Starting from the initial detonator, the dense detonator was summoned. Then, the dense continuous explosion has begun. Senju Tabarama in the unholy body, and Shimura Danzo, who was held by him, were completely swallowed by the explosion of the detonator. Boom, 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 boom. The continuous sound of terrifying explosions resounded in the empty examination room. Shimura Danzo was completely swallowed by the bomb before he even had time to utter a scream. The flesh and blood were swallowed by the explosion, instantly shattered, and consciousness disappeared. The other side, Gyudon, seeing the tragedy of his old friend Sarutobi Hiruzen swallowed, feeling more and more frightened. Sarutobi Hiruzen, your death will not be so fast. You will slowly realize that your body is burned until it completely disappears. After Sasuke finished speaking, main Jikayo in the left eye freezes. Amaterasu, the black flame fell on Sarutobi Hiruzen out of thin air. Amaterasu burned himself, causing Sarutobi Hiruzen to roll in agony, trying to put out the flames, but to no avail. This is the never-ending flame that burns everything. Sarutobi Hiruzen can see that the place burned by Amaterasu on his body is gradually disappearing. However, his consciousness is still there, and he cannot die immediately. B******DB *****DB Can you let him die quickly? Ha. Sarutobi Hiruzen, this is what will happen to you when you destroy our Uchiha clan. Sasuke covered his bleeding left eye, looked up to the sky and laughed very fast. Is this what revenge feels like? Awesome. In the chat room, everyone also saw the fate of Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shimura Danzo through the screen. Onoki, it's too ruthless. The two of them didn't even leave a bit of scum. Shimura Danzo, who was bombed alive by Senju Tabarama using the tandem paper bombs technique, leaves no bones left. Sarutobi Hiruzen is even worse, completely annihilated in form by Amaterasu's flames. Nothing left. Orochimaru. It can't be said that second Hokage should have preserved the body tissues of these two people. An impure world reincarnation can be produced if needed in the future. As he who also mastered reanimation jutsu, he understands this very well. It has completely become his habit to collect the body tissues of the strong. Trust second Hokage too. Fourth Raikage. Third Hokage and the Sarutobi clan in the two worlds are finished. And here we need the dirty third Hokage to deal with the Sarutobi clan. Tusk, what a creative idea. In the examination room of the Chūnin exam, in the constant wailing of Sarutobi Hiruzen, his form, slowly disappearing, was completely consumed by the flames of Amaterasu. There are still 5 minutes before the movie viewing continues. Please get ready. The voice of the live broadcast room sounded high in the sky. Tusk. It's really too late to deal with the Sarutobi clan. Senju Tabarama pouted, looked to the other side. Sarutobi Asuma lay on the ground in embarrassment. He was brutally captured by Sasuke earlier and brought here. And Sasuke also used Susanoo directly, holding Sarutobi Asuma in Susanoo's fist, and then used his fist to attack Sarutobi Hiruzen. What Sarutobi Hiruzen did was very embarrassing at first. If you want to fight back, you will definitely hit your own son, so I can only avoid it as much as possible. But even so, Sarutobi Asuma is half dead at this moment after suffering such a toss. Laugh. Senju Tabarama walked up to Sarutobi Asuma, kunai cut open his body, and stuffed the body tissue of Sarutobi Hiruzen left before, using your body as a sacrifice. That B******D Sarutobi Hiruzen must be very surprised. Senju Tabarama has no psychological burden to do this. After all, he is not a soft-hearted person. And those two bastards, Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shimura Danzo, killed the Senju and Uzumaki clans to only 3 or 2 kittens. It would be easy to destroy their entire clan. You devils. Sarutobi Asuma looks desperate. He once thought about his future. He might marry Uchiha, become Hokage, and reach the pinnacle of life. Or, almost, it's okay not to be Hokage, but never expected to be a sacrifice for reanimation jutsu, and it was used to summon his father. It's too ridiculous to die like this. Reanimation jutsu. Senju Tabarama slaps the ground violently. Howling wind. The soul of Sarutobi Hiruzen returned to the present world not long after arriving in the Pure Land. A large number of swirling pieces of paper wrapped around Sarutobi Asuma's body. The offering slowly took the form of Sarutobi Hiruzen. Sarutobi Hiruzen's gaze was a little dull. Back again, correct. Earlier, that D Uchiha Sasukes proposed to use his son Sarutobi Asuma as a sacrifice to summon him. These bastards actually did it now. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked down at his body. Here. Yes, you guessed it. Your son Sarutobi Asuma is now inside you as a price for calling you back. Senju Tabarama said coldly. Sarutobi, thank you. I don't have time to take care of your Sarutobi clan right now, but it will be a matter of time anyway. When the time comes to solve the Sarutobi clan, you still need to work hard till Kai. As for now, the live broadcast is about to continue, so you can just kneel down and watch it slowly. Senju Tabarama snapped his fingers down slightly, controlling Sarutobi Hiruzen to kneel down. Then, everyone present found a comfortable seat and sat down. Sarutobi Hiruzen is almost mad with hatred. Damn it, he's already dead now, so don't let him go. Above the sky, the silver border screen on the left gradually lights up. The future that follows the original track in this world will start playing soon. After the Konoha collapse plan ends, Sasuke has been shocked by the terrifying increase in Naruto's power. His helpless Gaara was actually beaten by Naruto. Unknowingly, the strength of the tail of the crane has actually reached this level. So, next, Sasuke redoubled his efforts to practice with Kakashi in order to improve his strength faster. At the same time, Naruto is practicing with Jiraiya. One day, Uchiha Itachi and Miss Shinobi S-Class Rebel Ninja Kasame came to Konoha together. Battle started with Hade Kakashi and others. Uchiha Itachi casts the illusion Tsukuyomi on Kakashi, defeating Kakashi easily. Sasuke by chance got the news of Uchiha Itachi and knew that their target was Naruto, so they acted immediately. Finally, in an inn, Naruto and Sasuke and Uchiha Itachi met. Sasuke used the trick Chidori, but was easily broken by Uchiha Itachi and suffered Tsukuyomi again. In the world of Tsukuyomi, for 24 hours in a row, Uchiha Itachi has been looping about the night of the genocide where he killed his clansmen and his parents. Sasuke's spirit almost collapsed. Uchiha Itachi told him how to open Mangekyō, kill the most important people, and also said to Sasuke, when I have the same eyes, I will go to him for a duel. In the chat room, Uzumaki Naruto, this is too cruel to experience that kind of picture for 24 hours. Hade Kakashi, it's really too much. Compared with it, I even feel that being stabbed for 72 hours in the world of Tsukuyomi is gentler. Uchiha Mikoto, how could Itachi do this? Sasuke will have a mental breakdown. Senju Tabarama, that Uchiha Itachi should want to stimulate his brothers sharing an evolution in this way, but this way is really too extreme. Teromime, this is simply pervert. You can't do this even for the sake of gaining power for your younger brother. Anoki, he also asked Uchiha Sasuke to kill his most important person to open Mangekyō. I don't get it. Can he see that Uchiha Sasuke's most important person is Uzumaki Naruto? Fourth Raikage. Is this guy really betraying Konoha? He actually wants to induce his younger brother to kill Nine Tails Jinchuriki. Uchiha Itachi. Although things happen on the screen, they haven't happened in this world yet. However, Uchiha Itachi also admitted that according to the original direction, he should indeed do that. He knows Sasuke. Sasuke shouldn't do anything to his friends in order to gain power. Orochimaru. From the point of view of protecting his younger brother, the battle between Uchiha Itachi and Kakashi is meaningful, and it can shock Danzo. To know, if there is no comparison between the live broadcast room, according to the original trend, Danzo should still be alive at that time. A senior who is hostile to Uchiha after losing the restraint of Saruto by Hiruzen is likely to attack Uchiha Sasuke unscrupulously, and Uchiha Itachi beat Kakashi with ease, which must have been a shock to Danzo. Certainly. As for the back, Uchiha Itachi stimulates Sasuke with Tsukuyomi and induces Sasuke to open the main Jikayo thing. Orochimaru also feels very confused. This guy Uchiha Itachi, his brain circuits are really beyond the comprehension of normal people. No wonder he was someone who could be fooled into exterminating his clan. Sasuke lay on the hospital bed for a long time before recovering gradually. During this time, Jiraiya took Naruto and brought back Tsunade as fifth Hokage. Sasuke looked at Naruto, who was practicing with Jiraiya, and felt increasingly uncomfortable. Hade Kakashi, who taught him to practice, was seconded by Uchiha Itachi, and Jiraiya, who taught Naruto to practice, repelled Uchiha Itachi and his teammate. If this continues, won't the gap between him and Naruto be getting bigger and bigger? At last, Sasuke and Naruto fought on the rooftop of the hospital. Sasuke saw the power of Naruto's Rasengan and was stimulated again. Follow up, a certain night. The Atanin Four came to contact and induced Sasuke to accept Orochimaru's power. After many days of stimulation, Sasuke finally decided, rebel, leave Konoha, give up Hade Kakashi's teaching and go to Orochimaru. In this way, it is possible to defeat Uchiha Itachi. Sasuke, who left with the Atanin Four, activated the curse seal, Valley of the End. Sasuke used his newly acquired power to fight Naruto, who used Nine Tails chakra, and finally won. But Sasuke rejected Uchiha Itachi's words and didn't choose to kill Naruto. He firmly believes that he can defeat Uchiha Itachi in his own way. As for Orochimaru, because of the delay in the pursuit of Naruto and others, he had to reincarnate earlier. Sasuke managed to get a few years of safe time. Next, Sasuke began to practice under the guidance of Orochimaru. The silver-framed screen slowly dimmed. Nara Shikamaru, Sasuke actually defected. If there is no comparison live broadcast room, I feel that the future of our side should develop like this. Hade Kakashi, did Sasuke go to Orochimaru because he didn't like my teaching? So hurt, disliked by my own students. Red Sand Scorpion. However, that guy Orochimaru is also Uchiha Itachi's defeat. Orochimaru, I want you to talk more. Uchiha Madara, that Uchiha Itachi, has he considered the impact of his actions? If it weren't for Uzumaki Naruto's delay, if Uchiha Sasuke had arrived at Orochimaru earlier, he might have been directly occupied. What the hell? How can there be such a big brother? Almost killed my brother. Senju Tabarama. I've seen so many outrageous Uchihas, but none of them are more confusing than this Uchiha Itachi's behavior. Uchiha Itachi, Namikaze Minato. Fortunately, I was worried that Sasuke would be too stimulated and attack Naruto for power, but luckily he didn't. Uzumaki Kushina. It seems that Sasuke is really a good my child. I tried my best to protect Naruto, but I met an abnormal brother like Itachi. Uchiha Mikoto. Itachi, what he did is really a little too much. Terumime. With the hatred of extermination on my body, I also found that the strength of the crane tail I thought surpassed myself. After being continuously stimulated, I didn't attack my friends, but chose it is not easy to follow a more dangerous path like Orochimaru. Uchiha Sasuke. According to Uchiha Itachi, as long as Uchiha Sasuke kills Naruto, it is possible to get the same eyes as him. But Sasuke finally defeated Naruto, but still gave up. He even chose the more dangerous path of going to Orochimaru. Senju Tabarama. For a Uchiha who has suffered Nano's stimulation one after another, it is really not easy to do this. He knows the Uchiha clan all too well. Uchiha, who is emotionally stimulated, can do anything. Jiraiya. It seems that although Uchiha Sasuke is lost because of revenge, he is not completely lost, and the undertone of kindness is still there. Hade Kakashi. But what if Sasuke followed Orochimaru to practice for a few years? In order to gain power for revenge, he chooses Orochimaru. Can Sasuke remain kind? Exeja Orochimaru to Lieutenant Commander to help gain power, isn't it? Originally, Sasuke was surpassed by Naruto, but after getting the power of the Curse Seal, he defeated Naruto, who mastered the Nine Tails chakra. Jiraiya, he. But it's also possible that the body was taken over by you before revenge. Senju Hashirama, speaking of which, according to the original direction, is Kazuna actually becoming 5th Hokage? I have a bad feeling there should be no problem with Kanzi. Tsunade, Grandpa, don't you have too much confidence in me? Senju Tabarama, brother, I think I'm worried that you took out the whole village to gamble. Cut, it's not good to learn something from my brother. I learned how to gamble. Tsunade, Senju Hashirama Onoki, what about the other world? Could it become Sasuke becoming 5th Hokage? This is not good news for our villages. 4th Raikage, I kind of miss 3rd Hokage. It would be nice if Konoha's Hokage was always this kind of useless softy. Sarutobi Hiruzen, son of a B****ch. It's rare to think of him, and to scold him, by the way. Can't you say good things about him? Change in the sky. The screen with the golden frame began to light up. On the screen with a golden frame, the story of the parallel world begins to play. After the execution of Sarutobi Hiruzen is over, several people in the 7th class dispersed separately with different moods. Although Kakashi killed Sarutobi Hiruzen with his own hands, he felt an emptiness after revenge. He who has always lived in a daze and aimlessly had a rare goal some time ago. But now this goal has also disappeared. He returned to the previous confusion. However, fortunately, he has his best friend Might Guy with him. Naruto's side actively avoided the villagers of Konoha. He doesn't want to contact others now. What should he do if those people who usually ignore or even say they are hostile to him suddenly change their attitude towards him? Should he accept the sudden change of attitude of those people? Naruto doesn't know. Jiraiya has no choice but to find a place to talk with Naruto, and then wait for Naruto to come out slowly. With Naruto's single-cell brain, it may take a long time to recover from receiving so much information at once today. Sasuke sighed. He returned home directly. For Sasuke, the revenge he had been looking forward to has now been completed. But during the revenge before, the brain was extremely excited and the mood was very happy. But after all this is over, it falls into emptiness. Previously, after he deduced the truth about the genocide from Mr. Kakashi, he lived a very fulfilling 1 month later. Obtain all kinds of information, try to master the power of the spell, try to master Susanoo, make a deal with Orochimaru, make a plan with Kakashi-sensei. For a month, Sasuke has a lot to do every day. And now, after the original goal was achieved, Sasuke suddenly felt empty. It seems that the whole person suddenly became decadent. In the chat room, Hade Kakashi, the feeling of emptiness after revenge. I can also feel that state now. Orochimaru, this state should be similar to a withdrawal reaction. The stimulation brought by the 680 revenge action is too great, and now it returns to the original state and it starts to feel boring. Uchiha Mikoto. I hope Sasuke can come out as soon as possible. It would be great if someone can accompany Sasuke. Hade Kakashi and Uzumaki Naruto are accompanied, but Sasuke is alone. Uzumaki Kushina. Mikoto, you worry too much. Have you forgotten who Sasuke from the other world is? Tsunade, that kid is a complete scum Poseidon. How could he lack someone to accompany him? Gold frame on screen, continue playing. Sasuke's home. Argon provided Sasuke with a knee pillow and massaged Sasuke's head at the same time. Sasuke closed his eyes, chattering about his thoughts with Xianglin. I kind of want to go get that Danzo guy out right now and kill him. I originally planned to use him as a sacrifice for impure world reincarnation. I guess the effect of this ninjutsu should be related to the strength of the sacrifice. If Danzo is used as a sacrifice to go to First Hokage may be able to perform fairy arts, and then I can copy to First Hokage's fairy arts. However, now I can't bear it anymore. I feel that if I go to torture Danzo to death now, my state should be better. But I feel that this state is not right. Sasuke speaks slowly about his thoughts. Xianglin is someone he can absolutely trust, whether it is Manjikayo's pupil technique or his own future plans. He can tell Xianglin about it. Master Sasuke, I remember you once said something to me. Xianglin stopped what he was doing, pushed his glasses, and continued. At that time, after I killed those teammates in Keian village, you told me not to let revenge destroy yourself. After revenge, life must continue. She remembers these words very clearly, and it is true. After her revenge, Sasuke helped her to feign death and leave Keian village, allowing her to start a new life. For the current Xianglin, if she chooses between revenge and her current CHFJ life, she must choose the backing. Being with Master Sasuke is more important than revenge. Really a fan of the authorities. Sasuke opened his eyes and said with emotion. What he said to Xianglin at the beginning is also something he keeps reminding himself. Don't let Fushi set you up. But when it was my turn to take revenge, I was inevitably lost. But fortunately, his life is not just about revenge. His life is not just this one goal. At the age of 8, Sasuke discovered a new world after coming into contact with heaven of intimacy. Speaking of it, I would also like to thank Jiraiya. Fortunately, you are here. Sasuke got up and put his arms around Xianglin's neck. Well, I used up a lot of pupil power important. Please help me recover. Well, Xianglin's eyes become moist. Skip a scene that is not suitable for children. Boom, boom, boom. There is a knock on the door of Sasuke's house. Coming. Sasuke wiped the corner of his mouth and went to open the door. Open the door and find Ino, Sakura, and Hinata, and Teacher Hong is actually there too. Ahem. Hinata found out that you didn't seem to be in a good mood before. I just accompanied her to see your current state. Uchiha Hong said with a somewhat erratic look in her eyes. In the words, it looks like you don't want to think too much. In the chat room. Uzumaki Kushina. Sure enough, I knew that brat didn't need to worry about being alone. Terumime. Damn it, why did you let me see this kind of picture because it hurts my heart? Let her, an older leftover woman, see this kind of content. Enviously, her teeth are going to be sore. Yuzuki Zien. I'm afraid that Hong over there is really attracted to Jin Sasuke. No one can see this dishonesty. Evening Red. Does she over there really want to share a boyfriend with her student? No way. Although Jin Sasuke is handsome, strong, and nice to speak. Hey, I'm really excited. No wonder she over there knew that it was Hinata's boyfriend but still went up to her. Sarutobi Asuma. Damn. Damn Uchiha Sasuke. Damn, 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 damn. He was used as a sacrifice before, and was used by the king of evil to summon Sarutobi Hiruzen. The soul of Sarutobi Asuma himself has gone to the Pure Land, but you can also see the comparison live room here. Everyone else is dead, but they can still see these pictures. Seeing that Uchiha Hong has a good impression of Jin Sasuke, Sarutobi Asuma now feels that he is dying. Underworld Ren. Shimura Danzo, who was also watching the live broadcast in the form of a soul, had a dark face. Uchiha Sasuke, the B***D, actually wants to use him as a sacrifice for impure world reincarnation. Damn it, you might as well just kill him. Ino holds a large bouquet of flowers in her hand. One by one, placed and displayed in various places in Sasuke's home. The faint fragrance of flowers fills every corner of the house. I hope Sasuke-kun can feel better in the fragrance of flowers. Ino said with a bright smile on his face. As Sasuke's girlfriend, Ino feels a bit remiss. She has always thought that she is exquisitely thoughtful, but I never found out about Sasuke's mind until Sasuke revealed it today. You have to make up for it. Thank you, Ino. Fortunately, you are here. Sasuke feels the purpose of life again. He still has to rebuild the Uchiha clan. At the beginning, when he watched Intimacy Paradise open the door to New World, he relied on this reason to convince himself. Of course, for the current Sasuke, this matter itself is the meaning. Indulging in the gentleness of a beautiful girl. I feel like I almost forgot about revenge. This is what I just made. It's all Sasuke's favorite food. Little Sakura takes out a bento box. She didn't follow Sasuke to Sasuke's house just now. She just went to prepare this. This is the dessert I prepared, Hinata said softly. The remaining Uchiha Hong was a little embarrassed. She originally came here with Hinata. Also, she's not Sasuke's girlfriend, so she came here in a daze as soon as her brain got hot, and she didn't prepare anything. Teacher Hong can come to see me. I am already very grateful. I thought what I did today would scare you. Sasuke's voice is gentle. Teacher Hong's talent is not bad, and he has the qualifications to participate in the revitalization of the Uchiha project. Although he teased Kurenai Yuhai at the beginning to revenge the Sarutobi clan, but I've wiped it all. There's no reason to give up now. I was really frightened by you. Zai Rihong rolled her eyes, hummed softly and said, "Who would have thought that you are so strong and you have so many things on your mind?" Originally, the Sasuke in her mind was just a little shiksu with great talent and outstanding strength. As a result, today's impression was completely subverted. Captured Konoha's 2 high-level officials alive, controlled Shuzuru and tried Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shimura Danzo in front of all Jonin. Yuhai Kurenu originally thought that she would be afraid of Sasuke's true face. The result? But it seems to be more exciting. Powerful, handsome, mysterious. 3 factors combined together, the wolf stabbed her heart. Teacher Hong, I can't help it. Sasuke spread his hands and said helplessly, "If I really show any abnormalities, Sarutobi Hiruzen will definitely deal with me, a dangerous element." That's true. Yuhi Hong nodded. She only found out today that 3rd Hokage is like this. No wonder Sarutobi Asuma arranged for her to be Hinata and Jonin's guide. In Sarutobi Asuma's plan, if he catches up with himself, he will be able to get the support of 3 big ninjas in the future so that he can be a Hokage. Bah, I want to be beautiful. He deserves to be killed by Sasuke. Well, just call me by my name, don't call me Teacher Hong. Yuhai Hong is a little shy, said. It's always weird for a person who is far stronger than me to call me Teacher Hong. And this title always reminds her that she is Hinata's teacher and Sasuke is Hinata's boyfriend. Yuhi Hong felt that she was somewhat repelled by this title. Then I'll call you Hong from now on, Sasuke said with a smile. So, now, let's get to know the real me again. Hello Hong, my name is Uchiha Sasuke. Yuhi Hong feels her heartbeat suddenly speed up. Can't help biting my lip. Damn it, it seems like she really can't help but be moved. Sarutobi Asuma, don't do that kind of thing. Why do I still see this kind of content when I'm dead? If he had a body now, Sarutobi Asuma felt like he would vomit blood. In the parallel world, Uchiha Sasuke, as the murderer who killed himself, now go tease the object of his original pursuit. And Yuhi Hong still didn't respond to him being killed by Jin Sasuke, and even felt that he deserved it. This is too cruel. Mitarashi Anko. How can Sarutobi Asuma compare with Jin Sasuke? He has neither good looks nor strong ability. Just his original childhood sweetheart identity is now killed. Yuzuki Zien, the only value is for comparison to bring out the excellence of Kim Sasuke. Yuhi Hong, the difference is really too big. No wonder I am like that in another world. Jiraiya, if you die, you still have to watch the goddess you pursue being taken away by others. What kind of bitter plot is this? Hey, I'm inspired again. 11 Orochimaru. Jiraiya, I have a hunch that you'd better be mentally prepared. Jiraiya, what do you mean? Orochimaru, don't be a riddle, okay? Orochimaru, take your time, you will know when the time comes. The location of the former Uchiha tribe. Here, after the Uchiha clan was exterminated, it was gradually occupied by the Sarutobi clan. As for now, it was completely destroyed by Shu. Looking around, there are hardly any intact buildings. Sasuke is just like this, walking here silently. Speaking of which, this is the 3rd time he has returned to the Uchiha clan after the night of the genocide. The first time was the 2nd day of the genocide night. At that time, this was still the land of the Uchiha tribe, but there were only a few corpses left in the land. When he came back that time, he went home and took away Tilda parents' relics. Among them is History of Wood Leaf, published by the Uchiha family. At the beginning, he started to think about the truth of the Uchiha genocide from this book. The 2nd time was when he was 9 years old. At that time, the clan land was already occupied by the Sarutobi clan. At that time, based on this, He guessed that Sarutobi Hiruzen might be the murderer of genocide Uchiha. That time, he opened 3 Tomo Sharingan. The third time is now. This place has become a ruin. Sasuke walked slowly according to the route he remembered. Here, it was supposed to be Uncle Handiaki's pancake shop. Uchiha Teaki, just a commoner, runs such an ordinary shop with his wife. In the night of the genocide, Sasuke saw the bodies of the 2 of them after returning to the genocide. Sasuke looked in another direction. In his memory, there used to be a meatball shop there. The reason why I still remember it is because of Uchiha Itachi. He likes the 3-color meatballs in the store. Uchiha Itachi, huh? And that masked man. Sasuke lowered his eyes and closed the Sharingan that was automatically opened due to emotions. The murderers who destroyed Uchiha, Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shimura Danzo inside Konoha, he has liquidated. There are only 2 left outside Konoha village. Although Sasuke does not regard revenge as his only goal now, but the murderers who destroyed Uchiha destroyed the murderous layer of his childhood life. He will never let go. Gradually, Sasuke came to the Minami Kagawa River. This river runs through the Uchiha tribe. The front is next to the river and there is a broken bridge. Sasuke stares there in a daze. He also left his memories there. He used to practice the great fireball technique desperately here, trying to get his father's approval. It seems that because there are no buildings around, this new bridge was not dropped by the shrine of the crane. By the way, there seems to be an underground gathering place nearby. Sasuke looks away. He still remembers that he was taken by his mother to several clan meetings when he was young. Just beside the Nanga River in a huge basement, there is the place where the Uchiha clan holds clan meetings. It's underground, so it shouldn't be destroyed by Shu. Let's go there and have a look. The things in my memory should be the only ones left. Sasuke walked over there silently. After visiting the Uchiha tribe today, I will bid farewell to the past. His past was ruined by Sarutobi Hiruzen, Uchiha Itachi, and others. Today, we bid farewell to the past, and then we need to start a new life. Uzumaki Kushina. The more I think about it, the more I think it's outrageous. Why does Itachi want to kill the ordinary people of the Uchiha clan? Even if he was fooled by that old monkey Sarutobi Hiruzen, it's too outrageous to do this. Uchiha Itachi. 4th Raikage. Be subservient to the outside world and grovel at the inside. This is the 3rd Hokage. Uchiha Mikoto. Anyway, it's good that Sasuke can get out of the past. Uchiha Fugaku. In the basement of Nanga Shrine, there should be only that stone tablet left there now. Underworld, Pure Land. Uchiha Madara took some interest. The stone tablet of Nanga Shrine. He chose to break with Hashirama after reading the above content, and tried to gain Hashirama's power to find a new path. Uchiha Sasuke has also opened Manjikayo and can read at least part of the steel. Heh, interesting. If Uchiha Sasuke also learns about infinite Tsukuyomi in the future, I don't know how he will choose. Nan Shrine, underground. This place is very spacious and can accommodate all the ninjas of the Uchiha clan to gather here. In Sasuke's memory, when the clan held a gathering here, there were a lot of people. But now there is nothing left here. On the wall in front is the Uchiha family's Hamakusa Fan clan emblem. Below, in the center, is a horizontal stone tablet. There is something densely written on it, but the text is completely incomprehensible. Is this encrypted? Sasuke frowned slightly, staring at this inscription. I tried to decrypt it with all the methods I know, but I couldn't read the above content. Forget it, take a look with your left eye. Sasuke temporarily gave up trying to decrypt, undecided to stare at the left eye. However, after Sasuke opened the Sharingan, his expression changed immediately. This inscription seems to require Sharingan to read. His Sharingan is only in the form of the 3-god Jade now, but Sasuke can feel that his Sharingan is trying to automatically read the content of the inscription. Buzz, Sharingan of Sangoyu upgraded to Manjikayo of Hexagram. The content of the inscription was slowly read by Manjikayo Sharingan. It's really like this. Can you still do this kind of thing? Sasuke couldn't help being surprised. It is actually possible to design encrypted text that only Sharingan can decipher, and you still need to reach the level of Manjikayo to decrypt it. There is such a method. Sasuke calmed down for a while, reading the words above. Sage of 6 Paths who founded the ninja sect, has 2 sons, the eldest son Indra, the ancestor of the Uchiha clan, the second son Ashura, the ancestor of the Senju clan. Sasuke couldn't help frowning. Sage of 6 Paths. Is this a character in ninja legend? About the source of chakra, the most widely circulated version is indeed said to come from Sage of 6 Paths. Moreover, Sasuke has indeed read the legends about Indra and Ashura from the books. Some books say that these 2 people are the ancestors of Fei Jibo and Kaishu respectively. However, at the time Sasuke saw it and thought it was too outrageous, so he didn't believe it. Uchiha and Senju, who have been fighting each other for thousands of years, are actually 2 brothers. How can it be? Sasuke didn't believe in this legend at first. However, after deciphering the contents of the inscription, Sasuke began to hesitate. The person who can leave this inscription should have at least the pupil power of Manjikayo Sharingan. For such a person, what he left behind is not completely trustworthy, but at least it should be worthy of reference. The key is that after deciphering the content, one must think about the purpose of the person who left the inscription based on the content. Sasuke thought to himself, the following inscriptions are getting more and more difficult to interpret. Sasuke even entered sage mode, and then reluctantly continued to read. After cultivating the power of Indra and Ashura to ultimate, you can get new power. 2 forces mutually repel each other, and when they are combined as one, we can get everything. Everywhere. What do you mean? Sasuke struggled to decipher the following content. There is still a part of the content in the future, but he can't understand it at all. Manjikayo Sharingan can't even understand it completely. If you want to understand the following content, you need to obtain that new power. In the chat room, Tsunade, Senju and Uchiha are brothers. How is that possible? Uchiha Fugaku, I have seen records about Indra in the ancient books of the family before, and that book said that the ancestor of Uchiha was Indra, the eldest son of Sage of 6 Paths. Senju Tabarama, I have also seen similar records. I was still thinking that this kind of legend must have been created by the people of Uchiha. It is ridiculous to say that their ancestors are the elder brothers of our Senju ancestors. Uchiha Madara, you guy, is that why you don't believe in this legend? Really, Senju Tabarama's character, the hostility to Uchiha has been implemented in every aspect of life. Senju Hashirama, Moda, I remember you took me to see that stone tablet back then, right? Mutually repulsive 2 forces become one. At that time, I thought it meant that Senju and Uchiha united to bring peace to the world. However, he also saw the situation of later generations through the live broadcast room. Onoki. Not only did peace not come, but Tate and Uchiha almost disappeared. Senju Tabarama. What's the last paragraph? Can Uchiha Madara's Sharingan decipher it? Senju Hashirama. No, when Madara took me to see it, I didn't understand the content behind it. Uchiha Madara. Snort. He has already deciphered the following content after opening Rinnegan. Senju Tabarama. That is to say, the person who left the inscription may have stronger pupil power than Uchiha Madara. This is kind of scary. Although he hates Uchiha Madara, Senju Tabarama also admits Uchiha Madara is very powerful, especially Sharingan's pupil power is far more powerful than ordinary Uchiha. But the person who left the inscription should at least be stronger than Uchiha Madara in terms of pupil power. Who will it be? I can't read it anymore, Tusk. I still have to use the pupil technique of the left eye. Sasuke couldn't help curling his lips. Buzz, the insight pupil technique of the left eye is activated. A line of blood and tears flowed down. Hiss. It hurts so much. It hurts even more than watching Shinigami that time. What is the origin of this steel? Sasuke clutched his left eye, only felt the soreness in his left eye was unbearable. According to his experience, the burden on the Sharingan after performing the insight pupil depends on the strength or situation of the object being incited. From this point of view, the pupil technique of the left eye can also play a role in identifying the strong. This steel was created out of thin air with yin-yang done. Sasuke was directly shocked by the information that his left eye saw. Yin and Yang escape, create out of thin air. It is said that Yin-Yang Dun can achieve this effect if cultivated to a certain level, but Sasuke has never seen this level of Yin-Yang Dun before. If we only talk about the strength of Yin Dun, Sasuke thinks that his Manjikayo Sharingan is already very strong. Susanoo of the Uchiha family used Manjikayo's shadow escape to condense the huge chakra into a solid form. But even Manjikayo level Yin Dun is still far away from creating something out of thin air. Yin Yang Dun, created out of thin air. Sasuke's eyes moved slightly, and he took out the Kusanagi sword he had seized from Orochimaru. Laugh. Sasuke poured lightning-style chakra into the Kusanagi sword and slashed towards the stone tablet in front of him. Clang! Sharp explosion sound. A tiny scratch appeared on the stone tablet in front of him. Can it only be done to this extent? Sasuke looked at the tiny scratch, his pupils shrunk. This steel is very strong. It seems that the person who left the steel has a very strong realm and strength. Sasuke shook his head, calmed down, and continued to interpret the letter received by the left eye Q. 1. On the stone tablet, a message was left by special means. This message needs to be interpreted according to the strength of the pupil. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. The chakra who left the inscription has 2 strands, one of which is related to the source of the chakra who created the steel. The part that was not deciphered later was completely left by another chakra. This shows what? The text in front of the inscription is left by 2 strands of chakra, which is very messy. It's like in a sentence, the first word is written by a chakra, but the second word is replaced by B chakra. If all inscriptions are like this, that's all. But the uninterpreted content in the last paragraph is faithfully left by B chakra. This is very interesting. This inscription should have been added by 2 people, and it should have been added at different times. Sasuke made a guess. Only in this way can it be explained. Otherwise, if 2 people leave text together, each person should be responsible for a certain paragraph, and it won't be such a messy result. Tusk, I still haven't been able to understand the content behind it. Rubbish pupil technique. Sasuke complained in his heart. The pupil technique of his left eye only deciphered the composition information of the steel and the inscription, but failed to decipher the specific content of the inscription. Orochimaru. Kin Sasuke is a bit too greedy, and he is not satisfied with this pupil technique. You can decipher the composition of the steel with a glance, but you are not greedy enough. Want to be able to further decipher the inscription. Senju Tabarama. Both left such inscriptions. The situation is more complicated. The 2 people who left the inscription must be very powerful, and these 2 people left inscriptions with different contents at different times. There must be some conspiracy behind this. Underworld King. Uchiha Madara's face changed. The inscription was added by 2 people. The content about infinite Tsukuyomi was added later. Damn it. Who did it? Is it the Sage of 6 Paths who left the steel and the inscription in front of it? If the steel is left by Sage of 6 Paths, then it cannot be Sage of 6 Paths that left infinite Tsukuyomi-related content. Uchiha Madara looks very ugly. If so, who left behind the inscription? What is his purpose? Underground of Nanhin Shrine. Sasuke stared at the steel for a long time but couldn't understand the last paragraph. Forget it. How about looking for information about Sage of 6 Paths? Sasuke thinks secretly. Suddenly, a deep voice comes from behind. Are you interpreting the content on the stone tablet? How is it? Is the last paragraph unclear? Do you need me to help you clarify? Chinese letter. Sasuke immediately raised the Kusanagi sword in front of him. Looks at the person in front of him. Vortex mask, only the right eye has a hole. Short black hair, black robe, stand there leisurely. That masked man, is that you? Sasuke is completely alert. It's the masked man who seems to have mastered time and space ninjutsu. No wonder it can approach without a sound. In the chat room, Nemikaze Minato, it's him. He's the one who attacked me on Nine Tails Night. Deidara, Afi? Isn't that Afi Factory? In the chat room, a group of people fell into confusion. The masked man who suddenly appeared underground at Nanga Shrine should be the man behind the Nine Tails Rebellion. the one who slaughtered the Uchiha clan together with Uchiha Itachi. Namikaze Minato's words also prove this point. But what the hell is the hooligan Deidara is talking about? Who is that masked man? Onoki. Deidara, where the hell did you go? Do you know that masked man? Terumime. Wait, if I remember correctly, that masked man should be from the Akatsuki organization. But Tsuchikage's disciples know this person. What does this mean? Fourth Reikage, laughing to death. Onogi, you a disciple, shouldn't you also join the Akatsuki organization? You often hire the Akatsuki organization, don't you even know the news? Onoki, oh shit, the relationship between him and the Zaio organization is purely money. Akatsuki organizes a hiring organization composed of traders and ninjas. Every time he completes the task, it is over. How can he report to him who completed the task? Deidara, Afe, are you in the chat room? If you are, come out and talk back. Impossible, absolutely impossible. How could that idiot Afe be behind the Nine Tails Rebellion, the Red Sand Scorpion? Deidara, if you continue to be so outspoken, the leader will definitely kill you. Deidara, so is that on the screen really hobby? He was almost dying of curiosity. Chiyo, Scorpion, did you get mixed up with Onogi's disciples? Red Sand Scorpion, no comment, mother-in-law. Jiraiya, according to the clues I have traced, when Orochimaru joined the Akatsuki organization, he often haunted the Red Sand Scorpion for a period of time. Orochimaru. Jiraiya, you are really persevering. Fourth Reikage, it means that the Red Sand Scorpion should also belong to Akatsuki's organization. But looking at the relationship between the Red Sand Scorpion and Deidara's, 303, Onoki, your disciples certainly joined Zaio organization. Laugh to death. Perhaps some of the tasks Onoki spent money to hire Akatsuki to complete were completed by his disciple who ran away. Onoki, Deidara the brat, Namikaze Minato. There are so many traitors in that Akatsuki organization. To count, Konoha sent Uchiha Itachi undercover and his teammate Hoshigaki Kasame, Sand Shinobi's grandson Chiyo Elder, Red Sand Scorpion, Rock Shinobi 3rd Tsuchikage's disciple Deidara. There is also the former S-class rebel Kakuzu of Longyan Village. Plus, the masked man calling himself Uchiha Madara. That's 6 people already. Everyone can be said to be extremely dangerous. Fourth Reikage. There are so many dangerous traitors gathered, God knows what they want to do. Jiraiya. This Akatsuki organization must be a dangerous organization with special goals. I really don't know who established this organization. Relax, I have no malice towards you. The masked man walked towards the steel leisurely and said with a light smile, Uchiha Sasuke, with your Mangekyo Sharingan, you can't understand the content of the last paragraph, right? Sasuke kept on guard, and the Kusanagi swordsman aimed at the masked man in front of him. Sharingan has opened up to the form of Mangekyo, ready for battle. You mean you can understand the last paragraph? Sasuke's eyes moved slightly and he said slowly, of course, speaking of which I haven't seen this steel for decades. The masked man reached out and rubbed the stone tablet twice with a look of nostalgia. Ah! Sasuke laughed outright. Before, he learned from Danzo that the masked man claimed to be Uchiha Madara, and now this guy talking like this seems to be leading himself to think he is Uchiha Madara. But for Sasuke, speaking like this just makes it less likely that he is Uchiha Madara. If he is really Uchiha Madara, he can just take off his mask and reveal his identity. But the other party chooses to say such words to guide. That can only mean that the other party is not Uchiha Madara. The masked man didn't speak anymore. Sasuke also kept silent. There was a period of silence in the basement. Sudden, Sasuke speaks. Are you thinking now? Why didn't I ask who you are? You should still be thinking. You said the word decades on purpose. I should be guessing that you are Uchiha Madara now, but I think it is impossible. I should be very puzzled. Is it this way? The masked man on the opposite side is silent. Uchiha Obito, damn it. Uchiha Sasuke, why don't you follow the routine? Hade Kakashi. From this point of view, the masked man should be pretending to be Uchiha Madara. Tusk, what a pity he was crushed by Jin Sasuke's IQ. It seems that the masked man's IQ is not high. Uchiha Obito, Kakashi, be careful what you say. Senju Hashirama. The voice is indeed Madara's voice, but it should not be Madara himself. At least the hair is wrong. Uchiha Madara. It's not me, but can I get a haircut? Senju Tabarama. Wait, no, that masked man still has a problem. How did he imitate Uchiha Madara's voice? He heard Uchiha Madara speak. Underworld, Pure Land. Shimura Danzo nodded secretly. He was bluffed by the name of Uchiha Madara by the opponent. One of the important reasons is the sound. As a disciple of Second Hokage, Danzo also met the real Uchiha Madara. The masked man's voice is the same as Uchiha Madara's voice in Danzo's memory. Onoki. Indeed, the voice of the masked man is exactly the same as the voice of Uchiha Madara in my impression. Generally speaking, if you want to imitate another person's voice, you must at least hear that person's voice. Namikaze Minato. In that case, that noodle collection should still be related to Uchiha Madara. Who could it be? Has the Uchiha clan ever followed an old man from Uchiha Madara? Uchiha Obito. 11 Uchiha Madara, cut, open boy, really can't work. Pretend to be his identity and deliberately imitate his voice. As a result, Senju Tabarama has noticed something is wrong now. You seem to be doubting my identity, the masked man said in a deep voice. Sasuke felt that this guy was trying to cover up his previous embarrassment. However, because the other party is wearing a mask, he can't see the guy's expression. If you want to prove that you are Uchiha Madara, first explain the last paragraph to me. Sasuke said bluntly. He feels that this scene looks familiar now. At the beginning, in order to investigate the truth of Uchiha's genocide, he once pretended to be similar to Uchiha Madara and used the Konoha's White Fang incident to lure Mr. Kakashi. At this moment, just like that moment, this masked man took the initiative to contact himself. It seems that he intends to use the content of the inscription to lure himself to do something. If that's the case, then you don't need to be polite. Quickly read the inscription for me. The corner of the masked man's mouth twitches slightly. The situation is wrong. Is it reversed? Originally, according to his thinking, the current situation should be that Uchiha Sasuke begged himself to tell him the content of the inscription. Why is Uchiha Sasuke acting like he has something to ask for? The masked man took a deep breath, calmed down, and said, Uchiha Sasuke, do you want to see your parents and clan members again? Do you want to get back your past life? Get back to your childhood life before the Uchiha genocide? The last paragraph of the inscription hides the opportunity to create the beautiful world you want. The masked man is very confident about this. Uchiha Sasuke originally had a happy family, but he suffered a genocide overnight. He must miss his previous life very much. Also, Uchiha Sasuke came here today to the ruins of the family land, which proves it. So, what do you want to say? Sasuke said coldly. Join my plan, and when the plan is completed, we will create a perfect and beautiful world, and everything you desire can be realized in this world. The masked man opened his arms and said in a fanatical tone. After listening, Sasuke nodded. Sounds very tempting. But it seems it was you and Uchiha Itachi who ruined my past life, right? You who have done such a thing, how do you still have the face to say such things in front of me? Sasuke feels completely incomprehensible. What kind of brain circuit is this person? I used to destroy Uchiha together with Uchiha Itachi, and now I still want to let myself join his plan and create a new beautiful world with him. What a joke. Even if there is such a wonderful world, it is impossible for Sasuke to cooperate with this kind of guy. Kill him first. Uchiha Obito. It failed. The future proposed by myself in another world should be very attractive to Kim Sasuke, right? Senju Tabarama. That boy is really outrageous. He is a genocide murderer for Uchiha Sasuke, the target of revenge. Why does he think that Uchiha Sasuke may join his plan? Are you okay with your brain? Underworld, Pure Land. Uchiha Madara had black lines on his face. What is Obito kid doing? He can probably guess that Obito should have taken a fancy to Jin Sasuke's strength and wanted to absorb Jin Sasuke as a support for Project Tsuki no Mi. But don't you look at your identity. The enemy who exterminated the clan ran to the front of others to recruit the other party to join. What are you thinking? How is this possible? It seems that you intend to refuse. What a pity. The masked man shook his head and said, I wanted to tell you about your brother Uchiha Itachi, but since you chose to refuse, that's all there is to it. Sasuke's eyes moved slightly. Uchiha Itachi. Before, Sasuke made public the crimes of Saru Tobai Hiruzen and Shimura Danzo. One of Xiang conspired to use Uchiha Itachi to destroy the Uchiha clan. Now, this incident should have spread in the ninja world. As for Uchiha Itachi, the Akatsuki organization should have discovered that he was an undercover agent sent by Konoha. I don't know what the situation of that guy is now, but Sasuke is in no mood to think about such things now. Looking at the masked man's mask that only reveals one right eye, Sasuke thought deeply, before he had already quietly activated the pupil technique of the left eye. However, he was completely confused by the information he saw through his left eye. This masked man has an ordinary 3-Tomo Sharingan in his left eye and a Mangekyo Sharingan in his right eye. He has first Hokage cells on his body and has awakened wood style. Of course, these are not important. Importantly, Sasuke discovered through the insight of the left eye that the name of this guy's right eye pupil is Kamui. Same name as teacher Kakashi's pupil technique. Moreover, the effect of this masked man's pupil technique is similar to Mr. Kakashi's Kamui, which leads to a different dimension. How could such a thing happen? The same pupil technique. MS. Kakashi's is the left eye and this masked man's is the right eye. Who is this masked man? Could it be Mr. Kakashi's teammate back then? Uchiha led the king. Isn't this a bit outrageous? Hade Kakashi. Obito, could that masked man be Obito? It shouldn't be. He saw Obito get hit in half by a boulder. How could Obito be alive? Namikaze Minato, impossible. If that's the case, wouldn't it mean that the person who attacked me was the king of the band? How can this be? During the Battle of Kanabi Bridge, Obito was only 12 years old and had just become a Chūnin. Nine-Tails Rebellion, assuming Obito hadn't died, he was only 14 years old then. If the masked man is Obito, wouldn't it mean that Obito was still Chūnin 2 years ago, did not die in the Battle of Kanabi Bridge and ran back to Konoha to release Nine-Tails 2 years later and also followed Fight Yourself? This is too outrageous. Uchiha Obito. Damn it. Uchiha Sasuke's damn pupil technique on the left eye is really troublesome. Senju Tabarama. If it's a ninjutsu-like pupil technique, it's normal to repeat it. But this kind of time-space pupil technique, two people's pupil technique is the same. I can't imagine it's a coincidence. Uchiha Fugaku. Perhaps someone took another Sharingan of Uchiha Obito and then he used that Sharingan to open Mangekyo as well. Senju Tabarama. No, it doesn't make sense. According to this version, the masked man got Uchiha Obito's Sharingan and then opened the Mangekyo pupil art, which happens to be the same as Hade Kakashi's. How could it be such a coincidence? Whether he is Uchiha 3, 2 Obito, you will know if you test it. Sasuke's eyes moved slightly. He took out a kunai in his hand and threw it at the masked man. Chinese letter. Sasuke's figure disappears in place. A moment later, Sasuke's figure appeared again, catching kunai flying in the air, and the whole person appeared above the masked man. You want to use the flying thunder god technique against me. You're thinking too much. The masked man didn't dodge at all. Sasuke's body fell but passed through directly from the position of the masked man. However, the corners of Sasuke's mouth couldn't help but curl up. Da da da, footsteps are heard from outside. Someone is coming towards this basement. The expression of the masked man changes slightly. Is anyone here? Front. A figure slowly appears. Silver gray hair, the forehead protector is tilted to cover the left eye. A face he is extremely familiar with. Yo, Obito, long time no see. The masked man looked at the man opposite and said to him, he is totally stupefied at the moment. It's actually Kakashi. Wrong. How did Kakashi know his identity? Da da da. Footsteps are heard again. There are still people behind. The masked man saw Hade Kakashi waving to the side and said, Lin, hurry up, you are the only one left. The brain of the masked man is almost completely frozen. Lin, what's the meaning? Ahead, another figure appears. This is a face he is more familiar with. Nohara. Lin, what happened? Isn't Lin dead? The body is still in his Kamui space. How could it appear here? In the chat room, Kakashi looked dumbfounded. What's the situation? He appeared in another world in the basement of Nan's shrine. This is possible and normal. But then, Nohara Rin actually appeared. This is impossible. Kakashi remembers it well. The picture of Lin being killed by him with Reikiri, he will never forget it in his life. Yuhihang. Could it be an illusion? Jin Sasuke cast an illusion on the masked man, and now what is shown on the screen is actually the illusion in the eyes of the masked man. She was in the same period as Nohara Lin, and she also knew that Nohara Lin had died a long time ago. How could a dead person suddenly appear? It must be an illusion. Hade Kakashi. It should be like this. On the screen, I seem to be with Lin. That's definitely not the real me. If so, it can only be an illusion. Uchiha Fugaku. That masked man also has a Manjikayo, so is it so easy to fall into illusion? Jin Sasuke's Manjikayo pupil technique is not an illusion. How could it be possible for another Manjikayo sharing and holder to fall into the illusion easily? Namikaze Minato. Speaking of it, I felt a little wrong just now. When Jin Sasuke cast Flying Thunder God technique just now, it took a long time to disappear. Senju Tabarama. Wait, Flying Thunder God? Sigh. It seems to me that Uchiha Sasuke should have gone somewhere else with the Flying Thunder God technique at that moment. Orochimaru. I thought about it too. Jin Sasuke should have used the Flying Thunder God technique to teleport outside, separated into two clones, and then used the Flying Thunder God to flash back. Namikaze Minato. Does that mean that the Kakashi and Rin on the screen were actually created by Kim Sasuke using the transformation technique? Senju Tabarama. This should be the most likely scenario. Listen to the explanations of several people. Everyone in the chat room also understood. Jin Sasuke activated the Flying Thunder God technique before, but instead of teleporting to Kunai immediately, he went outside and separated into two clones. After doing this, Sasuke flashed to Kunai. Therefore, it seems that after Jin Sasuke casts the Flying Thunder God technique, the disappearance time will appear a little long. And then, the two clones outside cast transformation technique, and then walked into the basement of Nanga Shrine. One transformed into Hade Kakashi. The other is transformed into Nohara Rin. As a result, the picture on the screen appeared. Hade Kaka 27 West. In this case, it really makes sense. This kind of fancy routine is indeed like Jin Sasuke's routine. At the beginning, Jin Sasuke used a Muji Fire style plus Shadow clone, disguised as a space-time ninjutsu, and bluffed him in another world. Namikaze Minato. There is another evidence. Kim Sasuke has heard Kakashi's voice and can imitate Kakashi's speech. But he should only have seen Rin in the photo of Kakashi's house, so he can only transform into Rin's appearance, but there is no way say. Kim Sasuke has never heard Rin Nohara's voice. If she speaks, she will reveal her flaws. Senju Tabarama. There is one more thing. It seems that our guess is correct. Those two people are indeed Uchiha Sasuke's clone. Anoki. But why did he do this? Wait, he seemed to be planning to test the identity of the masked man. Senju Tabarama. That's right, the pupil technique of the masked man is very troublesome, and it would be very difficult to directly break his mask. So Jin Sasuke probably wants to use this method to test whether the masked man is Uchiha Obito based on his reaction. If the masked man saw Hade Kakashi and Nohara Rin, his reaction would be very big. That means he is Uchiha Obito. Orochimaru. Under the circumstances that the opponent's pupil technique cannot be cracked, this kind of probing is indeed a feasible method. That masked man should not be able to react at all right now. Senju Tabarama. Indeed, if the fourth generation hadn't noticed the disappearance time of the Flying Thunder God, I'm afraid I wouldn't have been able to guess the truth so quickly. Uchiha Fugaku. That masked man, I'm afraid he thought he was under an illusion. Namikaze Minato. That person, will it really be Obito? No way. It directly killed Kushina, indirectly killed him, and also caused Konoha to kill and injure a large number of civilians and ninjas. Could this be what Obito does? The masked man is completely dumbfounded. Why Lin appeared in front of him? Lin is dead, she must be dead. Illusion. Yes, illusion. Uchiha Sasuke, you cast an illusion on me. Is your pupil technique an illusion? The masked man turns his head to look at Sasuke with anger in his voice. Son of a B****ch, dare to cast an illusion on him and even use Lin to stimulate him during the illusion. Heard this. Sasuke tilted his head with a smile on the corner of his mouth. I'm curious. How did you realize that this is an illusion? Did you find something that doesn't match reality? Or you want to say you happen to know the female ninja Nohara Rin and you happen to know that she is dead. Otherwise, how did you find out that you were under the illusion? Opposite. The face of the masked man sank. He really fell into the illusion. Moreover, because of this, the other party discovered the flaw. Buzz. The Manjikayo sharing it in the right eye of the masked man turns around. It's just an illusion, but you still want to control him who has also activated Manjikayo. Impossible, however. The masked man finds out that Hare Kakashi and Nohara Lin are still there. What happened? Has the illusion not been cracked? Could it be that because Uchiha Sasuke cast Manjikayo's illusion pupil-like technique on him, so there is no way to break it like this? The masked man frowned. He checked the state of his body, but there is no sign of illusion at all. Is this kid Uchiha Sasuke so talented in illusion? Can actually make him fall into the illusion and he can't realize how to use the illusion at all? As expected of Uchiha Itachi's younger brother. Underworld, Pure Land. Uchiha Madara has black lines all over her head. This boy Obito really can't do it. He was actually led to think that he was under an illusion. Even still suspecting Uchiha Sasuke's illusion talent after careful inspection and no signs of illusion, can't he just suspect that he might not be under illusion? What an idiot. Mr. Mask Man, can you answer my question? How did you realize that you were under the illusion? Sasuke asked with a smile on his face. Phew. No, I'm about to laugh out loud, control it. This masked man who is suspected to be Uchiha Obito is really fooling around. He really thought he was under an illusion. Huh. The masked man snorted coldly. You think too highly of yourself, don't you? Don't you think that I can only find out that I have fallen into the illusion by detecting the abnormality of your illusion? If you lose, you don't lose, although he didn't understand how he got the illusion. But the aura still can't be weak. Really? Sasuke nodded. Since you are so powerful, why don't you break this illusion quickly? Mask Man. He didn't even understand how to use the illusion, how to break it. Damn it. Is Manjikayo Sharingan's illusion pupil technique so troublesome? He obviously activated the Kamui pupil technique in his right eye, and he was actually hit. Or, you can try to crack it like this. Sasuke moved slowly and came to the side of Nohara Lin. Zai, lightning-style chakra gathered on his hands. Sasuke used Reikiri to gesture to Nohara Rin and said, "Kill the fake characters in the illusion. Maybe you can break the illusion. How about it? Do you want me to help you or do it yourself?" Boom. Obito's heart exploded directly. Uchiha Sasuke, that be ****D, how dare you do that? No, you have to hold back, can't show any difference. Otherwise his identity cannot be concealed. Why is it because you don't want me to do it? If that's the case, why not leave it to Mr. Kakashi to do it? Sasuke smiles and nods to Hare Kakashi. Zai Reikiri takes shape. Hare Kakashi held Reikiri in his hand and aimed at Nohara Rin. The masked man's teeth are about to be crushed. Son of a B****ch. Uchiha Sasuke the god MB****D. Do you want to reenact that scene back then? No, I can hold back. This is just an illusion. It's all fake. Lin is already dead. One Sasuke on the opposite side frowned slightly. There is no response like this. Is this guy Uchiha Obito? Sasuke has heard rumors in the village that Mr. Kakashi used Reikiri to kill his teammate Rin Nohara with his own hands. I don't know what's hidden behind it, and Mr. Kakashi didn't tell him. Indeed, Kakashi has said that Uchiha Obito likes Nohara Lin very much, like licking a dog. Probably has a common language with Sarutobi Asuma. If this masked man is Uchiha Obito, seeing this scene, he shouldn't be able to bear it. Sasuke's eyes move slightly. Perhaps you can change your mind. Both Sasuke and Hade Kakashi put away the Reikiri in their hands. Speaking of which, Mr. Kakashi's teammate named Rin Nohara is quite cute. Sasuke puts his arms around the waist of Nohara Lin. Then, I haven't had time to continue to do more actions. The masked man on the other side exploded completely. F***K, Uchiha Sasuke UB**** D. Get your dog paw off Lin. The masked man punches Sasuke. The roaring voice has changed. It is no longer the deep voice before. It seems that because of the complete rage, the masked man forgot to maintain the previous noise. Sasuke couldn't help laughing. He reached out and grabbed the arm that the masked man hit. This time, it's an entity. This guy took the initiative to attack himself hit, so he also materialized at this time. You really are Uchiha Obito. Sasuke grabbed the arm of the masked man with his left hand and immediately gathered Reikiri with his right hand, stabbing towards the face of the masked man. Oops. The masked man, that is, Uchiha Obito, secretly thought it was bad. Activate the pupil technique of the right eye immediately. Click. Uzumaki mask instantly shattered. Tick. Blood drips to the ground. However, Sasuke felt that he was still empty in the end. The right hand Reikiri shattered the opponent's mask and scratched the opponent's face. But Uchiha Obito launched the pupil technique in time and was not directly witnessed by Reikiri. Uchiha Obito, it is indeed you. Sasuke looks at the face of the man opposite. The right half of the face is full of wrinkles. At this moment, there is still some bloodline on his face, which was just scratched by Reikiri. And this face is the same as the person in the photo I saw from Mr. Kakashi's house. Uchiha Obito, the identity of the masked man is indeed him. One Uchiha Obito looks dark. I was scared for a while. Fortunately, he reacted quickly this time. Otherwise, the head will be smashed by Reikiri. Hade Kakashi. It's really Obito. He saw Obito get hit in half by a boulder and then buried by more boulders. How is it possible that Obito is still alive? Namikaze Minato. Was it really Obito who attacked me that night? How could this be? Uzumaki Kushina. Wait, if that person is 223 Obito, wouldn't it be? All the things that night were done with tape. Forcibly broke into the barrier, caught the newborn Naruto, and almost killed Naruto with a detonating charm. Then he kidnapped her who had just given birth and forcibly released 9 tails, causing her to be seriously injured and dying. The one who did all of this was actually Dai Wang's little class. How could it be possible? Back then, there were 3 people in Minato's class, and her favorite was Obito. But now it turns out that it was that boy Obito who killed her in Minato and caused Naruto to lose his parents when he was born. Uzumaki Naruto, Uchiha Obito. Did you talk in the chat room before? Come out. Are you the one who killed my parents? Uchiha Sasuke. The one who destroyed the Uchiha clan with Uchiha Itachi is actually a disciple of 4th Hokage. Somewhere in Ninja World, Uchiha Obito looks dark. Damn it, the identity was exposed. He thought that he would finally reveal his identity, and he would take the initiative to reveal his identity before Project Tsuki no Mi was about to be completed. Now, because of Kim Sasuke from the parallel world, he was forced to expose. I told you a long time ago, don't talk casually in the chat room. Black Zetsu beside him was full of helplessness. It's embarrassing now. In the chat room, a group of Konoha shinobi swearing and yelling for Uchiha Obito to get out. Uruka, damn it. If it wasn't for him, my parents wouldn't have died in the 9 Tails Rebellion. Uchiha. My father also died in the 9 Tails Rebellion. It's all Obito's fault. Uchiha Fugaku. It's this guy who made our Uchiha family guilty of manipulating 9 Tails. Oh shit. This B******D also slaughtered Uchiha with Itachi. According to what Danzo said before, a large number of Uchiha elites in the police force died at his hands and their eyes were gouged out. Simply inexplicable. Uchiha Fugaku thought about it. He had the impression that the Uchiha clan did not treat Obito badly. How come this B******D turned Uchiha to extermination? Hade Kakashi. Obito, are you still in the chat room? Can you come out and answer? He still can't believe it. How could it be Obito who killed Minato-sensei and Kushina-san's wife? How could Obito do such a beastly thing? Senju Tabarama killed my teacher and teacher's wife, almost killed my teacher's newborn child, released 9 tails in Konoha village, slaughtered my own people. Sigh. For the evil Uchiha, this level is very beastly, not to mention that Uchiha Itachi, Onoki, one Uchiha Obito, one Uchiha Itachi. I suggest that these two fight to find out who is the #1 beast in the ninja world. Terumime. I vote for Uchiha Itachi, who killed his own parents. 4th Raikage. I voted for Uchiha Obito. Uchiha Itachi was mainly limped by 3rd Hokage. Why did Uchiha Obito become such a beast? In the chat room, Konoha Shinobi fans are scolding. During the 9 Tails Rebellion, too many people were killed and injured in Konoha. Now they discovered that the person who caused the 9 Tails Rebellion was actually the Konoha Shinobi, and he was also a disciple of the 4th Hokage. What a beast! How could 4th Hokage ever feel so sorry for you? Almost wiped out the whole family of 3. Shiranui Genma. Speaking of which, Obito's name should still be on the commemorative monument. Hade Kakashi. I often go to offer flowers and worship. Onoki. It's so funny, I remember Uchiha Obito died in the Battle of Kanabi Bridge, right? The one who created the 9 Tails Rebellion was actually a war hero of Konoha. Namikaze Minato. I still can't believe it. How could it be Obito? Could it just be like this in another time and space? Nara Shikaku. Minato, don't deceive yourself. The difference between the two worlds is due to Jin Sasuke. At the time of the 9 Tails Rebellion, Uchiha Sasuke was probably still a baby. And, until the end of the Konoha collapse plan, Kim Sasuke's influence and change on the other world were still limited. The difference between the two worlds basically only occurs among the people around Kim Sasuke. Uzumaki Kushina. Obito, come out and talk to me, you brat. How dare you do such a thing? Don't you dare to admit it. This kid Obito, how could he do it? Almost killed newborn Naruto, capture her and then brutally release 9 tails. Kushina never dreamed that the masked man at that time would be Obito. In the chat room, Obito never came out to reply. Senju Tabarama. Looks like it's really him. If the masked man in this world was not Uchiha Obito, he should have come out to explain long ago. Senju Tabarama feels that his eyes have been opened. He also has some knowledge of Mangekyou Sharingan. Generally speaking, after people of the Uchiha clan activate Mangekyou Sharingan, their personalities may become a little more extreme. But it's not that extreme. Senju Tabarama recalled the 2 Mangekyou Uchiha he knew, one Uchiha Madara and one Uchiha Izuna. They were all normal people for the time being. And Uchiha Obito and Uchiha Itachi is just off the mark. Race one beast after another, Hade Kakashi. But what happened to Obito? In the Battle of Kanabi Bridge, half of Obito's body was smashed. They're not even dead. Namikaze Minato. At that time, Obito had only awakened the 2 Tamo Sharingan. He probably didn't get out of trouble on his own. Most likely someone saved him. Tsunade. Speaking of which, from the information that Kim Sasuke gained insight into, he discovered that Uchiha Obito had my grandfather's cells. He probably used this to save Uchiha Obito's life. Her grandfather's cells have strong vitality and may be used to save patients, but ordinary people simply cannot bear the erosion of Hashirama's cells. Uchiha Fugaku. He also opened the Mangekyou Sharingan. In 2 years, he grew to the point where he can fight the 4th Hokage. Namikaze Minato. This is one of the reasons why he doesn't want to believe that the masked man is Obito. The masked man who has mastered the weird space-time ninjutsu is actually a 14-year-old Oi. Hell, the more I think about it, the more outrageous it becomes. Senju Tabarama. Could it be related to Uchiha Madara? With Uchiha Obito's age, it is impossible for him to have seen a living Uchiha Madara, but he can imitate Uchiha Madara's voice. Uchiha Madara, who is in the Pure Land, is filled with hatred. Obito, this worthless boy, disguised as himself and deliberately imitated his own voice. Now Senju Tabarama, that be ****D, must have discovered the flaw. Orochimaru. But wasn't Uchiha Madara already dead at that time? Could it be impure world reincarnation? Someone impure world reincarnation Uchiha Madara. Namikaze Minato. The forbidden technique of impure world reincarnation should only be mastered by high-level officials in Konoha, right? Onoki. Wait, could this be Sarutobai's conspiracy? He felt like he had discovered a blind spot. Sarutobai Hiruzen felt the pressure when he saw Namikaze Minato's growing prestige. So, Sarutobai Hiruzen went to impure world reincarnation Uchiha Madara, used Uchiha Madara as a tool to save Uchiha Obito, and then tried to stimulate Uchiha Obito to activate Mangekyou. As for why Uchiha Obito later attacked Namikaze Minato and released 9 tails, that's easy to say. Sarutobai Hiruzen must have fooled me. Since Sarutobai Hiruzen can trick Uchiha Itachi into killing his parents, then he should kill his teacher and his wife. The more Onoki thought about it, the more he realized that his guess made sense. Share your thoughts in the live broadcast room. A group of people were shocked. Then I thought about it carefully and realized that it is really possible. Fourth Hokage, a very reasonable guess. It's really you, Onoki, or you know third Hokage. Namikaze Minato, the truth is this. This set of guesses sounded so reasonable that he almost believed it. Sarutobai Hiruzen, bah. Onoki, you be ****D. What's the point of slandering me as a dead person? Besides, my wife Sarutobai Wako was also killed by that masked man. Onoki, haha, maybe Sarutobai, you deliberately let your wife die to help you avoid suspicion. Sarutobai Hiruzen, what the hell are you at %%? Fourth Hokage, by the way, is there something about Danzo involved? Uchiha Obito was probably saved by using first Hokage cells. And on Danzo, they had seen it all before and transplanted first Hokage cells. Perhaps Konoha's top brass has been secretly conducting research on first Hokage cells, and Uchiha Obito was saved by this technology. Terumime. Hey, the more you say it, the more reasonable it becomes. Sarutobai Hiruzen and Shimura Danzo conspired to use Uchiha Obito to kill the fourth Hokage, and then Sarutobai Hiruzen came out to succeed the Hokage. Uchiha Fugaku, that makes sense. Uchiha Obito is actually Sarutobai Hiruzen's tool, so in the operation to exterminate Uchiha, Uchiha Obito also took action. Rasa. No wonder the third Hokage and Danzo turned a blind eye when they discovered the mastermind behind the Nine Tails Rebellion and still chose to exterminate the clan Toyochiha. Because Uchiha and Ten are completely their tools, everything makes sense. A group of people kept thinking. Onoki's guess seems more and more reasonable and true. Even Uchiha Obito was stunned when he saw it. He himself felt that this guess made sense. Shimura Danzo, this is pure nonsense. Don't throw blame on me. Before Jin Sasuke tortured me in another world, didn't I also think that the masked man was Uchiha Madara? Danzo felt like he was almost alive with anger. He is already dead and someone is still throwing blame on him. Uchiha Madara, you actually said that I was used as a tool by that boy Sarutobai Hiruzen in pure world reincarnation. Onoki, I think you deserve a beating. Onoki. If it wasn't Sarutobai who brought you out of impure world reincarnation, then why can Uchiha Obito imitate your voice? Damn it, there is no way to explain this problem. Senju Tabarama, speaking of impure world reincarnation, I suddenly remembered something. If I want to impure world reincarnation Uchiha Madara, where can I get Madara's human tissue material? Senju Hashirama, after the battle in the Valley of the End, Tabarama, didn't you bring Madara's body back to Konoha? Senju Tabarama. That's true, but then Madara's body disappeared inexplicably, and I thought it was stolen by the Uchiha clan. Because there were too many things going on at the time, he didn't have time to investigate them in detail. But now, maybe we need to think about this matter carefully. Where did Uchiha Madara's body go? Orochimaru. Someone must have obtained Uchiha Madara's body and then reincarnated Uchiha Madara into the impure world, right? After that, Uchiha Madara of impure world reincarnation may have made contact with Uchiha Obito. Onoki, If it was the Uchiha clan who stole Uchiha Madara's body, then could it be that the Uchiha Madara who also saved Uchiha Obito was from the Uchiha clan? Uchiha Fugaku. Nonsense. Uchiha Obito was also one of the murderers of the genocide Uchiha. Senju Tabarama. Let's sort it out. Uchiha Obito was rescued after the Battle of Kanabi Bridge. This may have used my elder brother's cells. Then, he also came into contact with Uchiha Madara in some form. That's why he was able to imitate Uchiha Madara's voice. Orochimaru. Also, he may have experienced something later that triggered the Mangekyou Sharingan. Namikaze Minato, and what Obito did, what he really targeted that night was 9 tails. That's all we know for sure now. Senju Tabarama. Conspiracy. There must be a conspiracy. Moreover, I feel that this conspiracy is probably related to Uchiha Madara. The underworld, the Pure Land. Uchiha Madara almost cursed her. It's all his fault, that boy Obito. Once Obito's identity was exposed, now he is about to be exposed as well. On the gold-framed screen, continue playing. Have you guessed my identity? After thinking for a long time, Obito asked. Kakashi and Lin were specially used to stimulate him. Obviously, they guessed his identity. But how is this done? Sasuke rolled his eyes, touched his left eye, and said with a smile, "The pupil technique of my left eye can allow you to see the person you most want to see." Then, the people who appeared in the Genjutsu were Mr. Kakashi and Rin Nohara, so I guess that your identity is probably Mr. Kakashi's other teammate, Uchiha Obito. Opposite. Uchiha Obito's face darkened slightly. Is this an illusion with such an effect? TCH, it can actually lead him to reveal his identity. The people he most wants to see are Kakashi and Lin. Well, that makes sense. Put away your illusions, it's of no use to me. Uchiha Obito said coldly. In his opinion, the only thing worthy of attention about this illusion is its silence. He still doesn't understand when he fell into the illusion. I can't even think of how to remove it. However, fortunately, although he was hit by an illusion, his Kamui can still be used and Uchiha Sasuke cannot attack him. Really? Is it really useless? The corners of Sasuke's mouth couldn't help but curl up, and the smile on his face was very pleasant. Stretched out his hand and caressed the face of Nohara Rin on the side. Even if I do something to Nohara Rin in this illusion, you can't really do anything, right? Sasuke's smile is very evil. One creak, creak, creak. Obito gritted his teeth in anger. I almost go crazy with hate. Uchiha Sasuke, how dare he? How could you do this to Lin? And in front of him, not even illusions, but Obito found sadly that he couldn't seem to do anything. His Kamui is difficult to use for active attacks. At first he tried to capture Mr. Minato and absorb him into the Kamui space, but failed several times in a row. Those who have mastered the Flying Thunder God technique can teleport away the moment they are caught by him. And those who have mastered the Flying Thunder God technique react very quickly. It is difficult for him to absorb Uchiha Sasuke into the Kamui space, but Uchiha Sasuke may catch him at the moment of materialization and cause harm to him. That was it just now. If he hadn't reacted quickly, his head would have been smashed by Reikiri now. Who? Obito took a deep breath, looked at Sasuke and said, I don't care about this false world, let alone it's just your illusion. At the beginning, when he saw Uchiha Sasuke touching Lin, he would be subconsciously furious, but now I'm used to it. I feel like I can probably bear it. Sasuke frowned slightly, continued to use his hands and feet on Nohara Rin. But this time, although Obito seemed to be suppressing his anger, he remained indifferent. It seems that this is no longer possible. Forget it, stop playing this kind of illusion. Sasuke shakes his head. He actually can't stand it anymore. The Nohara Rin next to him was actually transformed by him using Shadow Clone. The action goes further, and he is about to feel sick. Snapped, Sasuke snapped his fingers. Illusion removed. Whoosh, whoosh. Hade Kakashi and Nohara Rin, accompanied by Sasuke's finger snap, disappeared out of thin air. One Obito was at a loss for a while. Illusion is lifted now. How did he still not notice anything, Uchiha Sasuke's illusion pupil art, although lacking in aggressiveness but this silent feature, you still need to be on guard. Senju Tabarama, I guess Uchiha Sasuke should just let his shadow Zhao Kaien's avatar activate Flying Thunder God, transfer it away. He feels that this Uchiha Obito is really not very smart. Namikaze Minato. Obito actually believed it. I really thought it was the illusion that was lifted. Well, you can't be wrong. It was the Obito he was familiar with. Uchiha Fugaku. The pupil technique of Manjikayo Sharingan may have various weird functions. It is normal for Uchiha Obito to think first about Manjikayo's pupil technique when he sees something he cannot understand. 11. Hade Kakashi. It's mainly because Kim Sasuke plays too much. Ordinary people can't follow his train of thought at all. At the beginning, he was mistaken for a time-space ninjutsu by Jin Sasuke with a Muji fire style plus shadow clone. Now Jin Sasuke has really mastered space-time ninjutsu, deliberately misleading. With Obito's IQ, it is normal to be fooled. 4th Raikage. The one who launched the Nine Tails Rebellion and killed Namikaze Minato was actually this guy. Simply outrageous. That guy Namikaze Minato used the Flying Thunder God technique, but he really played a trick on his AB combination with Killer B. Later, he felt a little regretful when he learned that Namikaze Minato died in the Nine Tails Rebellion. This was the only person in the ninja world who could surpass him in speed, and he died just like that. Now he discovered that the person who killed Namikaze Minato was actually such a fool. Namikaze Minato. I originally thought that the masked man was the big boss behind the scenes of the ninja world, which forced me to be satisfied. Later I found out that it was my student and my style dropped sharply. Now I find that Obito is still the same not-so-smart person as before, and his character is almost gone. Hade Kakashi. I remember that in Obito's ninja data evaluation, Zion's score seemed to be 2. Therefore, it is normal to be completely led by Kim Sasuke. Uchiha Obito. Kakashi, what are you talking about? You be ****D. I don't remember such a thing. Obito, who originally remained silent after his identity was exposed, finally couldn't help but speak. What the hell is Zion? Slander, pure slander. Uzumaki Kushina. Obito, you brat finally came out. Why did you do that? Are Minato and I sorry for you? Uchiha Obito. Suddenly, I felt a little guilty. If the person questioning him is Namikaze Minato, he can also respond by saying that you are always one step slower at critical moments. But now it's Uzumaki Kushina who's questioning him. Mrs. Kushina was very kind to him in the past, and Obito couldn't even think of how to refute her. Namikaze Minato. Obito, can you tell us your experience after the Battle of Kanabi Bridge? Why did you change so much? Hade Kakashi. Obito. What happened to you? Why did you do that? Uchiha Obito. HMPH. I don't care about this fake ninja world anymore. Senju Tabarama. False ninja world. What does false mean? On the gold-framed screen you said before that you plan to build a beautiful new world. What does this mean? Orochimaru. The word false is very interesting. Generally, when we describe the world, we use words such as chaos, madness, despair, etc. The antonym of the word false is truth. Uchiha Obito's goal should be to establish truth world. What is the reality? Nara Shikaku. According to what Obito said on the screen, building an ideal beautiful world should be related to the last paragraph of the inscription. And the order of the contents of the inscription is perhaps, we need to obtain that all-encompassing power before we can build a real world. Uchiha Obito. I just said one sentence, how could you guess so much? Black Zetsu. Obito, please shut up and stop talking. Oh shit. One sentence exposed the flaw. There are so many smart people in the chat room, but Obito doesn't have a high IQ. He doesn't know what he will reveal if he just says a word. If Obito continues to talk, the matter of Uchiha Madara and Infinite Tsukuyomi will probably be suppressed and carried out by Ziko. Sasuke looked at Obito across from him, thinking secretly. The opponent's pupil technique is really troublesome. Sasuke has learned the information about the pupil technique of Manjikayo, the left eye, through the pupil technique of his left eye. The pupil technique is called Kamui, and it can be activated instantly. The effect is that the body can freely switch between the real world and the Kamui space within 5 minutes, and any part of the body can be switched at will. In addition, Uchiha Obito can also use this pupil technique to absorb the caught people or objects into a different space. Furthermore, he can also absorb himself into a different space, but if he wants to do this, he must materialize, and absorbing himself into a different space will be slower and take a while. Generally speaking, this pupil technique is very troublesome. Uchiha Obito in hollow state, others cannot attack him 517. And after he materializes, if he faces an attack, he can instantly activate the pupil technique to hollow himself to avoid the attack. Even using the Flying Thunder God technique is very troublesome. Previously, when Sasuke touched Uchiha Obito's arm, he left the Flying Thunder God spell on it. But now, in Sasuke's perception, the state of the Flying Thunder God spell is a bit strange. There is an ethereal feeling. Thinking about Uchiha Obito's pupil technique, Sasuke probably guessed that this is because Uchiha Obito's body is in the Kamui space. What remains in the real world is just a shadow. If I use the Flying Thunder God to flash now, I shouldn't be able to break into Kamui's space directly, but can only appear in the shadow's position. The result will naturally be that it penetrates Uchiha Obito's shadow and cannot attack him. Tusk. It's really a bit troublesome. It seems that we need to let him take the initiative to materialize before we can attack. Namikaze Minato. That's true. Obito's eye technique is very troublesome. I also used the Flying Thunder God technique at that time to successfully hit Obito before he could react. And he can do this only because the leader wants to catch him. In order to do this, Obito actively chose to materialize. That's why he could use the Flying Thunder God technique to catch Obito off guard. Senju Tabarama. This pupil technique is really troublesome. If you can instantly switch between reality and another space, the competition will probably be your reaction speed. Uchiha Obito only needs a moment to hollow himself. If the attacker wants to hit Uchiha Obito, he has to go faster. While Obito is completely unresponsive, he kills him instantly without giving him a chance to hollow to dodge. Fourth Raikage. I remember. Although it is difficult to kill Uchiha Obito, if you want to defend against his attacks, you just need to react faster. Uchiha Obito, this damn live broadcast room. He actually leaked all the information about his eye skills. Soon, Sasuke then thought of a strategy. He reached out and took out a dozen shurikens from his ninja tool bag and threw them towards the king with a swish. There's no need to use this childish attack, right? Obito said with a chuckle. The shuriken penetrated his shadow directly. However, the sound of breaking wind came from behind again. The shuriken that originally flew behind him flew in all directions. Uchiha Shuriken Jutsu. No, that's not right. Obito's pupils shrink. Remain in hollow state and observe carefully. Uchiha Shuriken Jutsu. He knows a little bit about it, which is to use shurikens to collide with each other to change direction. But the situation is different now. Those shurikens were flying randomly in the air without any collision at all. Even, he will also suddenly turn in the air and then circle back to attack him. More than a dozen shurikens are flying in the air continuously at this moment. Every moment, shurikens pass through his shadow. If he materializes now, I'm afraid he will be turned into a hedgehog immediately. How did you do that? Your other pupil technique should be to control ninja tools. After thinking for a moment, Obito guessed, that should be it. Control the shuriken to fly freely in the air. This is probably another eye technique of Uchiha Sasuke. Phew, not bad. A pupil technique is an illusion type. It is not offensive. It can only be activated silently. He doesn't know how to cancel it. The other pupil technique is to control ninja tools. Tusk, rubbish pupil technique. There is no threat to him at all. Can your pupil skills only control this kind of toy? It's better to put away this boring trick. It's of no use to me. Obito has maintained the hollow state, allowing the shuriken to penetrate his shadow. His hollow state can last for 5 minutes. Looking at Uchiha Sasuke, he does not have first Hokage cells in his body. If he wants to use the pupil technique all the time, I am afraid it will be a big burden. Uchiha Sasuke, your talent is indeed very strong. When you were only 12 years old, you awakened Manjikayo Sharingan, captured Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shimura Danzo alive, and seemed to have controlled Ninghi. But do you know the problem of Manjikayo Sharingan's blindness? Have you noticed that your eyesight is gradually declining? Uchiha Obito said with a chuckle. One Sasuke's eyes move slightly. He has magical skills that can help reduce the consumption of curse seals, and he can also use fragrant phosphorus to replenish yang escape chakra to help restore pupil power. So for him, Manjikayo's vision loss is not a serious problem. B. What do you want to say? Sasuke made a tired look as his eye power continued to be depleted. Let's act according to the other person's ideas first. Maybe we can get some information out of it. Opposite. Uchiha Obito couldn't help but smile secretly when he saw Sasuke's appearance. It is as expected. Using Manjikayo's blindness problem to attract him, it might still be possible to get Uchiha Sasuke to his advantage. Thinking for a moment, Obito slowly opened his mouth and said, "Your brother Uchiha Itachi, he also awakened Manjikayo Sharingan. At the beginning, he made an agreement with Konoha's senior management that he was responsible for killing Uchiha, but he wanted to save you. I probably guessed his plan. He probably wants you to awaken the Manjikayo Sharingan, and then give you his pair of eyes so that you can gain never-ending eye power from now on. When you get his eyes, then you will be the real Manjikayo, that is, eternal Manjikayo Sharingan. That is, the eyes that Uchiha Madara once had." Listen to Obito and finish. Sasuke's face darkened slightly. "Uchiha Itachi, do you think so?" The mood is a little complicated. Many things are clear. On the night of the genocide, when I returned to the ancestral land, my parents were actually dead. However, Uchiha Itachi released an illusion for himself, allowing himself to see the scene of his parents and clan being killed. It should be to stimulate myself to open my eyes. In all fairness, Uchiha Itachi really helped himself. After knowing so much from Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shimura Danzo, Sasuke realized how dangerous he was. "I am Uchiha" is the object of Shimura Danzo's hostility. Perhaps. I was able to grow up to the age of 12 safely in Konoha, largely due to Uchiha Itachi's credit. Also, Uchiha Itachi seems to be planning to keep his eyes to himself. But I do not accept. I will never forgive you. Why should I replace the dead parents and clan members? Forgive you, idiot. Sasuke is determined. Uchiha Itachi is a hopeless idiot who was fooled into believing Sarutobi Hiruzen and others, who attacked his parents and clansmen. Although it is indeed his existence that allowed him to grow up safely in Konoha. But it was his stupidity that destroyed Uchiha Zaio organization base. Uchiha Itachi's face paled. Sage, rejected by his favorite brother. He thought that Sasuke would understand him at least partially after knowing the truth, but now it seems Sasuke won't forgive him. "Mr. Itachi, it's really sad." The ghost on the side sighed and said, "For Uchiha Itachi, the lack of self, the approval of my brother is probably a more terrifying thing than death." In the chat room, Uchiha Sasuke, "I won't forgive him either." Uchiha Mikoto, Sasuke, ugh. Are Sasuke and Itachi going to fight each other as brothers after all? Senju Tabarama, Uchiha Obito actually knows about the eternal Manjikayo. Uchiha Madara, are you here? Come out and explain, do you have any conspiracy? Uchiha Madara, Senju Tabarama, if you don't say anything, I will take it as your acquiescence. There is indeed a conspiracy. Uchiha Madara, I'm too lazy to talk to you. Senju Tabarama, you really don't dare to deny it directly. It seems that there is indeed a conspiracy. Uchiha Madara, damn, you must be sick. He felt that no matter how he reacted, Senju Tabarama, the B***D, would think he had a conspiracy. Tianshan, by the way, can anyone explain to me why Sasuke Jin can control shurikens to keep flying in the air? I remember that his pupil technique doesn't have this effect. So envious. She wants this ability too, Temari. It should be the magnet style. Uchiha Sasuke used the pupil technique to see the magnet style in Gaara. Fourth Raikage, magnet style, it seems reasonable. Troy's magnet style in our village has this effect. Luo Sha, this guy. He clearly didn't like magnet style before, but he ended up copying it to himself. Or Chimaru, who can have too much of a blood inheritance limit. Hade Kakashi. So, this is just the result of Jin Sasuke using a copy of the pupil technique in his right eye, but Obito directly regarded this as a pupil technique for controlling ninja tools. Nara Shikamaru. This conjecture actually makes sense. The problem is that he shouldn't just believe his conjecture and at least find a way to verify it. Uchiha Obito thought he had guessed 2 of Sasuke's eye skills, but in fact he guessed both of them wrong. Shiranui Genma. After all, he is Obito, whose merit level is only 2, so the demands on him are too high. Uchiha Obito. You mean that as long as I transplant Uchiha Itachi's eyes, I can obtain everlasting and even stronger pupil power? Sasuke touched his eye sockets and asked in a deep voice. That's right. Obito nodded with satisfaction. Sure enough, Uchiha Sasuke took the bait. As long as you join my plan, I will let you see your brother and transplant his eyes. One Obito said confidently. Facing the threat of blindness and the temptation to obtain stronger eye power, Uchiha Sasuke's final choice must be to surrender to him. Really? But I refuse. Sasuke said coldly, who will cooperate with you 2 murderers who destroyed Uchiha. At the same time, Sasuke threw more shurikens from his hand, flying around the shadow of Uchiha Obito. One Uchiha Obito's face stiffened. You actually refused. Uchiha Sasuke, you will regret it. There will be a day when you take the initiative to beg me. Uchiha Obito snorted coldly and prepared to leave. Just find a way to consume Uchiha Sasuke's pupil power until he is close to blindness. When the time comes, Uchiha Sasuke will naturally come to him. After all, Uchiha Itachi is in his hands now. However, Obito moved only to find that the shurikens were still following him. How long are you going to play this boring trick? It's of no use to me. Of course, if you want to keep consuming your pupil power, you can continue. Obito crossed his arms and said disdainfully. Once Sasuke covered his eyes, looking like his pupils were severely depleted, but shurikens are still flying around Obito. One Obito started to panic. How long will it last? His Kamui duration is about to end, and he will be forced to materialize later. If Uchiha Sasuke continues, the moment he materializes, he will be pricked with bloody holes by so many shurikens. Time passes little by little. Sasuke is still struggling to hold on, but Obito can't bear it any longer. No matter where he goes, Uchiha Sasuke controls the shuriken to follow him. Attack him at all times. You must be sick. Obviously, the attack has been ineffective for such a long time, but it still continues to consume pupil power to attack. I feel that the duration of Kamui is coming to an end, and I am completely anxious. Senju Tabarama. I see Uchiha Obito's Kamui lasts for 5 minutes, so you only need to attack continuously within these 5 minutes to force him to materialize. Namikaze Minato. However, it is not easy to attack continuously for 5 minutes. If you attack with Taijutsu, you may be caught by Obito and sucked into the Kamui space. If this is the case, then you can only wait for death. Obito can starve his opponent to death, even if he just leaves him in Kamui space. Onoki. If you use long-range ninjutsu to attack continuously for 5 minutes, the consumption of chakra may be quite large. Terumime. In my opinion, you can use boil style to create a wide range of acid mist, so that Uchiha Obito can always be surrounded by acid mist, forcing him to maintain the hollow state. Luo Sha. I can also use magnet style to control gold sand. It lasts for 5 minutes and it won't take too long. For a while, many people in the ninja world are thinking about how to crack Obito's Kamui. But after all, there are only a few people who can easily attack without stopping for 5 minutes. Zaido Organization Base. Conan is also watching the live broadcast. Seeing Uchiha Obito panicking on the gold-framed screen, Conan felt secretly happy. If it were her place, explode with the detonator. If Kamui can be cracked by blasting for 5 minutes, it won't be difficult for her. Obito insisted anxiously in his heart. The power of eyes that I placed my hope on Uchiha Sasuke could not be sustained at first, but he was disappointed in the end. Kamuy's time is coming to an end, but Uchiha Sasuke is still holding on. No, we must find a way to save ourselves. Whoosh! Obito suddenly jumped up and jumped out of the attack range of the magnet-style Shuriken. At the same time, his hollow state was also forced to end. Now he is materialized. Whoosh! Sasuke, who was originally some distance away from him, disappeared instantly. The next moment he appeared next to Obito. Damn! Flying Thunder God. When Obito's heart is ringing with alarm bells, Uchiha Sasuke is holding the Kusanagi sword in his hand. The sword is flashing with lightning, and he is slashing at him. Sure enough, it is too dangerous to fight someone who has mastered the Flying Thunder God technique. Boom! Obito controls the Hashirama cells on his right arm, causing the wood-style chakra to go berserk, and a big tree grows directly. Click! The Kusanagi sword, flashing with electric light, easily cut off the big tree and continued to chop at Daiju behind. Laugh! The sharp Kusanagi sword slashed across Obito's face. Another scar. Previously, Obito was provoked and took the initiative to materialize an attack, but Sasuke used Reikiri to leave a wound on his face. Now there is another scar cut by the Kusanagi sword. Whoosh! Obito jumps back suddenly. With the help of the blockage from Woodstyle's rampage just now, he successfully formed 3 seals and cast Izanagi. It's safe now. You left the Flying Thunder God spell on me. Was that time? Obito suddenly remembered that his arm had been caught by Uchiha Sasuke before. Looking down, I found a Flying Thunder God technique with 3 Magatama patterns on my right arm. Cut! Obito curled his lips and then cut off his right arm with a kunai without hesitation. Crack! The broken right arm fell to the ground. One Sasuke looked a little confused. Is this guy Uchiha Obito so cruel? Cut my own arm as soon as I want to. Oh, now that the Flying Thunder God spell is gone, let me see what else you can do. One Obito said coldly. It's just an arm, he can connect it casually. It seems that you are now incarnate. Are you not going to hide? Sasuke took a deep breath and adjusted his condition to its peak. Sage mode turn on. Strange strength, strengthen the leg strength area. Lightning style stimulation method turn on. I wanted to recruit you before, so I didn't do anything to you. Now, since you don't know how to show appreciation, then poof. In the middle of Obito's words, he saw Uchiha Sasuke on the opposite side disappear instantly. Almost at the same time, a sharp pain in the abdomen, a terrifying force beat him directly. Boom! Uchiha Obito was blown away and hung on the wall behind. My head is buzzing, I didn't react at all. What exactly happened? Why is it so fast? Uchiha Sasuke has the chance to imprint the Flying Thunder God spell on him. This should be the only chance he gets. Without that pupil technique, do you really have that much strength? Sasuke stepped forward and pressed his palm on King Aoi's face. The Flying Thunder God technique is engraved directly on Obito's face. Then, Sasuke grabbed Obito's hair, took Obito off the wall, and threw a bottle into the air. Whoosh! Sasuke's figure disappeared immediately and began to beat Obito from all directions in the air. One Obito's brain thinking has almost come to a standstill. Severe pains are coming from all over the body. Even though he has cast Izanagi, the pain is still so real. The underworld, the pure land. Uchiha Madara looked at it and covered her face. I simply couldn't see it. This kid Obito is so disappointing. He felt ashamed after being beaten into such a miserable state. Senju Tabarama. It seems that Uchiha Obito is only in trouble with the pupil technique. In other aspects, he is average. Fourth Reikage. I can't understand. Namikaze Minato actually died in the hands of such a guy. I can't accept it. Namikaze Minato. I was in a hurry to seal Nine Tails, but I only had time to break the contract seal between Obito and Nine Tails. Obito is indeed a bit too resistant to beating. He sent the Rasengan into the ground only to lose an arm, and that arm seems to have been easily attached now. Orochimaru. He seems to be relying on that Izanagi and wants to compete head-on with Jin Sasuke. Oh, he probably doesn't know that Jin Sasuke's strength is more than just a Flying Thunder God. Even if it's just Taijutsu, Kim Sasuke can beat the crap out of Obito even without Kamui. Sasuke, who was punching Obito continuously in the air, suddenly felt that his punch just now was empty. Uchiha Obito, has he opened hollow again? Call. Obito, who activated his pupil technique again, fell to the ground, panting violently. Pain. It hurts. My whole body hurts. If it weren't for the Hashirama cells in his body, he would be beaten to the point where he would be unable to stand up now. Reached out and touched his face. Uchiha Sasuke, this B********. How dare you leave the flying thunder god spell on your face? What a shame. But Obito couldn't help but feel happy now. Fortunately, he had cast Izanagi before. When Izanagi's time passes, the flying thunder god spell left on his face, as well as the injuries he just suffered, will disappear. Otherwise, it will be troublesome. The flying thunder god spell remains on the arm, so he can cut off the arm directly without hesitation. But what if it stays on the face? He can't just expose his own face. Fortunately, Izanagi was activated in advance. Hey, why are you hiding again? The fight was quite enjoyable before. Keep going. One Sasuke said with a smile. Obito's face turns livid. You've had a blast. I was beaten unilaterally. Damn it. How can this guy Uchiha Sasuke have such a bad experience? Just now, Obito thinks he has understood Uchiha Sasuke's pupil technique, and has removed the flying thunder god technique from his body. Even if Kamui doesn't have to fight head-on, Nashi thinks he should be able to defeat Uchiha Sasuke. The result was a unilateral beating. It was so fast that he couldn't react at all. The power to beat his body to the point of rot. What a ghost. What did Uchiha Sasuke eat when he grew up? Only 12 years old with this level of strength. Your strength is pretty good, but this level of physical strength is simply not enough in front of eternal Mangekyo. Obito said coldly. After all, you still want to seduce me with Uchiha Itachi's Mangekyo. Sasuke crossed his arms and said, according to Uchiha Obito, if you transplant Uchiha Itachi's Mangekyo, you should be able to obtain the so-called eternal Mangekyo. But Uchiha Itachi should be controlled by the opponent now. After all, this is the other party's bargaining chip to seduce him. No more than that. Obito shook his head and looked at the stone tablet aside. If you cultivate the power of Senju and Uchiha to ultimate, you can get a new emperor of power. Uchiha Sasuke, only by transplanting Uchiha Itachi's eyes and allowing your Sharingan to evolve to the eternal Mangekyo, can you cultivate Uchiha's power to ultimate. On this basis, only by gaining the power of Senju can you unlock the new power. Listen to Obito and finish. Sasuke frowned secretly. What Uchiha Obito said should be true. Eternal Mangekyo. And that new power, Senra Wangxiang, what kind of power will it be? Sasuke is indeed a little moved. Not only the desire for more powerful power, but also the desire for novel knowledge. But it is impossible to cooperate with Uchiha Obito. Even if I cooperate with him, the initiative is not in my hands at all. It is conceivable that if he accepts cooperation, Uchiha Obito may use his power to help his plan complete some tasks. 0. Please give me flowers. As for transplanting Uchiha Itachi's Mangekyo to himself, who knows if he will keep his word? It seems that you still intend to refuse. 2 shook his head. Forget it, it doesn't matter. He has his own way to consume Uchiha Sasuke's Mangekyo eye power. Wait until Uchiha Sasuke's Mangekyo is close to blindness and see what he does then. Let's come here first this time. Next time we meet, you won't be so lucky. Uchiha Obito said coldly, then materialized and began to put his body into the Kamui space. One Sasuke on the opposite side couldn't help but frown. This is what I said. Why does it seem like you were lucky enough to save your life? Isn't it that Uchiha Obito was forced to use Izanagi to save his life? Why does he have the nerve to say such things? Laugh. Sasuke shot a lightning spear from his hand and penetrated Obito's abdomen directly. Well, cold sweat fell from Obito's forehead, a sharp pain in the abdomen. I want to leave, you can't stop me. Obito said with force. Although when you put yourself into Kamui space, you must materialize it, and the speed is relatively slow and you may be attacked. However, this is not a problem at all for him who has activated Izanagi. The attacks received now will disappear later. There is an Uzumaki-like distortion in the space. The figure of Uchiha Obito disappears. Onoki. No, it seems that Uchiha Obito was forced to open Izanagi and was beaten like a dog, right? 0. Fourth Reikage, it should be like this. But based on Uchiha Obito's tone, those who don't know would think he won. Terumime, if you lose, you won't lose. Although your bones will be broken, your mouth will still be strong. Hade Kakashi, this really fits Obito's character. Senju Tabarama, but having said that, Hollow's pupil technique combined with Izanagi is simply incomprehensible. After the Hollow ends, it must be materialized, and then it may be attacked. Then activate Izanagi during the Hollow time, and then forcefully resist damage when it materializes, and use this time to put yourself into the Kamui space. The fit is perfect. However, 1-3 Tomo Sharingan will be consumed. Orochimaru. Uchiha Obito will probably find a way to consume Sasuke's Mangekyou Eye power next. I don't know what he will do. Sasuke stayed where he was, quietly sensing. Under Senjutsu perception, there is no chakra aura of Uchiha Obito nearby. It seems that this guy is indeed gone. On the ground ahead, the arm that Uchiha Obito left behind before is still there. After activating Izanagi, won't this arm disappear? Sasuke is a little curious. Izanaga's forbidden technique, he had heard of it from Danzo before. However, because Danzo was possessed by his own illusion, he was actually unable to cast Izanagi. Speaking of which, this is the first time Sasuke has truly seen the forbidden technique of Izanagi. Buzz. Mangekyou with his left eye glared at the severed arm. He glares indecisively when something happens. Information floods into my mind. The arm containing the first Hokage cells has no influence from Izanagi. Sasuke frowned secretly. Izanagi's forbidden technique, according to Danzo, should be able to turn all factors that are not beneficial to him into illusions. Uchiha Obito should have relieved Izanagi by now, but this arm is still there. Could it be that, after Uchiha Obito casts Izanagi, can he freely decide what are the factors that are not conducive to him? This arm has the Flying Thunder God technique, which was cut off by Uchiha Obito on his own initiative. Perhaps in Uchiha Obito's setting, cutting off this arm is not considered a disadvantage to him. Izanagi's forbidden technique is really interesting. Sasuke picked up the severed arm and planned to take it away and save it. Sudden, my heart moves. The pupil technique in the right eye seems to be able to be used. Sasuke's heart skipped a beat. This arm has cells from the first Hokage, and that means Sage Body. Sasuke has tried to copy Sage Body many times before but failed. It feels like something is missing. But now, with this arm in hand, it seems that the copy pupil technique of the right eye can be used. Copy? Sasuke used the pupil technique on his right eye without hesitation. A yang escape chakra from this severed arm was absorbed into Sasuke's body, accompanied by, it's a huge change in Sasuke's body. Chakra has added yang escape attribute, body recovery ability improved. The amount of chakra has skyrocketed. Sage Body. Is it really copied to Sage Body? Yang escape chakra pours into the body in large quantities. Sasuke feels great now. It's as if there were any flaws that were originally there, but now they've been made up for. The whole person's physique is changing rapidly. Originally, even with Senjutsu and Yang release chakra supplemented by Xiang phosphorus, Sasuke's eyesight was slowly declining due to continuous use of Mangekyou Sharingan. But now, no need to worry about this problem. After obtaining Sage Body, you will have continuous nourishment of Yang escape chakra. Mangekyou Sharingan's pupil power can be fully restored slowly, just as Sasuke experiencing the feeling of chakra skyrocketing in the body. The influx of Yang Dun chakra suddenly stopped. Sasuke looks disappointed, looks at the original part of the arm in his hand. Now this arm is completely shriveled. The Yang Dun chakra contained in it has been completely sucked dry. Sasuke feels as if a cat is scratching his head. He feels that his Sage Body has not reached its limit yet. If there are more yang dun chakra, it should be able to continue to improve. Calm down, let's experience the state first. Sasuke took a deep breath and forced himself to sit down calmly. I roughly estimated in my heart the growth rate of my chakra. Well, originally my chakra amount before awakening Manjikayo was about 3 times that of Master Kakashi. Then after awakening Manjikayo, my chakra amount doubled and it was about 10 times that of Master Kakashi. Now, after absorbing the yang escape chakra in this arm, I have obtained at least a certain degree of sage body. The current chakra is probably Mr. Kakashi's Meta companion. 30 times. The joy in Sasuke's heart is almost uncontrollable. This should not be the limit. 150 now, after successfully copying sage body, Sasuke probably has a guess in his mind. Perhaps those blood successors who couldn't be copied before were all of the type with special blood, such as sage body, Sharingan, white eyes, etc. And if you want to copy this kind of blood succession limit, you need corresponding materials. For example, because there are first Hokage cells in the arm left by Uchiha Obito, I can use the yang escape chakra contained in it as nutrients, and after absorbing it, copy and obtain the sage body. If you want to obtain a complete sage body, 10 arms are not enough. You need to absorb as many first Hokage cells as an entire person. If you completely absorb the yang dun chakra in so many first Hokage cells, you should be able to obtain a complete sage body. Sasuke secretly guessed in his heart, that is to say, I need more first Hokage cells now. In the chat room, everyone is going crazy. Sage body. Kim Sasuke actually copied it to sage body. Before, seeing Jin Sasuke trying to copy a lot of blood successor limits failed on the screen, they were glad in their hearts. If Jin Sasuke gets the sage body again, then the others really don't have to live. It turned out to be successful now. Senju Hashirama. I need my cells as materials. Can it be copied to the sage body after absorbing yang dun chakra? This pupil technique is really interesting. Senju Tabarama. No sense at all. I want to report. This is too foul. This destroys the balance of the ninja world. Uchiha Madara. This pupil technique is really unreasonable. In order to obtain the power of Senju, he bit off a piece of flesh from Hashirama's body during the battle with Hashirama in the Valley of the End, and later transplanted it to his own chest, and then he obtained the sage body in a group. The experience can be described as very difficult. And what about Uchiha Sasuke? With Manjikayo's pupil technique, just stare at an arm containing Hashirama cells. It's just unreasonable. Orochimaru. I thought that Kim Sasuke would try to transplant first Hokage cells. It can be copied directly, so there is no risk. Artificial transplantation of first Hokage cells will test the technical level of transplantation. Moreover, there is a risk of being eroded by Hashirama cells and going wild. Somewhere in the ninja world. Obito's expression went numb. What did I do in the other world? He rushed over excitedly, trying to recruit Uchiha Sasuke. As a result, he was beaten severely, wasted a 3-Tomo Sharingan and lost an arm. The arm also gave Kim Sasuke a sage body. What a huge loss. Tsunade. No, this sage body is a bit foul, isn't it? It actually has 30 times the amount of chakra as Kakashi. I also have the blood of Senju, but why is my chakra not so outrageous? Senju Tabarama. Normal, the same as the bloodline of Senju or Uzumaki. The degree of sage body is also different. My elder brother's is basically upgraded level. Senju Hashirama. Actually, it's not that exaggerated. Uchiha Madara. Hashirama, shut up. No one has a deeper understanding of Senju Hashirama's chakra than him. With one hand, wood style, the birth of the tree world, can almost make the number of ninjas meaningless. In front of the overwhelming sea of trees, even thousands of ninjas could not make waves. Onoki. Just absorbing one arm, chakra increased to 30 times that of Hade Kakashi. And this is not the upper limit. Fourth Raikage. If I keep absorbing it, I'm afraid I can really get a sage body comparable to the first Hokage. What a terrifying chakra emperor that will be. Terumime. About 100 times that of Hade Kakashi. Hade Kakashi. No, after all, why do you want to use my chakra amount for comparison? Who did you provoke? Namikaze Minato, because Jin Sasuke estimated the amount of your chakra based on Kakashi. Maybe because you are his teacher, so you are familiar with your chakra amount. Hade Kakashi. Sasuke suddenly remembered something. Danzo. I once cut off Danzo's right arm, which also contained first Hokage cells. Probably because I didn't specifically use the clairvoyance technique on Danzo's arm at the beginning, so I didn't find out that I could copy Sage body like this. But it's not too late. Sasuke immediately returned to his home. Take out the scroll that sealed Danzo's right arm. Now, this arm is full of pits. The original 10-3 Tomo Sharingan above were picked off by Sasuke and kept separately. Copy. Sasuke activated the pupil technique on his right eye again. This time, probably because of the Sage body, it became much easier to use Manjikayo's pupil technique. The soreness in the eyes has been greatly reduced. The combination of Yang escape and Yin escape, Senju's Sage body plus Uchiha's Sharingan, really has a magical effect. Sasuke mused secretly. Sage body's Yang release can completely restore Manjikayo's eye power. Moreover, with Sage body, the burden of using Manjikayo in daily life has been greatly reduced. Perhaps, it is indeed possible that the ancestors of Uchiha and Senju were two brothers in the legend. Yang escape chakra quickly pours into the body. Along with this, chakra surges again. On the basis of the original 30 cards, it is rapidly increasing. Drain this arm from Danzo as well. Drain the Yang escape chakra. Now, this arm has lost all breath of life and is completely dead. 50 calories. Sasuke's eyes are filled with uncontrollable joy. 50 times the amount of Kakashi-sensei's chakra. Really? Using more first Hokage cells as materials absorbing Yang-done chakra, you can continue to complement the Sage body. And get Sage body, and then the total amount of chakra. Obtaining Yang-done, the body's recovery ability is greatly enhanced. Chakra's attribute has Yang-done, and if he uses wood style, his power should be even stronger. Besides, Sasuke can also feel that the growth rate of his chakra has been greatly accelerated. Originally, the total amount of chakra of a ninja will gradually increase with the development of the body. The speed of improvement depends on the ninja's talent, including physical talent and spiritual talent. Now, Sasuke made a rough estimate. The total amount of chakra can be increased in about 5 days. If you absorb more first Hokage cells and get a complete Sage body, this speed will definitely be even faster. I don't know how many cards the total amount of chakra will be by then. Hey, using cards as a unit, isn't it a bit too painful for Mr. Kakashi? Well, forget it. I won't say that in front of him anyway. Sasuke comforted himself a few words in his heart. Hade Kakashi. This brat. He actually became the chakra unit that Kim Sasuke calls him. Originally it was said how many times his chakra amount. Now we even omit it and just say how many stuck chakras there are. Uchiha Sasuke. 50 calories of chakra. I don't know how much chakra I have now. After he awakened Manjikayo, his chakra increased dramatically, and now he should be able to use Ka to make chakra units. Uzumaki Naruto. 50 times Kakashi-sensei, is that a lot? I don't know if I have that much. Hade Kakashi. Naruto, this should happen by now. And in the next few years, Naruto's body will be in a period of rapid development and the amount of chakra will increase rapidly. In a few years, it may reach 100 times his level. Think of this. Kakashi couldn't help but cover his face. Damn it, why did I start using myself as a chakra unit? They were all led astray by Kim Sasuke. The first Hokage cells only have these for the time being. I will find a way to get more in the future to get a complete Sage body. Sasuke ponders for a moment. How to get more first Hokage cells? He probably has an idea. It just so happens that he also needs to obtain information about the Akatsuki Organization Zero. Both things can be solved together. By the way, now that Sage body can be copied, if there are corresponding materials, can Sharingan be copied? Sasuke's eyes gradually brightened as he thought about it. According to what Uchiha Obito said, he needs to transplant Uchiha Itachi's eyes and gain his pupil power in order to obtain the eternal Manjikayo. B. Does other people's Manjikayo have any effect? I happen to have it here. Soon. Sasuke took out the right eye of Uchiha Shisui that he had previously obtained from Danzo. Speaking of which, I gained a lot when I went to the root base to fight Danzo. Copy. The pupil technique of the right eye is activated. A stream of Sharingan's yin escape chakra is absorbed into Sasuke's body. It really works. It seems that what I thought before was right. Special bloodlines such as Sage Body and Sharingan require corresponding materials before they can be copied. A steady stream of high-quality yin release chakra passed into Sasuke's body from Uchiha Shisui's right eye. Sasuke can feel it. The amount of my chakra is increasing. However, the extent of improvement is not as good as before. In addition, Sharingan's pupil power is improving. On the original level of ordinary Mangekyo, moving towards a higher level. Soon, the yin escape chakra in this Mangekyo has been absorbed completely. The original blood-colored eyes have now turned into dim white. The amount of chakra increased by 10 calories. Well, although it is not as good as the increase brought by Sage Body, it is still quite a lot. Sasuke assessed his current situation. The total amount of chakra has reached 60 calories. Mangekyo Sharingan's eye power has been significantly improved, and the pupil technique of the right eye, distinguished heavenly gods. This pupil technique has also been retained. One Sasuke nodded with satisfaction. This pupil technique is still very useful. It would be a pity if I couldn't inherit it. Buzz, Sasuke opens Mangekyo Sharingan. The purple chakra is like a blazing flame, forming a rib-like box all over the body. Separate a clone and use strange power to test it, and found that Susanu's strength has increased a lot. It seems that not only Susanu's strength has increased, Susanu's integrity, but also it seems that it has gone a step further. Sasuke thinks back to Uchiha Obito's words. Eternal Mangekyo, the power of Uchiha Madara. I don't know what level it will be. Sasuke can probably feel now that he absorbed the yin escape from Uchiha Shisui's right eye, which is still a lot worse. If transplanting Uchiha Itachi's Mangekyo can give him eternal Mangekyo, then, to absorb other people's Mangekyo, you may need more Mangekyo Sharingan. But how can there be so much Mangekyo to absorb? 1. 3. Forget it, I'll have to think about this issue later. Sasuke pinched his forehead and thought. I gained stronger power but also encountered more problems. Wait a minute, when I turned on Mangekyo before, both eyes changed from Samagatama to Mangekyo, and chakra just upgraded from Sankado to Chakra. Now that I have absorbed a Mangekyo, chakra has increased by 10 cards. This shows what? Sasuke feels that he has some understanding of the eternal Mangekyo. Probably from ordinary Mangekyo to eternal Mangekyo, there is also a qualitative change in the middle. Uchiha Madara. Eternal Mangekyo is naturally not comparable to ordinary Mangekyo. Senju Tabarama. This is true. Normal Mangekyo, such as Uchiha Izuna, can be dealt with by himself. But what if it were Uchiha Madara of eternal Mangekyo? He can only use Flying Thunder God to escape. Uchiha Fugaku. Shisui's distinguished heavenly gods was actually inherited by Sasuke. I wonder who it will be used on. Orochimaru. I guess it might be Tsunade. Tsunade. Jiraiya. Orochimaru, what are you talking about? You be ****D. Orochimaru. Haha, Jin Sasuke is planning to rebuild the Uchiha clan. Will he let Tsunade, a descendant of Senju, go? Especially after he discovered that Senju and Uchiha may have a blood connection through ancestors. It seems even more impossible to let Tsunade go. Jiraiya, impossible. The age gap between Uchiha Sasuke and Tsunade is too big. How can they possibly rival Shimono? Tsunade. Haha, Jiraiya, you are dead. Uzumaki Kushina, no wonder Jiraiya-sensei you can't catch Tsunade-san. Ext. Did he just talk about Tsunade's taboo? Tsunade. On the contrary, I guess Uchiha Sasuke will use distinguished heavenly gods on you, Orochimaru. Orochimaru. Tsunade, you have a problem. Tsunade? Haha, before Jin Sasuke wanted you to work for him, Orochimaru. I think distinguished heavenly gods is more likely to be used on you. Orochimaru. Damn it. It seems to make sense. Terumime. By the way, is there a possibility that Jin Sasuke will use distinguished heavenly gods on both of you? Manjikayo's pupil technique is not a one-time thing. It would be over if both of them took one shot each. Tsunade Orochimaru plus. Yes, I suddenly started to panic. At this time, Danzo, who was in the Pure Land, spoke. Shimura Danzo, Uchiha Sasuke's pupil technique, distinguished heavenly gods, takes nearly 10 years to cool down once used. It cannot be used at will. He felt pity when he thought about it. Distinguished heavenly gods Manjikayo, which he himself was not willing to use, was just snatched away. Hearing this, many people couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Luckily, there are limits. If only Jin Sasuke could use distinguished heavenly gods infinitely. It's scary to think about it. Orochimaru. Well, then I think it's more likely to be used on Tsunade. Tsunade. Why? Orochimaru, Tsunade, as the only remaining Senju descendant with outstanding talents, it should be difficult for Sasuke to resist the temptation of asking you to help him revitalize Uchiha. Tsunade. It sounds reasonable. Orochimaru. And Tsunade, do you think that you and the other world will be captured by Jin Sasuke using distinguished heavenly gods, or will you be captured without distinguished heavenly gods? Tsunade, Jiraiya. I believe in Tsunade. Unless Jin Sasuke uses distinguished heavenly gods, it's impossible to win Tsunade. Wait, the result seems to be the same, regardless of whether Tsunade was captured by Kim Sasuke, using his own charm, or something like that, or control it directly with distinguished heavenly gods. Is there any difference in the results? Tsunade. I still think that distinguished heavenly gods may be used on you, Orochimaru. You are in trouble, so it's better to use distinguished heavenly gods to control it to be safer. Red Sand Scorpion. I agree with this point. This shabby snake is indeed troublesome. Orochimaru. Jiraiya. I hope so. Onoki. By the way, is it possible for Jin Sasuke to use distinguished heavenly gods to avenge H? For example, use distinguished heavenly gods against Uchiha Obito. Fourth Raikage. With Sasuke's passion for revenge, it's very possible. Uchiha Sasuke. If it were me, I would use distinguished heavenly gods on that D Uchiha Itachi and let him experience the feeling of having his life controlled by me. Uchiha Itachi. Sasuke took out another 3-tomo Sharingan obtained from Danzo. I tried to copy it, and I did absorb the yin escape power of this eye, but the result is very disappointing. Chakra has increased by less than half a card. Manjikayo's eye power has improved even more than it has. The effect is too bad. Even if we absorb all 10 3-tomo Sharingan, it will not be as effective as absorbing that one Manjikayo. Sasuke pinched his forehead, feeling a little worried. Now that he wants to continue to improve his strength, he must advance in 2 aspects. One is Yang Dun Sage Body. This is quite simple. If you want to obtain a complete Sage Body, you only need more first Hokage cells. The other one is to enhance Manjikayo's pupil power to the level of Eternal Manjikayo. Cultivation of the power of Senju and Uchiha to ultimate, and then try to unlock the power of all things. But what should I do if I want to elevate Manjikayo to the level of Eternal Manjikayo? Even though Sasuke can directly absorb the pupil power of other Manjikayo Sharingan through the copy pupil technique of his right eye, but how can there be so much Manjikayo for him to absorb? Forget it, maybe we need to change our thinking on this, Sasuke mused secretly. Now, there is another matter to be resolved. The screen changes. Hade Kakashi's home. One Kakashi looked at the signs of someone entering his home. I didn't pay too much attention and just opened the door and went in. Sasuke, it's really you, Kakashi said with some complaints. This kid always breaks in without permission every time he comes to his house. I don't want to give him face as a teacher. Hey, mister. Kakashi went to walk the dog. It seems that his mentality has recovered well. Sasuke sees Kakashi holding Parker's hand. Looks like he just came back from walking the dog. Correction, I took Kakashi to relax, so strictly speaking I took Kakashi for a walk. Parker said seriously, it is a ninja dog, you don't need to be led for a walk. Kakashi rolled his eyes, what's the matter? You just sneaked into my house, you must have something serious to do. One Sasuke nodded. Sitting upright, he said in a very serious tone, "Teacher Kakashi, don't be surprised by what I'm going to tell you next. Don't worry, nothing will surprise me now." Kakashi said nonchalantly, "Some time ago, he has experienced too many things. I learned the truth about what happened to my father back then. Make a plan with Sasuke to take revenge on Konoha's top brass. And I also heard so much dirty stuff from Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shimura Danzo. He has experienced hundreds of battles. Nothing can surprise him anymore." "Really? That's good." Sasuke gives Kakashi a deep look, then briefly describe what happened today. Meet the masked man who is the mastermind behind the Nine Tails Rebellion and the murderer of the Uchiha genocide. Then it was also discovered that the masked man was Uchiha Obito. Uchiha Obito also invited himself to join his plan. One Kakashi was immediately stunned. "What the hell? Uzumaki Naruto." Kakashi-sensei's expression looked stupid. "Nara Shikamaru, it's normal. I originally thought that the previous experience was bizarre enough, but I didn't expect that there would be something even more bizarre." Namikaze Minato, I can understand Kakashi's feelings. That the masked man is Obito is really hard to accept. Senju Tabarama, the experience of Uchiha Obito has not been clarified yet. Maybe there's something more outrageous behind it. Uchiha Madara, I suddenly felt a little unsure. Will he be picked out later? Illusion solved. Kakashi forms a seal in his hand trying to break the illusion. Sasuke actually said such outrageous things. It must be an illusion, however. Nothing happened. Would you like to pinch yourself again to see if you are dreaming? Sasuke calmly took a sip of tea and said, "I feel a little happy." Before, when he found out that the masked man was Uchiha Obito, he was also shocked. Now I can share this shock with others. What you just said is true. Kakashi's face darkened. With Sasuke's personality, he probably wouldn't joke about this kind of thing. "Yeah, how is this possible? How could Obito still be alive? How could the person who started the Nine Tails Rebellion and killed Mr. Minato and Mrs. Kushina be Japanese?" Sasuke nodded and said, "Speaking of which, at first it was because I used my own pupil technique and discovered that the masked man's pupil technique was Kamui, and then I began to suspect that he belonged to Uchiha Obito. Later, I tested it and found that it was really him." One Sasuke glances at a photo on the table next to him. That is a group photo of the 4 members of Minato's class. It was precisely because of seeing this photo that Sasuke completely confirmed the identity of Uchiha Obito when he saw his face. Kamui. Kakashi subconsciously touched his left eye. Is Obito's Manjikayo pupil technique also Kamui? Isn't it a bit of a coincidence? I have many questions about the fact that both of you are Kamui's pupil arts. However, for now, let's go to the Kamui space and take a look. Sasuke stood up and said, "If you want to break Uchiha Obito's pupil technique, there are basically 2 methods. One is to kill him instantly while he is materializing, without giving him a chance to activate the eye technique or Izanagi. The other is to enter the Kamui space and be sandwiched on both sides." "Get in? How to get in? Can you still get in?" Kakashi scratched his head and said. Sasuke was a little speechless. "Didn't you cast Kamui before? It's talking about the previous execution of Sarutobi Hiruzen." Kakashi activated Kamui unconsciously and twisted Sarutobi Hiruzen's head off. "I can absorb things from the outside world. However, can I also absorb myself into the Kamui space?" Kakashi lifted up his forehead protector, revealing Sharingan, and began to try. "Include yourself into Kamui space. It seems it can be done." After realizing that Kamui's pupil technique can be used in this way, Kakashi's mind immediately opened up. Buzz, Manjikayo freeze frame with boomerang pattern. The space around Kakashi begins to distort. Kamui, the pupil technique, worked on himself. Snapped. Sasuke saw this and quickly put his hand on Kakashi's shoulder. A few seconds later, the 2 figures disappeared together. Screen change. In the dark Kamui space, 2 figures appear. Coming in successfully entered Kamui space. "Hade Kakashi, you can really do this." "Strange, why do I need Sasuke to remind me that I can do this before I can do it?" Namikaze Minato, Perhaps because Kakashi your Sharingan is from Obito. Senju Tabarama. It's very interesting. The two people's eye skills are related, and after Hade Kakashi opened Mangekyo, he didn't know the content of his own eye skills and even needed others to prompt him to explore. Perhaps the truth is hidden behind this information. Somewhere in the ninja world, Obito looked at the gold-framed screen and felt impatient. Damn it. That guy Kakashi actually brought Uchiha Sasuke into the Kamui space. On the other side, do you dare to continue to use Kamui's pupil technique in the future? What if you enter Kamui space during a battle in the future and find Uchiha Sasuke squatting inside? Wouldn't that be the end of it? This is the Kamui space. The flying thunder god spell from the outside world cannot be sensed here. It is an independent alien space, isolated from the outside world. Sasuke said, looking around. This place and the present world are two independent spaces. After entering here, even if you use the flying thunder god technique, you will not be able to cross the Kamui space and return to the present world. Wait, over there. Sasuke narrows his eyes. There seems to be a crystal coffin in the distance. There is a person lying inside. Sasuke and Kakashi rushed over quickly. Lin. Kakashi was almost stunned. Nohara Lin, the person inside this crystal coffin, is actually Nohara Lin. Can't be wrong. The bloody hole in Lin's heart was made by him using Reikiri. B. Why is Lin's body here? Obito. Kakashi's heart sank. Lin's body is in Kamui space, so the masked man may really be Obito. Teacher Kakashi, I need to know about Nohara Rin's death in detail. Sasuke said calmly. Uchiha Obito's experience after Kanabi Bridge must be related to this. One Kakashi's expression changes. 103 in a low voice, he began to tell the story of the past. Killing Nohara Lin with his own hands was the darkest scene in his memory. However, now this involves his resurrected best friend Uchiha Obito. No matter how painful it is, he must try to remember that incident. It was during the Third Ninja War. Obito was already dead at that time. We thought he was dead. Only Lin and I were left in the Minato class. That time, Lin and I were on the battlefield against Miss Shinobi. Lin was kidnapped by Miss Shinobi Anbu, and Minato-sensei was not around at that time. I tried to rescue myself, but Kirigakure implanted 3 tails in Lin's body. It seemed that he planned to send Lin back to Konoha, and then let the 3 tails run rampant in Konoha. I originally thought of saving Lin and going to find Mr. Minato, but I didn't expect that during the battle, my Reikiri used my hand. I don't know what happened after that. When I woke up the next day, I was already in the Konoha camp. After that time, my Sharingan was upgraded to 3 Magatama. Listened to Kakashi. Sasuke frowns, thought for a long time. I need to find some information. Let's get out of here first. Sasuke said, glancing at the crystal coffin next to him. If he guessed correctly, Uchiha Obito should have started Mangekyo Sharingan because of this incident. But Mr. Kakashi's Sharingan has also been upgraded to 3 Magatama. Is it really just upgraded to 3 Magatama? Furthermore, the Mangekyo eye skills of both people happen to be Kamui. Perhaps Kakashi's old love has actually started Mangekyo go to the Hokage building. I need to find some information about this matter and Sharingan. Sasuke said. But before that, I still have to leave some surprises for Uchiha Obito. Multiple shadow clone technique. +2 #L#=boom. Hundreds of shadow clone appear in Kamui space. Go, spread our flying thunder god spells to all corners of this space. Sasuke ordered to the shadow clones, whether it's useful or not. Anyway, let's leave the flying thunder god technique for now. One Kakashi on the side looked dumbfounded. Why so many shadow clone? In the past, Sasuke couldn't distinguish so many shadow clones when he cast multiple shadow clones, right? Isn't this Sasuke Naruto pretending to be Naruto? Sasuke sighed. Zaiguzi took out a note and wrote on it. Uchiha Obito, I took Nohara Rin's body away. Please don't worry, I will treat her well. Then, leave your signature, Uchiha Sasuke. After writing it, he left the note beside the crystal coffin. Okay, you can leave now, take this crystal coffin with you. Sasuke said with a smile. I wonder if Uchiha Obito will be satisfied with the surprise he left. Uchiha Obito, I surprise you with your mother's head. Uchiha Sasuke, what are you B********* D trying to do to my Lin? Damn B******** D beep 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 in the chat room. Obito went berserk, spewing trash talk like crazy. He's about to explode. I thought it would be the safest to put Lin's body in the Kamui space. As a result, I didn't expect it. That idiot Kakashi actually brought Uchiha Sasuke in. He also took away Lin's body, and Uchiha Sasuke, the B******* D, actually left a special note saying that he would treat Lin well. Damn it, what does treat well mean? What does this B****** D want to do? Zai Hiham. Unexpectedly, Lin's body was specially preserved in a different space by Obito. Shurinui Genma. It seems that although that guy Obito didn't know what he went through and his temperament changed drastically, he still likes Lin. Shizune. It was the same before. Kim Sasuke used Shadow Clone to look like Lin, trying to highlight the identity of the king. Ebisu. Tusk. This guy Obito is as good as ever in this regard. They are the same generation as Kakashi, Obito, and others. We've known each other since we were in ninja school. They couldn't be clearer about Obito's attitude towards Nohara Rin. Hade Kakashi. Kim Sasuke is really murderous. He even left a special note. To be fair, this can't actually cause any real loss to Obito, but very high mental damage. This can be seen from what Obito said in the chat room. Obito in another world would probably be so angry. Jiraiya. Nohara Rina is just a body after all. Kim Sasuke shouldn't actually be able to do anything. Orochimaru, of course. However, this does not prevent him from leaving the words in the note to seduce Uchiha Obito into daydreams. Whoever cares about this kind of thing will lose. Tsunade. This kid is so damaged. Nara Shikamaru. After all, for Kim Sasuke, Uchiha Obito is one of the enemies who destroyed the clan, so it is normal for him to take revenge like this. Onoki. Looking at what happened to Sarutobi in another world, I guess Uchiha Obito's ending is not much better. I don't know how Jin Sasuke will revenge him. Terumime. According to my analysis, Jin Sasuke's revenge is aimed at the characteristics of the enemy. For example, revenge on third Hokage will ruin his reputation and be executed in public. Destroy everything the enemy values and then let the enemy die in despair. This should be Sasuke's revenge idea. Uchiha Fugaku. For Uchiha Obito, the most important thing is Nohara Rin. Senju Tabarama. There is no doubt that is the case. Moreover, Uchiha Obito opened Manjikayo probably because of Nohara Rin. Orochimaru. If Kim Sasuke wants to take revenge on Uchiha Obito, the most effective revenge may be to take revenge on Nohara Rin. Namikaze Minato. But Rin is dead after all. You can't impure world reincarnation, right? Jiraiya. I was thinking of distinguished heavenly gods again. If Kim Sasuke casts Nohara Rin impure world reincarnation and then casts distinguished heavenly gods, Shurinui Genma. Use the distinguished heavenly gods to make Rin fall in love with someone else. Hiss. Obito will probably explode on the spot. Uchiha Obito. F asterisk asterisk KF asterisk asterisk KF asterisk asterisk KF asterisk asterisk KF asterisk asterisk K. Stop talking. I can't stand it anymore. Just listen to them talk about the possibility. Obito felt like he was going crazy. Hokage building. Archives room. Anbu is usually on duty here. If ordinary people want to come in, they must obtain Hokage's permission. But Konoha is now caught in a power vacuum. Management in this area is temporarily in chaos. Sasuke and Kakashi came, but Anbu simply let them in. Hade Kakashi is an old man from Anbu, they know each other. As for Sasuke, there is no one who does not know Jonin in the village now. Many people are wondering if Sasuke will be the next Hokage. Anbu naturally gave up blocking him. It can't be stopped anyway. Mr. Kakashi, you go to check the content about Nohara Rin's kidnapping. I'll check some sharing and information tilde. Sasuke said to Kakashi. Two people divide the work and cooperate at the same time. Soon, Kakashi found the corresponding information and muttered while looking at it. After my Reikiri hit Lin, I passed out, and when I woke up, I was in the Konoha camp. Later, some survey ninjas went to that place to investigate the situation, but they probably went a little late. All the bodies of Miss Shinobi Anbu there had been taken away. However, the traces of the battle are still preserved. Kakashi frowned. It seems that after he fell into a coma, a great war broke out in that place. According to the speculation of the survey ninja, there should be one person who fought against all the Miss Shinobi Anbu and successfully killed all the opponents. Reconnaissance ninjas found many tree branches at the battle site, and some people suspected that they were traces of wood-style ninjutsu. Kakashi said in a deep voice. Sasuke listened carefully. Temporarily close the book in your hand and say, Uchiha Obito was transplanted with first Hokage cells and awakened wood style. Therefore, he should be the one who killed all Miss Shinobi Anbu. And he should have taken Nohara Rin's body away after that. As for Mr. Kakashi, you were probably thrown there directly. Kakashi nodded slowly, imagining the scene at that time in his mind. Obito. I don't know why, but he is still alive, and he was also present the night Lin died, and he awakened Manjikayo Sharingan because of this. Want to activate Manjikayo Sharingan? Intense emotional stimulation should be required. As far as Obito's character is concerned, seeing Lin's death should be enough to stimulate him to activate Manjikayo. Well, it should be like this. Moreover, this also helped me answer one of my previous doubts. Sasuke said, raising his hand. This book was left behind by second Hokage Senju Tabarama. It is a record of his research on Sharingan. Tusk. That guy from Senju Tabarama, a naturally evil Uchiha. It turns out that this guy has the deepest research on the Uchiha clan. Teacher Kakashi, when you opened Manjikayo before, I was curious, after foreigners get Sharingan, can they evolve Sharingan? This book by Senju Tabarama helped me clear up my doubts. Theoretically speaking, it should not be possible. According to the research of Senju Tabarama, the Uchiha clan's Sharingan evolves by releasing a special chakra through a certain part of the brain, thereby causing the Sharingan to evolve. And that special part of the brain should be unique to the Uchiha clan. So, Mr. Kakashi, it is actually strange that your Sharingan can evolve. Sasuke said slowly. Kakashi subconsciously touched his left eye. He probably understood what Sasuke meant. When Obito gave me his Sharingan, this eye was a double Magatama. Later, on the night when Lin died, my Sharingan evolved, but this should not be my fault but because Obito was nearby. Kakashi said in a deep voice, because the two Sharingans are actually Obito's. At that time, the two separated Sharingans were relatively close to each other. The Sharingan on Obito's side evolved, and through some special resonance, the Sharingan on his side evolved together. So, Mr. Kakashi, on that night, Sharingan not only evolved into Sanmegatama, but evolved into Manjikayo. It's just that maybe you haven't discovered this because your chakra is not enough. Sasuke said slowly. Many doubts are now solved. Before, when Sasuke's Sharingan was still a 3-Magatama, he had always felt that the 3-Tamo Sharingan owned by Mr. Kakashi seemed to have much higher power than his own. One eye just realized now that it was a Manjikayo in the form of a hook. In this case, it is normal for my pupil power to be higher than that of Sanmegatama at that time. Senju Tabarama. So that's it. It all makes sense now. Why did Hade Kakashi activate Manjikayo but didn't know the information about his pupil technique at all? Because that's not the pupil technique he awakened at all. The two Kamui eye techniques with different effects should both be derived from Uchiha Obito's spiritual portrayal when he awakened Manjikayo. Also, after turning on Manjikayo, Hade Kakashi's chakra did not increase. This is because his Manjikayo has long been awakened. It was just turned on again before. Uchiha Fugaku. No wonder Hade Kakashi, a foreigner, can actually get the title of copy ninja. It would make sense if he is Manjikayo. Also, in this case, the reason why Kakashi chakra is so lacking should be because he actually bears a Manjikayo Sharingan. Or Chimaru. It was obviously upgraded to Manjikayo more than 10 years ago, but it has not been discovered for so many years. It is quite useless. Hare Kakashi, I'm really sorry that I'm such a waste. Kakashi closed his eyes and pondered. After a long time he opened his eyes and slowly said, about Obito we should have these questions. First, why didn't he die after the Battle of Kanabi Bridge? Who should have saved this person? Who could it be? Second, what did Obito go through which can be said to be a drastic change in his temperament? Witnessing Lin's death should be one of them, but there should be others. And this one may be related to the one who saved him. It's related to Obito's people. Third, the Night of Nine Tails. It was probably Obito who released 9 tails from Mrs. Kushina's body. Later, it was Obito who used Mangekyo to control 9 tails. Teacher Minato seemed to be held back by someone at that time. This may also be the case because of the pressure. As for the third point, what we don't know is Obito's purpose of doing this. Papa, Sasuke couldn't help but applaud. That's right, Mr. Kakashi, it's rare that you stopped being so lazy and started thinking seriously. It deserves praise. Sasuke praised sincerely. Teacher Kakashi's IQ is obviously very high, but usually he looks half dead. Now, probably because it involves his former best friend, Mr. Kakashi seems to be motivated. Kakashi's face doesn't look good. What does worthy of praise mean? Not polite. Which of us is the teacher and who is the student? Sasuke coughed twice and said seriously, let's think about it now. The person who saved Uchiha Obito in the Battle of Kanabi Bridge should have mastered the first Hokage cell transplantation technology and used this. Uchiha Obito was saved. 1. This person should have a certain purpose. Why did he want to save Uchiha Obito? Maybe he wanted to use his power to accomplish something. Uchiha Obito previously invited me to join his plan to create New World. This may be related to the mysterious man who rescued him. But after the Battle of Kanabi Bridge, Uchiha Obito and Sharingan only have double Magatama after all, so their strength may not be enough. So, if I were that mysterious person, I might find a way to help him improve his strength. Opposite. Kakashi's expression becomes increasingly ugly. He seems to have thought of something. Underworld Ren. Uchiha Madara is scolding Obito in her heart. It's all that kid Obito's fault. Obito's identity has been exposed and now he is in danger. The night Lin died, Obito happened to be nearby. Kakashi's expression is gloomy. Damn it. Is this the conspiracy of the mysterious man who rescued Obito? That's right. Sasuke nodded, confirming Kakashi's idea. For an Uchiha, the fastest way to greatly improve his strength is to activate Mangekyo. And by chance, Nohara Rin died, and Obito was nearby, activating the Mangekyo Sharingan. Also, Mr. Kakashi, I have always felt that Nohara Rin had 3 tails implanted in her body, which is a bit outrageous. Why did it happen to be her? Kirigakure caught Nohara Rin casually. In other words, this was a conspiracy designed by the mysterious man to let Uchiha Obito open Mangekyo. I think the latter is more likely. Besides, the plan itself is a bit outrageous. Dalai how, Sasuke said with a sneer, implant the 3 tails into a Konoha shinobi, and then send the Konoha shinobi back to Konoha, trying to make the 3 tails run rampant in Konoha. It's a bit of a joke. Isn't Kirigakure afraid that 3 tails will be forcibly suppressed and detained by Konoha? But if the purpose of this plan is not to let the 3 tails run rampant in Konoha, but to kill Lin and let Obito see it, thereby opening Mangekyo, it seems like Kakashi said with a gloomy expression. Damn it, conspiracy. It must be a conspiracy. Senju Tabarama. Indeed, how could Kirigakure make such a ridiculous plan? Terumi Mei. But the plan was indeed implemented, although she still doesn't understand what happened and why she did that. Onoki. Perhaps Miss Shinobi feels that even if 3 tails is captured by Konoha, Sarutobai's cartilage will eventually be returned to Miss Shinobi. 4th Raikage. Not to mention the 3rd Hokage is really capable of such a thing. Sarutobi Hiruzen, even though he is dead, he still needs to be arranged. Somewhere in the ninja world. Uchiha Obito's expression kept changing. Lin's death. Was it a conspiracy? Black Zetsu on the side felt bad. Obito, don't think too much about it. Shut up. Obito shouted loudly. He suddenly remembered. Lin and Kakashi are in danger. This is the news sent to him by White Zetsu, that's why he hurried over. Then I saw the scene where Rin was penetrated by Reikiri. As for White Zetsu, he was probably taking orders from Uchiha Madara at that time. In the chat room. Uchiha Obito, Uchiha Madara, get out. Tell me clearly, did you plan what happened to Lin back then? Uchiha Madara, fire Senju Hashirama, motor, Senju Tabarama. Ha, Uchiha Madara, it's really you. I told you that you had a conspiracy. Originally, Uchiha Madara was a little worried. In the parallel world, if Kim Sasuke continues to investigate, maybe he will be found. In this case, his story may be exposed. But Uchiha Madara is something I never expected. Kim Sasuke hasn't gotten that far yet. It was Obito who couldn't bear it anymore and revealed his identity directly in the chat room. It's so bad. He really chose the wrong person. Originally, in Uchiha Madara's plan, after he was resurrected in the future, he would announce his plan to the world. Everything, including resurrection, was in his plan. What a pleasure this would be. Just thinking about it makes me want to laugh. As a result, now because of that boy Obito, he was exposed in advance. Uchiha Madara. Obito, you kid, you can't hold your breath. Black Zetsu. Sorry, Madara-sama, I didn't stop him. Uchiha Obito. Uchiha Madara, you be ****D. I remember, the reason why I was able to rush over was because the White Zetsu named a Fae possessed me. Everything is connected. It was White Zetsu who told Nohara Rin that she was in danger. The reason why he was able to leave Uchiha Madara and rush to the battlefield was because of the help of the Uzumaki-faced White Zetsu Fae. Then, he saw the scene where Lin died at the hands of Kakashi, which in turn started Mangekyo Sharingan. Uchiha Madara. Yes, but I didn't expect that you only realized something was wrong now. No wonder your merit score is only 2. Uchiha Obito. You ride on the horse at Heshin%. Uchiha Madara. Although White Zetsu are not very smart, why do you think they will help you? Because you have been with them for a while and have become familiar with them, so they will help you. Uchiha Obito. It's all because of your orders, old man. Uchiha Madara. I just thought about it now. Tusk, it seems that your IQ is not much different from White Zetsu. Even if Mangekyo Sharingan is turned on, it can't increase your IQ much. Uchiha Obito, you ride on the horse. Uchiha Madara. Also, I chose you as the executor of the plan. Don't you want to think about why I chose you as the last person? It's not because you have the qualifications to open Mangekyo. Uchiha Obito, ****hole. Uchiha Madara. I arranged a drama for you to activate Mangekyo, but you didn't even suspect that I arranged it. Uchiha Obito, son of a B*****ch. What the F*****k? Beep 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 beep. In the chat room, there are only the voices of these two people at all times. One of the two people was mocking, the other was scolding. As for everyone else, I was completely dumbfounded. 000 Uchiha Madara. This name, the young ninja, no longer understands, but the older generation of ninjas still remember the terror of this man. Although, in terms of strength, the ninja god Senju Hashirama may be stronger. However, Senju Hashirama's character does not give people any sense of oppression. Basically, if anything can be resolved peacefully, Senju Hashirama will not choose the dynamic layer. Uchiha Madara, on the other hand, is the exact opposite. If you can do everything, I won't force you. Onoki, shouldn't Uchiha Madara die in the Valley of the End? Why was he still able to save Uchiha Obito in the Battle of Kanabi Bridge? So damn scary. Uchiha Madara actually appeared during the Battle of Kanabi Bridge. Just thinking about it now, Onogi feels chills on the back of his neck. The former Uchiha Madara really left a deep shadow on his heart. Fourth Reikage. It should be the impure world reincarnation. Otherwise, how could a person live so long? Or Chimaru. There are countless people in the ninja world who have survived from the Sengoku era. That guy Kakuzu is one of them, and he is called an immortal ninja. Terumime. Our missed shinobi masters are also the ones who have survived from the first generation period. Namikaze Minato, Obito, can you tell us something? You now understand that you have fallen into someone else's conspiracy. Uchiha Obito, Minato-sensei I Uchiha Madara. Obito, you have to think clearly, it will not do you any good to leak the plan. Uchiha Obito, shut up, you old B**********. I should have just pulled out your tube when I first saw you. Uchiha Madara, whatever you think, you still want to give up your plan and choose to turn back now. Think about what you have done. Is it possible for you to turn back? Uchiha Obito, damn it, what should he do? I learned that Lin was plotted by Uchiha Madara because of her own reasons. Obito is extremely regretful. I hate Uchiha Madara so much in my heart. Bah. He also had to admit that what that old B*********D Uchiha Madara said made sense. He has done too many bad things, how can he turn back? Uchiha Obito, sorry Mr. Minato, I will continue to follow my own path. We will meet again in the new world in the future. Namikaze Minato, what exactly is Obito planning to do? Orochimaru, see you in the new world. Is it possible that the so-called beautiful new world can bring the dead back to life? Uchiha Madara, damn it, Ajag. This kid Obito, what are you trying to do? Any words you say will leak information. Senju Tobirama. Just now Uchiha Obito said that he removed Uchiha Madara's tube. Is this so-called tube some kind of life-sustaining means? Onoki, sustaining life, what does this mean? He felt a chill on his back. Fourth Raikage. Is it possible that Uchiha Madara has always been alive? It's impossible. Senju Tobirama. Speaking of which, it is indeed possible. After I brought Uchiha Madara's body back, it mysteriously disappeared. Now that I think about it, could it be Izanagi? He originally thought that someone from the Uchiha clan had stolen Madara's body, but now it seems perhaps Uchiha Madara activated Izanagi in advance and did not die in the Valley of the End at all. Uchiha Madara, exposed again. Is it because of Obito? Senju Hashirama, didn't Madara die in the Valley of the End? Great. Senju Tobirama, brother, what are you talking about? Senju Hashirama, oh Tobirama, after the battle in the Valley of the End, I have always regretted that I actually killed Madara in order to protect the village. It would have been better if Madara had not died at that time. Uchiha Madara, HMPH, I'm not going to die that easily. The battle in the Valley of the End was just a way for me to gain the power of Senju. Senju Tobirama, oh, yes. I brought 9 tails to come to fight with my big brother in excitement, but was beaten to death by true several thousand hands. Tobirama is not you Uchiha Madara. Uchiha Madara B*******D Senju Tobirama, reveal his weakness again. Senju Hashirama, in order to obtain the power of Senju. I seem to remember that at the final stage of the battle, Madara, you bit me, was it to obtain my cells? Onoki, bite. Is this how Uchiha Madara and first Hokage fight? Orochimaru, Uchiha Madara should have obtained the power of his hands through this method, and perhaps further obtained the power of all things. Namikaze Minato, then Uchiha Madara should have read the last paragraph of the inscription on the stone tablet, and then formulated some plan for the new world, and Obito should be his chosen successor. Hade Kakashi, so Uchiha Madara is indeed alive all the time and has been secretly spying on the ninja world. All of a sudden, almost everyone felt fear. Uchiha Madara, who was thought to have died in history, may have survived. Moreover, he is still hiding in the secrets of the ninja world, planning something unknown. Uchiha Madara, that's right. Stop pretending I'm showing my cards, it's all in my plan. Completely exploded. The brains of everyone in the ninja world are about to boil. Uchiha Madara is actually the mastermind hiding in the ninja world. Onoki, Uchiha Madara is probably still alive now, right? When he thought of this possibility, and he felt that he could not breathe smoothly. Senju Tobirama, probably not. He chose Uchiha Obito as his successor probably because he couldn't last longer. Orochimaru, however, considering the power of the universe, I don't know what magical effect it will have. Perhaps, although Uchiha Madara is dead now, there are further plans. Jiraiya, in other words, Uchiha Madara may appear again in the future. Or should I say be resurrected? Resurrection. Uchiha Madara may be resurrected. Hear this. Almost everyone in the ninja world feels heavy pressure. Zio organization base. Nagato touched his Rinnegan. If you can resurrect a person, his Rinnegan can do it. Nagato, be careful of Uchiha Obito. He approached us in the first place, maybe just to use your Rinnegan to resurrect Uchiha Madara. Conan on the side said very seriously, I will. Nagato nodded. He has already learned about Uchiha Obito's eye skills through the live broadcast room. Although it will be troublesome to kill Uchiha Obito, if it is just a precaution, there is no problem at all. It's best to find a chance to kill him. And Zetsu, they should all be in the same group. Conan's eyes flashed with danger. Uchiha Obito's Kamui time is 5 minutes. Then, it's possible to activate Izanagi. If you want to kill Uchiha Obito, you may need to use the detonating talisman to explode for a longer time. Kirigakure. Terumi Mei was thinking about something else. The plan to implant 3 tails into Nohara Rin's body was Uchiha Madara's conspiracy. But this conspiracy was accomplished through Miss Shinobi's Anbu. Uchiha Madara, how did he do it? This incident happened during the 3rd Mizukage period. Could it be that the 3rd Mizukage was controlled by Uchiha Madara? Everyone in the ninja world had different ideas for a while. Let's summarize. Sasuke leaned against the bookshelf and spoke slowly. A mysterious man hiding in the dark. He chose Uchiha Obito, designed a series of conspiracies to let Uchiha Obito open Manjikayo, and let Uchiha Obito join his plan. And this plan should be related to the last paragraph of the inscription I saw before. Judging from the content in front of the inscription, it may be necessary to cultivate the power of both Uchiha and Senju. Go to Ultimate and then unlock new powers. Only then can you truly decipher the content of the last paragraph. Sasuke probably guessed. Uchiha Obito knew that the last paragraph of the inscription was probably not interpreted by him himself, but was told to him by the mysterious man. After all, Uchiha Obito's Sharingan is just an ordinary Manjikayo. He has the sage body of first Hokage cells, and this Sasuke also has it now. But Sasuke still can't decipher the last paragraph of the inscription. Then, if Uchiha Obito knew the content of the last paragraph of the inscription, he could only know it through the person behind him. Uchiha and Senju's powers have been cultivated to ultimate. Kakashi's expression became serious. Sasuke also told him the content of the inscription before. According to this sentence, the identity of the mysterious man behind the scenes has been reduced to the limit. It seems that Mr. Kakashi, you have also guessed it. Sasuke nodded and said, cultivation of Uchiha or Senju's power to ultimate. The only people who can claim this sentence should be first Hokage Senju Hashirama and his equally famous Uchiha Madara. Kakashi said, feeling a little chilly. He can feel it. There seems to be a shocking conspiracy behind this. Sasuke on the opposite side looked normal, waving his fingers and speaking little by little. First, that stone tablet belongs to our Uchiha clan, and a Sharingan is needed to read the content of the tablet. Second, that mysterious man, he knows Manjikayo Sharingan very well and can design Uchiha Obito to turn on Manjikayo. Third, Uchiha Obito told me that if I transplant Uchiha Itachi's eyes, I can gain eternal Manjikayo. Those are the eyes that Uchiha Madara once had. Come down at these 3 points. The man behind the scenes has only one possible identity left. Uchiha Madara. Kakashi feels like his brain is about to explode. Before, he thought nothing could surprise him anymore. As a result, we first found out that Obito was still alive, and he was the one who killed Minato-sensei. Now it is discovered that the person behind Obito is probably Uchiha Madara. What the hell? Is this world crazy? Why is it so outrageous? In the chat room, Uchiha Madara, he actually guessed it. Whether in this world or another world, his identity has been exposed. Orochimaru. As expected of Kim Sasuke, he analyzed and thought through such limited information to arrive at the truth. It's amazing. Onoki, No wonder he was able to find out the truth about the Uchiha genocide on his own. Senju Tabarama. Oh, I would say that what makes this guy great is not only his talent and strength but also his brain. Hade Kakashi. Sasuke, you have to learn a lot from your other self in this regard. Uchiha Sasuke, it's not that worrying. Sasuke said with relief, even if Uchiha Madara is really still alive, he probably won't be as strong as he was at his peak. Otherwise, he wouldn't need to act in secret. Furthermore, Uchiha Obito also wears a mask to hide his identity. He even came to recruit me. The other party's strength should not be stronger than imagined. Kakashi nodded, his emotions slowly calming down. What should we do now? Although he is Sasuke's teacher, however, Kakashi still has some worries in his heart. As a student, I have surpassed myself in every aspect. Sasuke raised 2 fingers and said, "First, improve your strength. This is something you should always do. Second, continue the investigation. Uchiha Obito is the clue to the investigation. According to Danzo, he should be in the Akatsuki organization. Although that guy Uchiha Itachi went to work as an undercover agent in the Akatsuki organization. But after all these years, no news has come back. And now, Uchiha Itachi should be under control. If you join Uchiha Obito's plan, it will be difficult for Itachi to meet the Akatsuki organization." Kakashi recalled, Jiraiya-sama has talked about this. He may have some knowledge of the Akatsuki organization. It seems that I discovered it while tracking Orochimaru. That guy Orochimaru should know about the Akatsuki organization. It just so happens that I have some other things to ask him about. Sasuke touched the curse mark on his neck and said with a smile, in the chat room, Orochimaru, no, don't come here. Jin Sasuke comes to him. It can't be a good thing no matter how you look at it. Tsunade. Ha 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 ha. Orochimaru, you said before that Kim Sasuke might be targeting me, but now it seems that you may be the first to be unlucky. Orochimaru, Jiraiya. I remember that in another world, Jin Sasuke seemed to have made a deal with Orochimaru and let Orochimaru leave a curse mark, and he can locate Orochimaru through that curse mark, right? Tsunade. It's not just Orochimaru himself. There's a backup of Orochimaru's soul in that curse seal. Sasuke can use this to locate all of Orochimaru's souls. I almost died laughing. Orochimaru, that B*******D, had ridiculed her before as if it had nothing to do with him. Now it is Orochimaru who is targeted by Kim Sasuke first. Red Sand Scorpion. Orochimaru is very capable of saving his life and running away, but this time he probably won't be able to escape. It has the position of a soul fragment. No matter where Orochimaru goes, Kim Sasuke can chase him. Tet. Onoki. Kim Sasuke wanted Orochimaru to work for him before, right? In this case, Orochimaru should not be killed. After all, there is no big hatred between them. It's nothing more than Orochimaru thinking about Jin Sasuke's body. Then, the first time I came into contact, I consumed a stone snake and ran away. This is not a serious holiday. Hade Kakashi. Indeed, in the eyes of Kim Sasuke, Orochimaru is a genius who is worth utilizing. Orochimaru should not be killed. Orochimaru, but he might lose his freedom. He is a rebellious ninja and can do whatever he wants. Isn't that nice? If it falls into the hands of Kim Sasuke, it's hard to say what the future will be like. Exit the archives room in the Hokage building. It was already past 8 o'clock in the evening. Kakashi-sensei, what are your thoughts now about Uchiha Obito? Sasuke said as he walked. Kakashi was silent for a moment. Find him first and then see if you can change his mind. Obito is his former partner, no. At first, because of his father's death, he began to struggle with which one is more important, companions or missions. During that period, he always chose the mission, even giving up his companions for this purpose. It was Obito who changed him later. In the ninja world, those who violate the rules are called trash, but those who abandon their companions for the sake of mission are worse than trash. This is Kakashi's current creed. However, Obito, who taught him this creed, is now trapped in darkness. I can understand your thinking, Mr. Kakashi. Sasuke stopped, looked directly at Kakashi and said seriously, but your teacher, 4th Hokage, was indirectly killed by Uchiha Obito. For Naruto, Uchiha Obito is the enemy who killed his parents. For me, Uchiha Obito is also the murderer of my great royal family. Kakashi closed his eyes in pain. Naruto, he should also know about this. He should also know who killed his parents. Sasuke continues. I got it, I'll tell Naruto. Kakashi said in a low voice. Obito is his best friend. However, everyone should bear corresponding responsibility for what they have done. Sasuke nodded. Well, Naruto should be able to accept this. For Naruto, knowing his own life experience and knowing that Sarutobi Hiruzen is not a good person is the biggest shock to Naruto. As for telling Naruto that it was his parents' students who killed his parents, this shouldn't be too hard to accept. By the way, Sasuke suddenly remembered something and looked at Kakashi's left eye. Teacher Kakashi, are you going to keep this eye in the future? This will be a drag on your strength. A genius of 12-year-old Jonin. If it weren't for this Sharingan's drag, Kakashi shouldn't be at this level now. This was given to me by Obito in the past and I don't want to give it up. Besides, the pupil technique of this eye should be needed to catch Obito. Kakashi touched his eyes and said, if it is possible, he hopes to use this eye to bring Obito back with his own hands. That's it. Sasuke nodded, patted Kakashi's arm and left the Flying Thunder God technique. If Uchiha Obito comes to see me in the future, I will take you Kakashi-sensei immediately. Then, one inside and one outside attack from both sides. Originally, Sasuke thought that if Mr. Kakashi planned to give up that eye, he could use it to improve his pupil power. But if Kakashi-sensei thinks so, then forget it. If it were anyone else, Sasuke might just slap his eyes. But Mr. Kakashi taught me to be very serious in the past few months. During that time, I was as tired as a dead Parker every day. Sasuke still can't do such a thing to his own teacher. He's not like Uchiha Obito. By the way, Mr. Kakashi, since you want to keep this eye, you should practice Kamui properly in the future. For example, if the toilet at home is blocked, you might as well try to use this eye technique to solve it. The smile on Sasuke's face is undisguisedly malicious. The corner of Kakashi's mouth twitches slightly. Kamui, for flushing the toilet. Obito will be so angry after entering Kamui space. Uchiha Obito, plus, what the hell is this suggestion? Uchiha Sasuke is a dog. It's so immoral to do so. Hade Kakashi. It would be good if Obito entered the Kamui space and found the dirty things inside. If Obito was originally in the Kamui space and then suddenly Shiranui Genma, it would be interesting if Obito happened to be eating in Kamui space. Yuhai Hong, ugh, stop talking, I want to vomit. Uchiha Obito, tired, destroy it. Ahem, please wait a moment, both of you. Still out of the Hokage building. Suddenly someone called out from behind and stopped Sasuke and Kakashi. Looking back, I found that it was Nara Shikahisa, and it seems to have a tired look on his face. Patriarch Nara, haven't you gone back so late? Sasuke asked curiously. It's already 8 o'clock. Why is Nara Shikaku, the Jonin class monitor, still in the Hokage building? Alas, Nara Shikaku sighed. The Hokage is gone, but the tasks entrusted to the village still need to be dealt with. This was originally Hokage's job, but Sarutobi Hiruzen was killed, so he, the Jonin class monitor, could only take over this job temporarily. It's almost like death. He is a lazy guy. Why is he forced to work overtime? Nara Shikaku looked around and after confirming that no one was around, he whispered, Sasuke-kun, I wondered if you have any intention to be the next Hokage. Before, Sasuke captured 2 of Konoha's top executives alive and tried them in front of all Jonin. Sarutobi Hiruzen was also publicly executed. Now, many Jonin in the village think that Uchiha Sasuke will become the 5th Hokage. As for age, this is not a problem, although Sasuke is indeed a little younger. But in the world of ninjas, age cannot entirely matter. Hokage? Sasuke frowned. I don't have much time recently. It is quite troublesome to make Hokage, and do you want to do Hokage? Sasuke doesn't believe in will of fire at all. In Sasuke's view, without power, everything is empty. What should I do next? I should still live in Konoha in the future. Are you going to tolerate having a Hokage above your head and continue to tolerate people and things in Konoha that you can't stand? One Nara Shikaku couldn't help scratching his head. I don't have much time. What is this saying? This is the position of Hokage. In the past, when the Uchiha clan was still around, I didn't know how much I wanted a Hokage in my clan. Why do you think that now that Sasuke is here, he doesn't like the position of Hokage? Master Jiraiya, who recently left Konoha, seems to be planning to find another Sannin, Princess Tsunade. I guess Jiraiya-sama wants Tsunade-sama to become the 5th Hokage. Nara Shikaku said softly. For the 3 families of Ino Shika Cho, the relationship with Sasuke should be closer. After all, it is related to Yamanaka Haiichi's daughter. As for Tsunade, there is no such relationship with them. Tsunade. Sasuke's eyes flickered slightly, not knowing what he was thinking. Think for a moment. Sasuke said, I have to leave Konoha recently for some matters. Let's talk about the 5th Hokage matter when I get back. One Nara Lu Jixin Chūnin couldn't help but sigh. The position of Hokage. Why does it seem like Uchiha Sasuke doesn't like it very much? Sarutobi Hiruzen did so many immoral things in order to keep this position and power. Uchiha Fugaku. Will Sasuke choose to become the Hokage? Being in the Pure Land, he couldn't help but feel a little emotional. The position of Hokage. If he were still alive, he would be happy to see an Uchiha become a Hokage, especially his son, Tsunade. Hokage. Only an idiot would want to be a Hokage. Senju Hashirama, Senju Tabarama, Zaio Tsuna, did you include both of us? Jiraiya. Tsunade, have you forgotten that in the content played on the silver frame screen before you became the 5th Hokage? Zero. Please give me flowers. Tsunade, it seems so. Hiss. So embarrassing. Orochimaru. What's the meaning of the Hokage position? Unless all the scriptures are give me all the money to do research, otherwise who would think of a Hokage position? Jiraiya. Orochimaru, when you lost to Minato, do you dare to say that you were not dissatisfied? You came up with the plan to collapse the Sound Ninja village in Konoha. You should also have this mentality, right? Orochimaru. Jiraiya guy is so talkative. Onoki. For our village, we probably don't want Sasuke to become a Hokage. Then our life in the future will probably not be too easy. 4th Raikage. Indeed. At this time I can't help but miss the 3rd Hokage. It is a blessing for our villages to have a Hokage who is so soft to the outside world. It is a pity that Jinzuo assisted in the killing. Sarutobi Hiruzen, only at this time can you think of me, the country of fields. Sasuke is walking on a remote path with a scented phosphorus. Sasuke-sama, do you have a sage body now? Hang phosphorus senses Sasuke's huge amount of chakra, many times better than the original Bendo. Yes, by coincidence I discovered a way to copy Sage Body. Sasuke said happily. With Sage Body his strength will be greatly improved. Ninjutsu can be used more freely. Manjikayo's eye power problem has been solved. The time when Susanoo is turned on can also last longer. Even Wood style has become stronger because of Sage Body's yang escape. Yeah. Xiang Phosphorus is slightly disappointed. With Sasuke's Sage Body, her role is much less. Don't think too much. Sasuke is keenly aware of Kosovo's emotions. He touched Xiang Phosphorus' head and said gently, for me, your personal existence and the aspects you can help me are more important. Besides, your ability is still the most helpful to me. Anyway, don't think too much, grow up slowly, and then help me revitalize the Uchiha clan. Well, there is also the Uzumaki clan. The previous words are all fine. Hearing the last sentence, even though Xiang Phosphorus is usually very bold, he couldn't help but blush. Well, revitalizing Uchiha, are you going to have a baby? A little shy. But I'm looking forward to it. Front. A bare mountain. Lord Sasuke, there is a big base down here. Fragrant Phosphorus opened Kagura's mind and said after sensing it, I also sensed it. Orochimaru is here. Sasuke raised the corners of his mouth slightly. With the help of the soul fragments in the curse seal, Sasuke located the direction of Orochimaru from Konoha. Then I looked in that direction. But the subsequent perception still requires the Kagura heart eye of Xiang Phosphorus. Sasuke's Senjutsu perception focuses on the perception of chakra. As for Xiang Lion's Kagura heart eye, he can see into all the details of the base below. There is an entrance ahead, but there is a trap at the entrance. Xiang Phosphorus pointed to a direction on the right and said. The two walked over together. Then, Sasuke threw one directly from his hand. The kunai flew in and did not trigger the trap. Sasuke flashed in directly with the fragrant phosphorus. This underground base is huge. Hang Phosphorus perceives with Kaguya's eyes and reports the situation with his mouth. Inside this room there is a large sink with a person soaking in it, with many tubes inserted into his body. There are a lot of things called computers in this room. There are also many other electronic instruments. There is a prison deeper there, with many people locked up inside. One of them has a big character and a lot of chakra. Fragrant phosphorus. An introduction. Sasuke couldn't help feeling a little emotional. Orochimaru, the equipment in this base is pretty advanced. The wood-style human experiment in Konoha was conducted under the auspices of Orochimaru. Now that I have left Konoha, Yin Snake has not stopped doing research. On the way, some guards saw Sasuke and the two and wanted to stop them, but Sasuke stared at them and knocked them down. The entire infiltration process did not cause any disturbance. Sasuke-sama, we can obviously destroy this place and force Orochimaru to come out, right? Xiang Phosphorus said in confusion. Sneak in slowly in this way, not only to guard against traps, but also to be on guard. It's quite troublesome. Xiang Phosphorus, remember that construction is far more difficult than destruction. Moreover, this place belongs to us from now on, let alone destroy it at will. One Sasuke said seriously. Dry. In the chat room, Orochimaru, **hole, Kim, what did Sasuke say? What does it mean that his base will be his from now on? There wasn't even a fight. He actually took a fancy to his own base in advance. Jiraiya, this guy Orochimaru is really powerful. He is obviously a rebel ninja, but he built a village outside in such a large experimental base. Tsunade. And there are various experimental subjects and even guards, and the equipment is very advanced. Red Sand Scorpion. That one should be just one of Orochimaru's bases. I've destroyed several Orochimaru's bases before, but he escaped all of them. Deidara. Indeed. Several times I thought Orochimaru should die in my art, but he escaped every time. After Orochimaru left the Akatsuki organization, Pain sent him and a team of Red Sand Scorpions to hunt down Orochimaru. But this guy Orochimaru has all kinds of fancy abilities, as well as the ability to save his life and run away. He's very rich. No matter how hard I chase, I can't kill him. Orochimaru. Oh, the person who can kill me completely has not yet been born in this world. For Orochimaru, what he was most proud of was not his ability as a Konoha Sannin, but his various researches. On this basis, his various life-saving abilities and resurrection abilities are his greatest confidence to dominate the ninja world. Jiraiya, no one in this world may be able to deal with you, but in another world you probably won't be able to escape from Jin Sasuke's grasp. Orochimaru, unless he can kill Jin Sasuke. Otherwise, no matter where he fled in the other world, Jin Sasuke could locate his direction and hunt him down. Crack, snap, snap, front. The sound of footsteps came from the dark passage. Sasuke-kun, long time no see. I don't know how you found me here. The figure of Orochimaru appears from the darkness, 790, looking at the phosphorus next to Sasuke. Orochimaru frowned secretly. This little girl from the Uzumaki clan must have awakened Kaguya's inner eye. Did you use Kaguya's inner eye to find this place? But it doesn't make sense. This is the country of fields. Moreover, this base is under a barren mountain in a forest. Even if you use Kaguya's inner eye to find his base, you can only fumble a little bit. I don't know how much time it will take to do this. Sasuke-sama, this must be a clone. Orochimaru's true body is over there. It looks like he is packing his things and preparing to run away. Xiang Phosphorus pointed to a direction on the right and said, she clearly perceived this through Kaguya's mind. The Orochimaru in front of me, judging from the amount of chakra, should be a clone. This clone should be used to delay time. Orochimaru's true form plans to use this time to pack up and run away. I know, Xiang Phosphorus. Don't worry, let him escape. Sasuke smiled and winked at Xianglin. Then, both of them take action at the same time. Sasuke's arms extend out of brown wood and bind Orochimaru. Golden chains flew out of Xianglion's hands and were also tied to Orochimaru's body. This Orochimaru's face changed. What do you mean? This is just a clone of him. There is not much defense at all. It's normal to be caught off guard and be controlled. But what did Uchiha Sasuke mean just now? Why do you seem to let your own body escape even though you know this is a clone? This base is good. It would be a pity if we started fighting here directly and then caused the place to be destroyed, right? Sasuke said, looking around. Orochimaru looks puzzled. This is my base. Why do you seem to cherish it very much? Sasuke-kun, could it be that you have taken a fancy to my base? It's easy to say that we can actually cooperate. Orochimaru feels like he has guessed the truth. Collaborating with Uchiha Sasuke is also good for him. This kid seems to have a lot of secrets. Moreover, the strength is also very strong, eligible to cooperate with him. As for saying that he is thinking about Sasuke's body, there is no rush. Anyway, the curse seal has always been on Sasuke's body. When Sasuke's chakra becomes exhausted, his soul backup may take the opportunity to come out and occupy Sasuke's body. One not urgent. Sasuke pulled his collar and revealed the curse mark on his neck. Disc. 1. Orochimaru, aren't you curious as to why I found you here? Sasuke-kun, can you help me clear up my doubts? Orochimaru asked curiously, why do you want to show the curse seal? Does this have something to do with that curse seal? Orochimaru is not in a hurry now. My clone is controlled by wood style and adamantine sealing chains, and I can't get rid of it even if I want to. Then it is better to delay a little longer to allow the main body to escape further. Sasuke looked at Orochimaru. The smile on his face gradually became happy. Orochimaru, do you think I will lose my mind and be desperate for power? I remember I told you at that time that before making a deal with you, I went to Mitarashi Anko to investigate. But what I didn't tell you is that I had already mastered the curse seal at that time and knew the secret of the curse seal, including the secret of your soul backup is hidden in it. Boom. Hear the news. Orochimaru's expression changed dramatically. The secret of his curse seal revealed. The heavenly curse seal on Mitarashi Anko can be regarded as his last means of resurrection. Why did Uchiha Sasuke discover this? Etc. Orochimaru frowned, realizing something was wrong. You said you mastered the curse seal at that time and knew the secret of the curse seal. Then why did you still trade with me? As soon as the words are finished, Orochimaru thought of something again. I remember, you specifically asked me if the curse seal I gave you was more advanced than the version from Anko. After confirming this, you came to me for a trial. Damn it, he was actually teased. As for the latter question, I already know that after planting the curse seal, your body may be taken over, but I still made a deal with you. Do you want to know why? Sasuke's smile grows more cheerful. Why? Orochimaru asked sullenly. Because I had awakened Manjikayo Sharingan at that time, and I found that I could use Manjikayo's pupil power to erase your soul backup. I only made the deal with you after confirming that it was completely harmless to me. Sasuke couldn't help laughing as he spoke. You guy actually came to me with nothing. Orochimaru's face turned black into the bottom of the pot. He was completely fooled. Uchiha Sasuke, I have known his secret for a long time, and he pretended not to know, accepted the deal with him, and obtained the latest version of the curse seal from him. Wait, inside the curse mark on your body. Orochimaru feels the curse mark on Sasuke's neck and is a little confused. Why does he still feel the existence of his soul backup? Uchiha Sasuke didn't erase it. If you keep a backup of his soul, what if he finds an opportunity and takes over his body? Uchiha Sasuke, isn't he worried? Did you find it? Sasuke's mouth curled up, smiling happily. How do you think I found you here? Boom. Orochimaru's mind almost exploded. What? What does this mean? Uchiha Sasuke found him here. Does it have something to do with the seal? Actually, after you planted the curse mark on me, I just wanted to erase the soul fragments in it. After all, I don't want to be occupied by you. However, after I activated the immortal curse immortal form, I suddenly discovered a miraculous effect. Naturally, I can use this to locate your location. It seems that because of the induction between your souls, I can locate your direction with the help of the perception under the seal spell. Even if I was in Konoha before, I can confirm your direction, and then find it bit by bit, and find it here. Sasuke said slowly with a smile on his face. Ah, Orochimaru, this guy, dare to think about his body. If it weren't for the fact that this guy is considered a genius, I would have killed him directly today. But even if I don't kill him, also cause some mental damage to him. Orochimaru is almost going crazy. Damn it. Why does his curse seal still have such an effect? Son of a B******ch. If Uchiha Sasuke can locate him through the curse mark, wouldn't he be able to escape forever? No wonder Uchiha Sasuke is not in a hurry to chase his real body. Plus, mad, Orochimaru is so angry. Originally, he was tempted by the power of the curse seal and let Uchiha Sasuke complete the deal with him. He was still very proud. Even if Uchiha Sasuke can't be forcibly taken down, he can plant a spell in this way. Result: now I find that he was completely calculated. The curse seal was given away in vain. Also sent Uchiha Sasuke a cheat to locate him. I almost vomited blood. Jiraiya. This guy, Orochimaru, was completely played by Kim Sasuke in applause. Tsunade. I'm dying of laughter when he is self-satisfied and looking forward to occupying Jin Sasuke's body. In fact, Orochimaru in Jin Sasuke's eyes is probably completely a clown, right? Thet. It's a mistake to make friends. Every time he was unlucky, these two former teammates would rush to ridicule him immediately. Anoki. I found that my thinking was still wrong. I thought that there was no big hatred between Kim Sasuke and Orochimaru, but I didn't expect Kim Sasuke to be so revengeful. Terumime. After all, that Orochimaru guy wants to occupy Jin Sasuke's body. If he doesn't take revenge, would that be consistent with Kim Sasuke's character? In the underground base, Sasuke assesses Orochimaru's position. At this distance, even if a battle breaks out later, it should not affect this base. Okay, Orochimaru, it's time to deal with your main body. Sasuke punches Orochimaru's clone. Orochimaru didn't even have time to curse. Immediately, Sasuke took the fragrant phosphorus and activated the Flying Thunder God technique, disappearing instantly, outside, in a forest. One Orochimaru just got the memory sent back by his clone. Even with Orochimaru's temperament, he couldn't help but curse. Uchiha Sasuke, this B******D, what should he do now? Escape. Where can I escape from Uchiha Sasuke's senses? And Uchiha Sasuke uses Flying Thunder God to catch up, but he can't run away at all. Soon, whoosh, a kunai is inserted into the ground. Sasuke appears here with fragrant phosphorus. Cold sweat fell from Orochimaru's forehead. Cool, Uchiha Sasuke has awakened Mangekyou, and there is a high probability that he will not be an opponent. I can't escape even if I run. I can't even beat you. If he doesn't find a way to save himself, he will really be doomed today. Sasuke-kun, we can actually cooperate. You had already activated Mangekyou when you got my curse seal, but you still made a deal with me. So, you actually value the power of the curse seal, right? Orochimaru thought for a moment and said, the curse seal is indeed worth continuing to study, but this means little to me anymore. Sasuke shook his head and said, the curse seal created by Orochimaru can only be regarded as a degraded version of magic, and Sasuke had previously copied Mount Myaboku's Sage Mode on Jiraiya. And those two old toads. Isn't this better than a simple curse seal? However, the curse seal does still have potential. If development continues, it may be used to help Hinata and the others increase their strength. As for Sasuke himself, he can directly learn the magic of the three holy places. Of course, for me, Orochimaru, you are still valuable. For example, you can help me with some research or help me take the blame. Sasuke said with a chuckle. Orochimaru's expression is very ugly. Taking the blame? What the hell? Is this using myself as Danzo 4? Wait, I almost forgot. Uchiha Sasuke, why did you start taking action at the same time as my plan to collapse Konoha? Why do you want to blame me? One Orochimaru asked with a dark face. Before, when Konoha collapsed the plan. This B*****D Uchiha Sasuke led Sarutobi Hiruzen and Jiraiya to think that they were in the same group with him. That idiot Jiraiya, I'm afraid he still thinks that he told Uchiha the truth about Sasuke's genocide incident. What does this have to do with me? Well, didn't you send 3 men to attack me? I caught them and tortured them, and then I happen to know about Konoha's collapse plan. This is a big surprise for me. I originally wanted to take revenge on Sarutobi Hiruzen and the others. After learning this, I can just use your actions to help myself reduce the pressure. Sasuke said with a smile. It's toss and the three of them. Orochimaru suddenly realizes. No wonder. In the second round of the Chūnin exam, he was beaten to the ground by Uchiha Sasukes and ran away. He never thought about those three losers again. I didn't expect that they leaked the information. But why do you want people to think that you and I are in the same group? Orochimaru is still puzzled. Is this good for Uchiha Sasuke? Oh, when I went to fight Danzo, that guy Danzo thought it was you who told me the truth about the Uchiha genocide. Then I suddenly came up with an idea to make you the candidate to take the blame. Why would I take revenge on Sarutobi Hiruzen and the others? Because I was bewitched by you, Sasuke recalled saying. Hole. Orochimaru's mentality is completely blown up. Damn Uchiha Sasuke, I will fight you. In the chat room, Orochimaru, F***K. How annoying. In the other world, wasn't he just thinking about Kim Sasuke's body? It didn't cause any actual damage to Kim Sasuke. Instead, he gave away the curse seal that he had been researching for more than 10 years. As a result, he was tortured like this. Jiraiya. It's no wonder Orochimaru can't stand it. Whether it's the curse seal deal or the Konoha collapse plan, Orochimaru is completely being calculated. Especially for a smart guy like Orochimaru. Being teased like this is even more unbearable. Tsunin. Not only did he fail to achieve his own goals, but he also had to be exploited by Sasuke. It was all kinds of bad luck. Tusk, he deserves it. Uchiha Fugaku, yeah, who told him to target Sasuke's body. Onoki, sure enough, you shouldn't offend Kim Sasuke. This guy is too vengeful, Terumi-me, and it's a murderous revenge. Orochimaru is so angry that he wants to fight him. Fourth Raikage, aren't you looking for death? It's too late to run away and you actually take the initiative to die. Red Sand Scorpion, Orochimaru should be lucky that Jin Sasuke didn't want to kill him. Otherwise, his end would be no better than Sarutobi Hiruzen. Orochimaru, hateful. Doesn't anyone think he could kill Kim Sasuke? Never mind. He himself didn't believe this was possible. Summoning technique. Orochimaru bites his finger and slaps it on the ground with a seal. Two coffins rise from the ground. Haha, Uchiha Sasuke, this time it's the reanimation jutsu after I improved it again. The two of them now are not as fragile as before. Orochimaru licked the corners of his mouth, smiling with some anticipation. Boom! The coffin board falls. First Hokage Senju Hashirama, second Hokage Senju Tobirama. Back to the real world again. Oh, why is it impure world reincarnation again? Tobirama, you really made me miserable. Senju Hashirama said with a sigh. Aside. Senju Tobirama's face turned pale. He tried to move his body but found that his will was even more restricted. It seems that the caster has made a lot of improvements based on his original 09. Orochimaru, it's you evil brat again. Senju Tobirama saw Orochimaru behind him and his face turned pale. This defected disciple of Monkey is really capable of causing trouble. I, the founder of reanimation jutsu, am summoned every 3 days to be used as a thug. Second Hokage, there is no need to try to resist. The current reanimation jutsu is not the original version of you. Orochimaru chuckled twice and said, for reanimation jutsu, he made many improvements based on Senju Tobirama. In this current version, the ninja of the earth can exert greater strength, and his control over the ninja of the earth is also stronger. Ah, Uchiha Sasuke. Isn't it possible to sense him through the soul fragments in the curse seal? In this case, killing Uchiha Sasuke will solve the problem. Stop talking nonsense, 2 Hokage. This time the enemy is still the same Uchiha Sasuke as last time. Haha, this guy not long ago executed the main Hokage in public in Konoha. One Orochimaru said with a sneer. What? Senju Tobirama's face changed drastically. The monkey was executed in public in Konoha. Damn it, what happened in Konoha? That young man, can you explain it to me? I was confused last time and I can't understand it even more this time. Senju Hashirama asked with a frown. If you have anything to say, let's catch him first. Senju Tobirama snorted coldly, chakra adjusted it, and planned to activate the Flying Thunder God technique. However, whoosh! Sasuke brought fragrant phosphorus and appeared in front of him instantly. Whoosh whoosh! A large number of golden chains shot out from Xiang Ling's hands, penetrated Senju Tobirama's filthy body, and then completely entangled and tied his body. Second Hokage, that's it. Sasuke unceremoniously slaps Senju Tobirama's head off. Confetti is flying. Alarm bells rang in Orochimaru's heart. Quickly pull away and retreat, keeping a safe distance of tens of meters. Damn it, why is Uchiha Sasuke so fast? Second Hokage, the founder of Flying Thunder God technique, was killed like this. The Flying Thunder God technique that was left on me last time. Tusk. The Flying Thunder God ninjutsu is really troublesome. Senju Tobirama's face is very ugly, extremely bad experience. He was summoned and used by someone using his reanimation jutsu. Then he was controlled instantly by another person using his Flying Thunder God technique. Damn it, these are all his ninjutsu, you evil thieves. Oh, Orochimaru, I have long expected that you might summon this inherently evil Thousand Sons old ghost. Sasuke said with a sneer. Bringing fragrant phosphorus specially, on the one hand, it requires the perception of the Kaguya mind of the fragrant phosphorus. On the other hand, you need to use Phosphate's adamantine sealing chains to deal with Senju Tobirama's Flying Thunder God. Sasuke's wood style can only absorb the chakra in the target's body. As for adamantine sealing chains, it is a chakra that can directly imprison the target. Without chakra, Senju Tobirama cannot use Flying Thunder God to transfer. Otherwise, even if he controls his body, he will use the Flying Thunder God to move away at the first thought. One opposite. Senju Tobirama's forehead veins are jumping. The inherently evil old Senju ghost. What the hell is the name? This evil kid not only used his ninjutsu to beat him, but also copied his sentence patterns to scold him. What, you're still not convinced, are you? Sasuke sneered twice, waved to Xiang Lion and said, Xiang Lion, go get a chain and whip him, and while you whip him, tell him that his good disciples have done it. What happened? Yes. Xiang Phosphorus responded immediately. Sasuke-sama's enemy is her enemy. This time, Xiang Phosphorus has gained experience. I will carefully control the strength of the adamantine sealing chains and slap Senju Tobirama on the face, but will not blow his head off. One Senju Tobirama looks like he is hopeless. He is now in a filthy body, and there is no pain when the golden chain is slapped on his face. However, it is extremely insulting. In the chat room, Senju Tobirama, hateful, why is this happening again? Uchiha Madara, you deserve it, who told you to be a B****ch. The old Senju ghost who is born evil, haha, I am laughing so hard. Senju Hashirama, Tobirama, you really need to reflect. If you had been kinder, that boy wouldn't have treated you like this. Senju Tobirama, Onoki, with Sasuke's desire for revenge, second Hokage, I don't think your current fate will be the end. Senju Tobirama, I am a dead person, what else can he do to me? Orochimaru, dead people also care about things. For the second Hokage they will care about, such as Konoha or Tsunade. Tsunade. Orochimaru, what do you mean? Jiraiya, Kim Sasuke should have a bottom line. He shouldn't do this. Onoki, haha, if Kim Sasuke gets revengeful, who knows what he will do to second Hokage. Senju Tobirama, it feels like he is going to be unlucky in another world. Fragrant phosphorus is here. While whipping Senju Tobirama with a golden chain, he recounted the glorious deeds of Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shimura Danzo. That guy Shimura Danzo deliberately delayed the rescue of the country of Uzumaki, causing the country of Uzumaki to be destroyed. My mother couldn't believe Konoha anymore and lived in Kusagakure village. There are also few powerful people in the Senju clan who were deliberately tricked by the two of them. Opposite. Senju Tobirama is completely stunned. Last time, Orochimaru finally lifted the impure world reincarnation between him and his elder brother. He did not know about the subsequent Konoha trial conference. This is the first time he knows about these things. Wait, stop for a second. Is what you said true? Isn't it too outrageous? Senju Tabarama said in disbelief. The entire ninja world should know these things by now. Xiang Phosphorus said. At the same time, the movement of waving the chain in his hand did not stop. Senju Tabarama is a little speechless. Is it interesting that I have to keep beating him like this? He couldn't feel any pain, the other side. Little monkey and Danzo, they did such a thing. Senju Hashirama frowned. Are there no people left in the Uzumaki clan and the Senju clan in the land of Whirlpool? Of course it's true. It's because of this that I joined forces with Orochimaru to get rid of Sarutobi Hiruzen, the scourge of Konoha. Sasuke said seriously. Uchiha Sasuke, that's it, who is in the same group with you. Orochimaru can't bear it anymore. Son of a B****ch. He gets angry when he thinks of this. To be fair, Orochimaru doesn't care much about his reputation. Even if he has to bear the notoriety of killing his master, he doesn't care. Especially for Orochimaru, this is a good thing for his teacher Sarutobi Hiruzen, and it can allow Sarutobi Hiruzen to die with dignity. But this does not mean that Orochimaru likes to take the blame for others. This guy Uchiha Sasuke, in order to take revenge on Sarutobi Hiruzen, he destroyed the Sarutobi clan. But why do you have to involve him in taking the blame for your own affairs? Senju Hashirama looked confused. So, is there any cooperation between these two people? Stop being stunned, go ahead and kill him again. Orochimaru moves his finger and controls Senju Hashirama to move. Young man, be careful, I am much stronger this time than last time. Senju Hashirama reminded quickly. Hear this. Sasuke's eyes suddenly lit up across from him. Really, can I use magic now? If he could, he would be able to copy another sage mode. Senju Hashirama clasped his hands together and frowned slightly. It seems it still doesn't work. The amount of chakra in this body seems to be insufficient. Yeah. Sasuke is slightly disappointed. However, it's not a big problem. He also kept a sacrifice specially for this purpose. Shimura Danzo, the quality of this offering should be enough. Do you want to learn sage magic? Hey, aren't you in sage mode now? Senju Hashirama sensed Sasuke's state and said, although his current body cannot enter sage mode, but if you just sense natural energy, you can still do it. My current one is the sage mode of Mount Myaboku. If possible, I hope to master the sage mode of the 3 holy places. Sasuke replied, really? Senju Hashirama nodded. My magic is inherited from Shigulin. If you want to learn it, you can try it. Katsuyu Sage should be easy to talk to. 1 moist bone forest. Thank you, I will try it. Sasuke nodded seriously. The other side. Senju Tabarama's mentality is about to collapse. Brother, what are you doing? Do you still think this evil kid is not strong enough? Uchiha Sasuke originally mastered a kind of senjutsu. In addition, there are Manjikayo, wood style, flying thunder god. If he is allowed to learn more sage mode, no one will be able to cure him in the future. Ahaha, I 213 don't feel like this boy is an evil person. Senju Hashirama scratched his head and said with a smile, whether he is evil or not, kill him first. Orochimaru controls Senju Hashirama's body and moves. He is the god of ninja after all. Even if you can't use magic, you should still be very strong. Would style the birth of the tree world. Senju Hashirama puts his hands together, and a large number of trees rise from the ground. Opposite, Sasuke's movements are exactly the same. The same hands are joined together. Same would style the birth of the tree world, but the power is much stronger than Senju Hashirama's. Senju Hashirama looked at the forest he created and it was quickly swallowed up. The mood is a little complicated. He actually lost in wood style, although it was because of his dirty body. How can this be? Orochimaru's expression changed dramatically. If Uchiha Sasuke uses Susanoo to defeat Senju Hashirama, he can accept it. But why Uchiha Sasuke's wood style is so strong? How could he have so many chakras in such a large sea of trees? He actually used wood style to overwhelm First Hokage. The current First Hokage of Impure World is obviously the version after he strengthened Impure World reincarnation, so it should be stronger. First Hokage offended. Sasuke controls the lush trees and attacks Senju Hashirama crazily. A large number of branches and vines soon completely entangled Senju Hashirama's body, restricting his movements. But Sasuke didn't slap him in the face like he did to Senju Tabarama. First Hokage treats him well, so Sasuke will naturally disrespect him. Orochimaru has begun to panic. The first generation and second Hokage of the Dirty Land were both defeated. Also, it seems that Uchiha Sasuke didn't put in much effort. Damn it. If I had known earlier, I would have prepared more impure world reincarnation. Go back and dig up all the tombs of the past cages of the ninja village, and the entire army of dirty soil comes out. Onoki. Orochimaru. Haha, you really dare to think. Fourth Raikage. It seems that the tombs of Raikages of all generations need to be guarded. Terumime, not just the past cage. The tombs of all the more powerful ninjas in the history of the ninja world should beware of Orochimaru. Red Sand Scorpion. I suggest killing Orochimaru directly. It will be over once and for all. Orochimaru. What the hell? Those are his thoughts in another world. I obviously didn't do anything here. But, this is a reminder to myself. It seems that for the sake of your own safety, you should collect more human tissue materials from strong people, and then prepare them for impure world reincarnation in advance. By then, all the 5 shadows of the Dirty Land will be his thugs. Let's see who else in the ninja world can hunt him down. Are you okay, Orochimaru? We haven't seen you for a few months and you've become so lazy. Sasuke looks at Orochimaru, who is a little flustered. The words reveal disgust. Months ago, the second session of the Chūnin Exam, the battle with Orochimaru was the most dangerous, difficult, and fierce battle Sasuke had ever experienced. At that time, Sasuke almost used the means he had at his disposal to the extreme. Sharingan Muji Ninjutsu Taijutsu failed to repel Orochimaru. If I hadn't been inspired to develop the Kirin Jutsu, it would be hard to say what the result would be. As for what happened later, opened Manjikayo, mastered the Seal Senjutsu, learned Mount Myaboku Sage Mode, and now even obtained a Sage body. Sasuke's strength has been greatly enhanced, and the battle has become much easier. Now, Sasuke looked at Orochimaru's performance and felt very dissatisfied. Can Orochimaru, the great enemy who once brought him a strong sense of crisis, be a little more angry? A lot of curse words passed through Orochimaru's heart. Son of a B****ch. No one has ever said that about him. Orochimaru, the majestic Konoha Sannin, a veteran cage-level expert in the ninja world, is actually being questioned about his strength. It was Sasuke who said this. Orochimaru felt aggrieved but had nothing to say. What a ghost. It's only been a few months. How come Uchiha Sasuke's strength has improved so much? In the chat room, Hade Kakashi, it's true. Kim Sasuke's strength has improved so fast. He just graduated from the ninja school half a year ago. Nemikaze Minato, at that time Jin Sasuke could only compete with Kakashi 50-50. Now, I'm afraid there aren't many opponents in the entire ninja world. Senju Tabarama, with his foundation, just by opening Manjikayo, he already has cage-level strength. Plus those 2 Manjikayo's pupil techniques, although it cannot bring direct combat effectiveness. But Gold Sasuke can be used to obtain various blood inheritance limits and magical skills. The increase in strength brought about by this is far stronger than 2 offensive pupil techniques. Jiraiya, judging from his mastery of Sage Mode, his strength has surpassed mine. Orochimaru, on this basis we also need to add Wood Style and Sage Body. Jin Sasuke's chakra control ability is already very outstanding, and now there is such a terrifying chakra Tsunade. Don't worry, Orochimaru, you won't be able to escape. Orochimaru. Light yourself up. Uchiha Sasuke, don't be too proud. Orochimaru's voice is fierce. Damn it. If you don't show some real skills, you will really be underestimated by this damn B*******D. Orochimaru is not that easy to deal with. Immediately, Orochimaru's chakra explodes and his body begins to expand. Boom! A huge white snake monster appears on the earth. 8 heads, 8 tails. All snakes stick out their tongues and have yellow snake eyes, looking down at Sasuke below. Haha, Uchiha Sasuke, I used this Yamada technique. How are you going to respond? Orochimaru's body emerges from the mouth of a snake head. After activating the Yamada technique, Yin's snake recovered some Bai-Zin. Yama technique, the strongest ninjutsu he has mastered. Moreover, this ninjutsu does not use the power of the dead like impure world reincarnation, but is truly his own power zone. As long as his chakra is not exhausted, even if the snake's head is cut off, it can continue to regenerate. With this Yamada technique, Orochimaru even has the confidence to fight against Mangekyo Sharingan Susanoo. Rumble. The huge white snake monster crushes the sea of trees and approaches Sasuke. On the way, a large number of tree branches and vines strangled towards the white snake, but after all it failed to stop the big white snake, it just hindered its speed. Your Hachai technique is really good. Sasuke nodded slightly and nodded. Then he clasped his hands together fiercely. However, if I use wooden dragon technique, how will you deal with it? Boom! The terrifying wooden dragon rises from the ground. The wooden dragon, which is comparable in size to a giant summoning beast, entwined itself around the body of the big white snake. Wooden dragon technique. Orochimaru frowned slightly, manipulating the body of the big white snake, trying to break the wooden dragon. However, the next moment, Orochimaru's face changed dramatically. This wooden dragon is absorbing my chakra, and it's so fast. Orochimaru can feel it. He maintains a large amount of chakra in Baki technique, which is being continuously absorbed by the wooden dragon. As for the wooden dragon, after getting his chakra, the size has grown even bigger. The power to strangle the white serpent has also become stronger. Is this wood style? Orochimaru looks very ugly. Until this moment, he really understood why wood style is the force that can suppress the tailed beast. Suck chakra like this. Even the tailed beast can't stand it. Damn it. We must find a way to get rid of this wooden dragon. Otherwise, with the speed at which wood dragon absorbs chakra, he will be sucked dry soon. However, not waiting for Orochimaru to come up with a solution. Surrounded by trees created by the tree realm, they have already entangled themselves with the big white snake. After the wooden dragon controlled the white snake, these trees also began to wrap around and absorb the chakra. Orochimaru's expression becomes even more ugly. Chakra is lost faster. Damn, how on earth are you going to crack wood style? Senju Hashirama. It's actually wood dragon technique. Haha, this boy Uchiha Sasuke really looks like me back then. Senju Tabarama. Uchiha Sasuke got sage body before. Chakra has more Yangdun attributes, and chakra with more than 60 cards can be used with 10 wood dragon technique. Jiraiya. Is the wood dragon technique so scary? Orochimaru used the Yamada technique, but he was completely powerless to resist. Senju Tabarama. Oh, Orochimaru is totally looking for death. The wood dragon technique is a ninjutsu that can't be compared to giant summoning beasts or tailed beasts. If Orochimaru were the size of a normal human, what the wood dragon technique would show was just a terrifying power zone. But if you use the Yamada technique and transform into that body shape, you will be giving chakra to the wooden dragon. Senju Hashirama. To deal with giant summoning beasts or ordinary tailed beasts, a wood dragon technique should be enough. 3 tails. What is a normal tailed beast? 4 tails, damn first Hokage. 5 tails, damn wood style. 9 tails. Oh, what a bunch of scum. A wooden dragon can handle this thing. It's really embarrassing for the tail vet. Just a wooden dragon technique. 9 tails can still handle it. If you want to seal it, you must at least be the queen of the wooden golem jutsu group. 8 tails. Kurama, what are you proud of? To convince you that you need a stronger wood style, is this something you are proud of? 9 tails, damn, that makes so much sense. In the chat room, everyone in the ninja world was surprised when they heard the conversation between the tailed beasts. Hade Kakashi. Why does it sound like all the tailed beasts were beaten by first Hokage using wood style? Senju Tabarama. Otherwise, how do you think my elder brother distributed the tailed beasts? Did the tailed beasts come here by themselves and were sealed? Orochimaru. Speaking of which, how on earth should I crack that wooden dragon technique? Can anyone answer this? He in another world on the screen can no longer hold on. Uchiha Madara, open Susanoo and blast it with Yasaka's Magatama. Senju Tabarama, if you can't crack it, just fly the Thunder God and run away. Onoki, I should be able to erase it with dust release. I don't know if my chakra is enough. Orochimaru, oh shit, is there a method he can use? Orochimaru is completely panicked now. Can't beat it. Absolutely can't beat it. Uchiha Sasuke used this wooden dragon technique, and it didn't seem like it took much effort. Moreover, this trapped dragon technique can absorb his chakra. There is no need for Uchiha Sasuke to consume chakra to maintain it. Hole. Is it possible that he can only run away? When will this end? Uchiha Sasuke can locate his soul and can hunt him to the ends of the earth. If Uchiha Sasuke is not killed, he will never be able to live in peace for the rest of his life. However, feel the rapid loss of chakra and the tree branches gradually spreading to my body. Orochimaru is still scared. Let's run away first. What if Uchiha Sasuke suddenly dies one day? The worst case scenario is that we should keep running away until the day Uchiha Sasuke dies. Bang! The branches of the wooden pillar wrap around the Orochimaru body in the white snake's mouth. The body immediately disintegrated and turned into little white snakes all over the ground, running away in all directions. Hey, do you want to? Sasuke chuckled and threw a kunai out. Put a small white snake on the ground. Whoosh! Sasuke's figure then flashed over and grabbed the little white snake in his hand. It's useless to use so many snakes as cover. I can locate your soul, and naturally I can easily distinguish your true body. Sasuke grabbed the little white snake and said with a smile, hiss hiss. The little white snake is struggling in Sasuke's hand. The snake's eyes are full of anger. Damn it, it's better to just kill him. What's the point of holding him in your hands like this? It's so insulting. Don't worry, I won't kill you. Orochimaru, be glad that you are worthy of being used by me. Sasuke said, turning on Manjikayo. Buzz. The pupil technique residing in the right eye is activated. This is Uchiha Shisui's pupil technique, distinguished heavenly gods. The little white snake was caught in Sasuke's hand. The snake's body suddenly froze and stopped struggling. 10,000 The eye power of the flower tube poured into Orochimaru's mind and forcibly modified his will. It will take several years to cool down. Sasuke rubbed his sore right eye. The pupil technique of distinguished heavenly gods consumes a lot of Manjikayo's pupil power. Even though Sasuke now has a sage body, his right eye still feels a little sore. The pupil technique that forcibly changes a person's will has such restrictions, which is normal, but it's still valuable. Sasuke looked at the tool snake in his hand, feeling quite satisfied. The little white snake was thrown to the ground by Sasuke, and the snake's body began to expand, gradually turning into Orochimaru's figure. Sasuke-sama. Orochimaru said respectfully to Sasuke. In the chat room, Orochimaru, F***K, why me, why not Tsunade? My mentality is completely shattered. He was actually cast by Jin Sasuke, distinguished heavenly gods, which changed his will. Look at your other self on the screen, he looks completely surrendered. Hole. It's simply worse than killing him. It's so depressing that one's will is forcibly twisted like this. Tsunade, ha 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 ha. Orochimaru, thank you so much. Thanks to you I am safe on the other side. Orochimaru, Jiraiya. Although this is bad, I still can't help but laugh. Ha ha ha. Orochimaru, this guy, thought that Jin Sasuke was going to use distinguished heavenly gods on Tsunade, but it turned out to be the other way around. He used it on himself. Uchiha Obito. Luckily I used it on Orochimaru. He was also worried that Jin Sasuke would use distinguished heavenly gods to retaliate against him. Onoki. I really have to thank Orochimaru. If Orochimaru hadn't been hit by this distinguished heavenly gods, someone else might have been the unlucky one. Fourth Reikage. Fortunately, distinguished heavenly gods has a long cooldown time, otherwise it would be simply terrifying. In the ninja world, anyone who thinks they might be the target of distinguished heavenly gods can't help but breathe a sigh of relief at this moment. Orochimaru, Tsunade Jiraiya, don't be too proud. Although the distinguished heavenly gods are used on me, it doesn't mean that Jin Sasuke will let go of Tsunade. Jiraiya, Impossible, absolutely impossible. Without distinguished heavenly gods, how could Tsunade have anything happen to Jin Sasu? Don't even look at it. Well, it's nothing. He was about to talk about the age gap between Tsunade and Jin Sasu. I almost committed suicide again. Fortunately, we stopped in time. Tsunade, I think so too, Jiraiya, but... Jiraiya, what do you want to say next? Keep talking, don't worry, I will never kill you. Jiraiya, who believes what you say, the other side. Senju Tobirama's face turned pale. The anger in my chest is about to explode. I don't even care about being slapped in the face with a golden chain all the time. Good luck to the King Monkey, Danzo, and the others. Bah, they are the Sarutobi and Shimura brats who are born evil. These two goods have actually made so many heavens. The land of Uzumaki is gone, and the descendants of Uzumaki are living in various places in the ninja world, in a miserable situation. There are only 3 or 2 kittens left in the Senju clan, and the Jonin are almost extinct. And at the same time, Sarutobi Hiruzen Sarutobi clan as well as Danzo's root organization are getting stronger. These 2 bastards. He risked his life to stop the Golden Horn and the Silver Horn, but he only protected these few. When attacking one's own people, they will devise conspiracy, use public opinion, eradicate the roots, and use all possible means. At the same time, it treats other villages extremely weakly. Cloud Shinobi even shit on Konoha's neck. You can actually hand over your own people. I'm just convinced. I don't even know how to evaluate them. Call them useless. They are very good at fighting among themselves. Let's just say they are powerful. They left their eldest brother and themselves with family fortune, and this has become such a disaster. How could Konoha become like this? Senju Hashirama on the side looked frustrated. The whole person fell into a state of frustration. As soon as Sasuke and Orochimaru came over, they saw this scene. Senju Tobirama blushed and was about to explode with anger. Senju Hashirama lowered his head, his face full of despair. "Oh, you old Senju ghost who is born evil, you should thank me now, right? After all, it was me who avenged the Senju clan and the Uzumaki clan." Sasuke said to Senju Tobirama with a mocking tone. One Senju Tobirama has a sullen face and has nothing to say. Sasuke felt a little bored when he saw this, and turned to look at First Hokage on the other side. "First Hokage, I would like to seek your opinion. I am a little confused now. I don't know whether I should make Konoha's 5th Hokage in the future." Winter Sasuke has a good impression of First Hokage. Hope to get some insights from him. Hear Sasuke's words. Senju Hashirama has no reaction yet. Senju Tobirama exploded directly. "What? You evil brat want a Hokage?" "No, absolutely not one, what a joke. Let this evil Uchiha brat become Hokage, who knows what Konoha will be like." Sasuke gave Senju Tobirama a cold look and said, "Senju Tobirama, don't think that because you were once a Hokage, you can tell me what to do. That good disciple of yours was also a Hokage, but I caught him and tortured him in public. Besides, you are a dead person, what right do you have to object?" Speaking, Sasuke waved to Orochimaru and said, "Orochimaru, tell him to shut up and hit a tree." Orochimaru nodded immediately. "Yes, Sasuke." Then, Orochimaru directly forcibly controlled Senju Tobirama's body, making him shut up and unable to continue talking, walked to the side and started B***** G his head against a tree. Senju Tobirama looked aggrieved. Damn it, didn't these 2 people fight to the death just now? Why has it become like this now? Boom, boom, boom. Senju Tobirama was so angry that he had nowhere to vent, and was controlled by hitting his head against a tree. My heart is so aggrieved that I'm going to explode. Tobirama, I told you not to engage in forbidden technique like impure world reincarnation. Now you are in trouble too. Senju Hashirama shook his head and said, "Back to our previous question, First Hokage. I wonder if you have any opinions." Sasuke released the wood style that restrained Senju Hashirama's body and said seriously, "This First Hokage who calmed down the troubled times may be able to bring him some inspiration. Do you want to be a Hokage? Well, the younger people in the village have the idea of becoming a Hokage. This is of course a good thing in my opinion." Senju Hashirama scratched his head and said, "He has no prejudice against the Uchiha clan. Sasuke has the idea of becoming a Hokage, which is also a good thing for him. But Senju Hashirama thought of something and let out a long sigh, feeling very depressed. Alas, the Hokage of the village and the Hokage assistants, Sarutobi and Danzo, have actually done so many bad things. Perhaps I was really wrong. I made a bad start. I shouldn't have taken action against Madara, but should have carefully understood his thoughts. Speaking and talking, Senju Hashirama lowered his head and fell into a complete state of healing demons. The corners of Sasuke's mouth twitched slightly. 920. What's wrong? First Hokage, the legendary ninja god, it actually looks like this. In the chat room, Uchiha Madara, indeed, that's what I can't stand the most about you, Hashirama. You often seem to be alone and frustrated. It's so troublesome. Senju Tabarama, I agree with this. Brother, you are really annoying. Senju Hashirama, Motor Tabarama, oh, why did I trouble you so much? What a failure. Uchiha Madara, Senju Tabarama, come as you say, Terumime. The legendary god of ninja is actually such a person. I have learned a lot. Onoki. Second Hokage was restrained from speaking and hit his head against a tree, which was an eye-opener. Senju Tabarama. If you don't open the pot, pick it up. Ahem, Uchiha Madara probably didn't die in the Valley of the End. Sasuke coughed twice and said. Immediately, Sasuke told about Uchiha Obito and his speculation. Madara, he might not be dead. Senju Hashirama's eyes flashed with light. The previous decadence and despair are gone. If this is really the case, that would be great. This is what he regrets most in his life. Ahaha. Senju Tabarama on the side made a cry of unknown meaning. He is controlled by Orochimaru and cannot speak, so he can only do this. Hateful, what did the elder brother say? Uchiha Madara may have lived at least several more decades, and I don't even know if she's still alive now. What's so good about this? Who knows what kind of conspiracy that guy Uchiha Madara is up to? By the way, First Hokage, I don't know how much you know about the stone tablet at Nanga Shrine. Sasuke told about the inscription. That stone tablet, Madara took me to see it. At that time, Konoha had been established, and I became the first Hokage. The so-called mutually exclusive two forces merge into one. My understanding is that Senju and Uchiha united to give ninja bring peace to the world. Senju Hashirama recalled saying. Sasuke's head was full of black lines. That passage should refer to power. Cultivate the power of Senju and Uchiha to ultimate to unlock new power. I guess that Uchiha Madara is planning to use that new power to find another path. Yeah. Senju Hashirama scratched his head. In this case it seems to make sense. Madara took him to see the stone monument. At that time Madara should have disapproved of the path they had taken together. Maybe after that he actually parted ways. Alas, let's talk about Hokage. Sasuke couldn't help but sigh. I feel like First Hokage is a fool in this regard. It's a bit embarrassing to expect First Hokage to understand Uchiha Madara's conspiracy plan. Hokage. Senju Hashirama frowned. It's hard for me to give you any advice. This is no longer the era I was in. Besides, I'm just a loser. Uchiha Madara, who founded Konoha with him, pursued his own path. The purpose of establishing Konoha is to bring peace, at least so that children will no longer need to go to the battlefield. But it also failed. In the past few decades, there have been 3 ninja wars, and the village also has a Hokage like Sarutobi Hiruzen. Senju Hashirama feels that he is not qualified to make any suggestions. After thinking for a moment, Senju Hashirama spoke. In the final analysis, you are the person of this era. How to take the road of this era should not be given by a dead person like me. The road to the future should be found by yourselves, including the new path Madara may choose. If Madara is still alive, or if he has any heirs, it should be up to you to argue and decide how to go in the future. You are very strong, especially at this age. What will happen to Konoha in the future, and what will happen to the ninja world in the future? These are questions you cannot avoid unless you don't plan to do anything. Besides, I should be able to tell that you probably want to do something. In this case, then go for it boldly. Who knows what the future will bring? Do it first and then talk about it. One opposite. Sasuke nodded slowly. although first Hokage did not give any specific suggestions, but this passage really inspired him. It seems that first Hokage is not, at least not completely stupid. It's a bit wise and foolish. Senju Hashirama, as wise as a fool. Should I take this as a compliment? Senju Tabarama, I think it's very appropriate. Brother, you are just a fool most of the time. Senju Hashirama, Namikaze Minato, but this passage makes sense. The future should be explored by young people. This kind of mind and realm is truly worthy of the first generation. Uchiha Madara, HMPH. It was only after Hashirama died that he could see clearly. At the beginning, he stubbornly insisted on protecting his narrow village. Senju Hashirama. So, Madara, what path have you chosen? Can't you tell me directly? Uchiha Madara, think for yourself. Senju Hashirama, alas, Motorola is really troublesome, even more troublesome than Mito. Thank you, I probably understand what to do. One Sasuke sincerely thanks Senju Hashirama. Really? Senju Hashirama smiled happily. Can you tell me first what you plan to do? I'm very curious. Sasuke nodded. Taguchi said, your so-called will of fire is nothing in my opinion and must be removed. The ninja school established by Senju Tabarama spent several years teaching a lot of useless things. It needs to be changed. The profession of ninja itself must also be changed. Also, what the hell is this one country, one village system you established? It needs to be changed. Agia, too. Opposite. Senju Hashirama was immediately stunned. No, he wanted to say something, but he didn't know what to say. Woo, woo, woo. Senju Tabarama on the other side yelled angrily. What he wants to say is, brother, look at him. No, young man, I have to change everything like this. Isn't it a bit too extreme? Senju Hashirama said with some confusion. I mean, if you want to do it, just do it. But you seem to be a little too bold. Even the profession of ninja and the system of one country and one village must be changed. What is this going on? Senju Hashirama feels completely unimaginable. There is no need to tell you this for the time being. After all, you also said that you are a dead person. Sasuke waved his hand and said, talking this old antique first Hokage's thoughts, I only do this when I have enough time. Ah, I am a dead person. Senju Hashirama's head suddenly dropped. Sasuke twitched the corner of his mouth and walked to Senju Tabarama on the other side. Let Orochimaru release the restrictions on Senju Tabarama's speech. You, a naturally evil old Senju ghost, don't seem to want me to become a Hokage. Sasuke said with a smile. Nonsense. Senju Tabarama won't hit anyone when he's angry, nothing else to say. After tossing him like this, he might still support the other party to become Hokage. What a joke. Tusk, I'm relieved if you think like this. In order to cause trouble for you, you have to become a Hokage first. Sasuke looked at Senju Tabarama's reaction and nodded with satisfaction. You. Senju Tabarama's face turned green with anger. By the way, Orochimaru, let's cancel the impure world reincarnation for a while. When I become a Hokage, I will personally summon Lord Second Hokage and inform him of this. Good news, Sasuke said with a bright smile. Senju Tabarama's eyesight goes dark. Uchiha Sasuke, is he a devil? Onoki. As expected, I said Second Hokage would be retaliated against. Terumime. Haha, Jin Sasuke's revenge is all about killing people and punishing the heart. How could it be as simple as being slapped in the face with a chain or being controlled and hit a tree? Jiraiya, but this is too damaging. Tsunade, no, isn't he planning to become a Hokage? As a Hokage, he uses the forbidden technique of impure world reincarnation and also summons the ancestor Hokage. What the hell? This is what should the Hokage do? Orochimaru, this is the feeling you want. For the second Hokage, this is using the name of Uchiha to tarnish the identity of the Hokage. Uchiha Madara, after becoming a Hokage, I went to inform Senju Tabarama. I can't stand it any longer. I'm very curious about what you, Senju Tabarama, will look like when the time comes. Hade Kakashi, it's such a face-turning taunt. Second Hokage will be furious. Nara Shikamaru, furthermore, if impure world reincarnation occurs, Second Hokage will not be able to resist at all, and may even be used as a thug, tool man, etc. by Jin Sasuke. One Senju Tabarama. It's very despairing to think about this kind of future. Impure world reincarnation is lifted. Senju Tabarama cursed and returned to the Pure Land. He can already predict that this is just a temporary return. He will probably have to come back soon. How terrible. For the first time, he regretted that he created the ninjutsu Impure World Reincarnation. Sasuke sighed. With Phosphorus and Orochimaru, the Flying Thunder God technique was activated and returned directly to the previous base. Well, not bad, it's well preserved. Now it's mine. Of course, you have full rights to use it, Orochimaru, Sasuke said happily. Orochimaru breathed a sigh of relief. Although nominally this base is no longer his, but fortunately he should still be able to do his research as he pleases. Orochimaru, you have the first Hokage cells here. Help me prepare them. Sasuke opened his mouth and gave instructions. This is the first reason why he came to Orochimaru. Continue to use the right eye pupil technique to copy the sage body and absorb the yang escape chakra in the first Hokage cells, so that you can obtain a complete sage body. First generation cells, this is simple. Orochimaru doesn't care much. The cells of first Hokage are extremely active and can reproduce very easily, but they will consume a lot of chakra. This is naturally not difficult for Orochimaru. Just spend time providing chakra and cultivating first-generation cells. Orochimaru called Yakushi Kabuto and asked him to prepare. One Yakushi Kabuto looked at Sasuke, then at Orochimaru, feeling very confused. What happened? What kind of cooperation could not be achieved between Orochimaru-sama and Uchiha Sasuke? But Yakushi Kabuto didn't ask any questions and went to prepare the first Hokage cells. Next thing, tell me everything about the Akatsuki organization, about Uchiha Itachi and Uchiha Obito. That is, the masked man. Sasuke said after sitting down in a room. Akatsuki organization. Well, let's talk about it in chronological order. Orochimaru said while recalling. It was a few years after I defected to Konoha that I received a letter from the leader of the Akatsuki organization, and he invited me to join the Akatsuki organization. I was a little curious at the time, so I took a look and found out that the leader of the Akatsuki organization is Rinnegan. Purple eyes with circles of patterns. He should be the legendary Rinnegan. And that Rinnegan's power is indeed very strong. He used a repulsive attack, and I was completely unable to resist it. At that time, I looked at Pain, the leader of the Akatsuki organization, and felt a little familiar. Later, after joining the Akatsuki organization, I saw another member named Chūnin, and then I remembered that these two people were from Japan. A disciple that Lai had accepted. At the beginning, Jiraiya accepted 3 disciples in the Land of Rain, and there should be a red-haired one, who may be a descendant of Uzumaki, but I didn't see him in the Akatsuki organization. Maybe he is.
Hello, everyone! As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.